Chapter 3144 Annihilation God Base Super God Spirit Mode was activated. A scary power suddenly tore through the rules of the world. It made Han Sen feel like a god as he glowed with a white flame. How is that possible? Is that presence? Decapitation Queen's face froze in shock. Han Sen had no time to listen to her gibberish. He was able to break the rules of the world, but his time was limited while doing that. If it was not for this being a critical moment, he would not have used that power. If he had already followed through with the rule-breaking, he knew he had to end the fight as soon as possible. Otherwise, his power would be exhausted. Encountering an enemy in that state could have spelled his doom. Han Sen's body went through the guillotine's self-exploding scary power. He didn't incur any explosive damage. It was like the purple and black flames and evil spirits were nothing to him. Suddenly, Han Sen was in front of the doll. He put his hand on the doll's head. Pang! Han Sen slapped the doll's head. The head turned into dust along with the rest of its body. The power of his Super God Spirit mode was obscenely powerful. Even an Annihilation God Spirit had no hope of surviving its wrath. It was completely obliterated. Li Bingyu and Bald Guy witnessed the guillotine's self-exploding explosion mixed in with the glow of Han Sen's light. He ignored the scary powers that challenged him and slapped the doll, which broke it. Although Li Bingyu thought highly of Han Sen, she never thought Han Sen was able to kill a member of the God Chaos Party. Although members of the God Chaos Party were not God spirits, they were actually scarier than God spirits. They wielded the powers of God spirits and were like God spirits in the way they could infinitely respawn. Yet, they were not like God spirits in that they didn't play by the rules. Something scary like that had been blown up by Han Sen with just one hand. How terrifying was that? Li Bingyu thought, it looks like he must have an Annihilation God Spirit blood pulse. If he didn't, there is no way he could have killed the Decapitation Queen. The destroyed Decapitation Queen and guillotine did not disappear. They gathered up on the God altar and returned to life. That is a strong power. It looks like you have an Annihilation God Spirit blood pulse. It is a shame that no matter how strong you are, it won't work on me. I am going to eat you and that small flying fish for dinner to level up to that highest reboot class. Decapitation Queen screamed and laughed weirdly before using her strength to lift the blade. Han Sen frowned. He fell back and exited the God Temple. Are you running now? Don't you think it is too late? Decapitation Queen coldly laughed. Her body blazed with purple fire. Han Sen did not run far. He stood in front of the God Temple. He looked at Decapitation Queen and replied, "Who said I was running? If this God Temple gives you immortality, I will destroy the temple to stop that." Decapitation Queen looked as if she had just heard a joke. Her doll-like jaw kept shaking. Ha! Ha! You want to destroy the God Temple? Did you know that God Temples are indestructible? It is an Annihilation class God Temple. Even if a reboot God Spirit came, it would not be able to destroy this place. Really? Han Sen did not have time to talk to her. He exploded with his Super God Spirit mode. At the same time, he cast the strongest skill of the Dongxian Sutra. It was called Super Spank. Han Sen slapped the sides of the God Temple. The entire God Temple seemed to shiver and shake because of it. By the time Decapitation Queen realized that, Han Sen was back on the God Temple's stone steps. Doesn't it work? Bald Guy sighed. He had never heard of anyone being able to destroy a God Temple. Decapitation Queen noticed her God Temple was in tip-top condition. The door had not been damaged. She laughed even harder. Crazy and ignorant fool. You cannot. The God Temple, ca Pang. The entire God Temple shattered. It was like it was split up and forced to become a point of light. The god pillars broke, and the god altar crumbled. The guillotine was wrecked. The entire god temple was dissolving. Decapitation Queen was scared as she screamed, "No. Impossible. I am an immortal god." Spirit, before she could finish, her body fizzled away. In the blink of an eye, the god temple was destroyed. It was suddenly rendered into nothing. Ding! There was a crunching sound. Something had made itself known in the broken god temple. Han Sen's power was unable to destroy it, so it fell into the lake. Killed god spirit gene race, Decapitation Queen. Found an Annihilation class god base. Han Sen reached out his hand to pick up the item that had fallen from the destroyed god temple. It was a cube made of wood. It was like a Rubik's cube, but it could not be spun around. It looked very old. It had some weird, old symbols on it. One side displayed a carving of the guillotine and Decapitation Queen. Li Bingyu and Bald Guy looked at Han Sen standing on the lake. They were in awe. They could not get their minds straight. Han Sen had just managed to destroy a god temple. Not only was that unbelievable, but it also made their minds blank and unable to focus. In that universe of kingdoms and the hearts of humans, the god spirits were supreme. A god temple was what stood for a god. They had never heard of a human being able to destroy a god temple before. Even in mythology, humans were only able to replace a god spirit spot and guard the god temple by becoming a god spirit themselves. They had never heard of a god temple being destroyed. Now, it was something that had happened right in front of them. Li Bingyu felt a chill run down her spine. She wanted to use Han Sen to get close to Crown Prince Qin Bai and destroy the last of the Qin Kingdom's royal bloodline. Now, she had found out the person she had been following around was far scarier than the Qin Kingdom's king. He had the potential to change the entire universe. After Han Sen destroyed the god temple, he put away his power. He felt very tired. He felt as if he might pass out. Breaking the world's rules cost too much power. Now, Han Sen was unable to do battle against another god spirit or god spirit gene race. Han Sen's thoughts roamed. Suddenly, the space around the area moved. The presence of a scary god spirit was fast approaching. Han Sen had a wry smile as he said, "The good hasn't come. Only the bad has. I hope this is not Decapitation Queen's friend." The scary power was not just something a god spirit could have. With Han Sen's body being what it was, he could not fight as he had earlier. Bald Guy's reactions were a bit slow. He did not notice anything, but Li Bingyu could already tell the atmosphere was shifting. Her face morphed along with it. Boom! Boom! The space around them shook. A god temple burst into formation as it descended. The god temple's atmosphere was scary, and its power was almighty. This was not an ordinary god temple. It was likely an Annihilation-class god temple. Li Bingyu was shocked. While she had seen 12 Annihilation-class god temples before, she had never seen this one. It meant this god temple might have been one owned by the god Chaos Party. Chapter 31:45 God of Wealth descends. When the god temple revealed itself, Han Sen was a little afraid. This god temple was too familiar. It was the god of wealth temple. He had used the sky god crown to enter it. When he went to the universe of kingdoms, the sky god crown could not be used. Han Sen never entered the god of wealth temple again, and he had no clue where it might have been. Now, the god of wealth temple was revealing itself. Han Sen thought it was weird. He did not know if the god of wealth temple was occupied by a new god spirit or not. When the god of wealth temple showed up, Han Sen felt the sky god crown shake. It seemed to have been summoned by the god temple. The sky god crown, which had no prior reaction, was now reacting. This delighted Han Senator. He stepped toward the god of wealth temple. Li Bingyu and Bald Guy were shocked. They thought Han Sen was addicted to destroying god temples and was also going to destroy the God of Wealth temple. The god temple was surrounded by mist. Han Sen entered the temple. The door closed behind him. "It's you." Han Sen looked at the god altar in the center. He saw the man who frequently called himself God there. He was sitting atop the god altar with a cup of wine in his hands. He kept drinking and smiling at him. "Long time no see. You have been doing well recently." God put down the wine cup and smiled at Han Sr. "I am doing okay." Han Sen knew this wasn't just a social call. God sighed. "You are doing well, but I am not doing well. That is because I have to keep wiping your ass. Don't you think this is getting rather depressing?" "But I didn't stir up anything." Han Sen put out his hands and denied it. Although he was a supreme god spirit, somehow, he was a very chill person whenever Han Sen spent time with him. God couldn't be bothered arguing. He asked, "Do you think all of this is fine? You keep breaking the rules of the world. If you were anyone else, a sky full of god spirits would have crushed you. Do you think you've been safe from any god spirits coming for you through dumb luck? Do you think the god spirits are scared of you or something? Did you help me?" Han Sen wasn't sure what to think. He was strong, but the rules of the world suppressed him too much. He was able to deal with 1 or 2 annihilation god spirits, but his body would have been unable to deal with any more than that. In this world, the power he used was difficult to replenish. That was why he could not fight very often. God did not answer him. He asked Han Sen, "Do you know why the god spirits have destroyed, disaster, annihilation, and reboot classes? Do you know why they have these 4 classes?" "I don't know," Han Sen said. He shook his head in honesty. When god spirits descend, they unleash a lot of destructive powers, God said. From creating unnatural disasters and those that seem natural, they might want to punish you or others that seek to break the rules of the world. Only by doing that can the universe be kept safe and not be destroyed. Will the universe really stop running because someone can destroy it? Han Sen recalled Night God No Moon talking about the universe being a perpetual motion machine. He had been wondering about that ever since. Of course, every substance has life. It can either be short or long. The universe is the same. Even though the universe is running normally now, it is only a matter of time before it is brought to ruin. People like you keep trying to destroy it. Sooner or later, it will at least accelerate its decay. God looked at Han Sen and went on to say, "If you keep doing this, I will have to get rid of you. That way, the universe can keep running normally." Han Sen developed a wry smile. "I did not want to do this, but I can't lay down and die the next time I encounter grave danger. Is that what you expect me to do?" "That is the whole reason I got you the God of Wealth Temple," God said with seriousness. "In the future, you can use the God of Wealth Temple's power. Just don't break the laws of the universe again. If you do it again, we cannot be friends anymore, and I will be forced to kick you into hell. I cannot beat the God Chaos Party members with just the God of Wealth Temple's power," Han Sen said to God, hoping it might be one avenue to retrieve answers from. God did not say anything. He looked at Han Sen for a while. Han Sen felt uncomfortable being stared at like that. God asked, "Can you become a dog and bite a dog back if a dog bites you?" "If it dared to bite me, I would not be opposed to turning into a dog to bite it back," Han Sen answered. God was speechless. After a while, he said, "I do not care what you think. You are not allowed to break the rules again, got it? I am giving you the God of Wealth Temple. You can use the God of Wealth Temple and gene races to fight. If you use them well enough, even a member of the God Chaos Party will be unable to rival you. And let me give you a friendly reminder," God said. Killing the members of the God Chaos Party will nab you some very decent benefits. The gene race power will help you a lot. He did not wait for Han Sen to answer him. He turned around and vanished. He obviously didn't want to connect with Han Sr. Remember, do not break the rules of the universe. If the universe is getting destroyed, perhaps you can live, but your friends and family will never survive. God's voice was very unstable. It kept echoing through the halls of the God of Wealth Temple. Hey, can I use the God of Wealth Temple to return to the Geno universe? Han Sen asked. He didn't receive an answer. He did not know if God had left or if God simply didn't want to answer. Han Sen shouted a few times, but no one answered. Eventually, he gave up. He summoned the Sky God Crown. This time, the Sky God Crown answered his summons. It appeared on his forehead. Han Sen suddenly felt some weird connection with the God of Wealth Temple. He turned into a real God of Wealth. The weird messages in Han Sen's head helped him understand what he hadn't before. Of course, the messages were from the God Temple. The most direct message was about blood pulses. Han Sen knew the rules about them, such as how God's spirits gave them to humans. It was quite restricted. If a random human was given any blood pulse, it would be pointless for the God spirits. It might have even harmed them. Han Sen had seen that. He had forced the Feather Fairy to give Mr. Yang a God spirit blood pulse. It was very awkward for the Feather Fairy. If he was not careful, the Feather Fairy might have been harmed because after giving Mr. Yang a blood pulse. Giving humans a blood pulse was good for God spirits, but the humans who received a God spirit blood pulse needed to use their God spirit blood pulse to develop. The stronger the human was, the greater the benefits a God spirit could receive. It made the God spirit stronger. If a human with the God spirit blood pulse died, the God spirit was also damaged. Selecting a good human to give a blood pulse to was a very serious proposition for a God spirit. That was especially true when it came to inherited God blood nobles. It might have far-reaching consequences that plagued the rest of their life. To summarize, they had to pick humans with talent and potential if they wanted to give out a God spirit blood pulse, if they wanted to earn things and not lose things. Chapter 3146 God of Wealth Temple. Picking the right human to give a blood pulse to was like venture capitalizing. It depended on whether or not one had good eyesight. One also needed variety. If one or two humans were able to develop quite well in the future, benefits could be reaped. It was a shame the God of Wealth Temple was there. Not many humans were able to go there. The places Han Sen could select were minimal, which made him feel quite depressed. For things like God temples, once one was established in a place, it could no longer be moved. An example was Feather Fairy's God Temple. Almost no humans traveled there, but Feather Fairy had to stay where he was. He was unable to relocate his temple, so he had to make do with where it was. Han Sen did not know how Mr. God moved the God of Wealth Temple there, but he knew he could not move it. Han Sen discovered something interesting from the information he had just learned. In one God Temple, it was not just one spirit that could be there. The God Temple did not determine the number of God spirits allowed. It was the God base in a God Temple. Because a default God Temple only had one God base, it could only allow one God spirit. If there were more God bases, a God Temple could harbor more God spirits. The higher the level the God temples were, the more God spirits that it could have. A destroyed God Temple could only have one main God and two sub-gods. A disaster God Temple allowed for one main God and four sub-gods. An annihilation God Temple could have one main God and 8 sub-gods. Every God Temple could only have one main God, which meant that all the sub-gods had to adhere to the will of the main God. To get sub-gods, the main God had to acquire God bases. Thus, not many God temples had sub-gods. Ordinary sub-gods were usually wild gods. By having more sub-gods, the God Temple had more godly authority. For example, Han Sen's God of Wealth Temple, which he had authored Wealth, was able to enlist a fire sub-god. The God Temple could then be authored Fire. The sub-god could also protect the God Temple so it was not affected by the powers of the outside world. Even if Han Sen was not in the temple, he did not have to fear the God Temple being brought down. Han Sen tried bringing out Decapitation Queen's God base and putting it down in his God of Wealth Temple. The God base flew to the side of the hall. It formed a new God altar in its corner. At the same time, Han Sen felt weird power come from the Sky God crown. It made the Sky God crown much stronger. The Guillotine and Decapitation Queen were next to the God altar. Seeing Han Sen come before her, Decapitation Queen kneeled before him. Small God greeting the Mr. Decapitation Queen said. This was the God base, so she had no memory of her past life as Decapitation Queen. She also didn't seem to have a will of her own. Like Han Yufei had described, this was a new spirit. The appearance and power were the same as the old Decapitation Queen, but it was a brand new life form. Han Sen looked at Decapitation Queen and immediately checked out her information. Decapitation Queen, Annihilation God Spirit, God of Wealth Temple Sub-God, God Authority, Death Sentence God Power. Guillotine. Han Sen told Decapitation Queen to massage his back. Decapitation Queen did not resist. She was like a slave and willing to do everything he wanted her to do. One thing Han Sen did not like was that the God Temple did not provide him access to the Geno universe. It was like Qin Jun or Sky God. The God spirits of God temples could enter the Geno universe for a set amount of time, and there were many restrictions. It was the same for Han Sen entering the Geno universe as God of Wealth. He could not hurt any creature, and he needed to keep the Geno universe as it was. Even if he destroyed a stone or a piece of wood, he was punished. In fact, even if God spirits wanted to hurt the Geno universe, it was impossible for them to do so. The power of God spirits was restricted there. Unless they were in a God temple, their power would accomplish nothing on the creatures of the Geno universe. Of course, if the creatures of the Geno universe made a wish to them, that was a different story entirely. Through the process of making a wish, they could use power and not be restricted. They could control them. Han Sen calculated that he needed another 2 months before entering the Geno universe, and he could only stay for 4 days. Han Sen frowned and thought, why do God spirits in the Geno universe have more restrictions than in the universe of kingdoms? Why are the creatures of the Geno universe not like the humans of the universe of kingdoms? They do not get blessed by God spirits, and they cannot be combined with God spirits. There was a big difference in the way the two universes operated. Han Sen knew it had to mean something. Li Bingyu had been guarding outside the Jin God Temple. Bald Guy asked Li Bingyu, Ghost Kill, do you think the God Temple belongs to the God Chaos Party? I do not know, Li Bingyu said with a shake of her head. She had only learned about them from Wu Wei Dao Palace. She had read books about the God Chaos Party. The members of the God Chaos Party were usually some very powerful, wild God spirits. They killed the main gods to earn God spirits. They disturbed the flow of things in the universe. They were very much like outlaws. Back in the old times, the God Chaos Party was very powerful. It had almost replaced the sky full of main God spirits to create a new God kingdom. In the end, the God spirits beat them. They vanished down the river of time. If it was not for Wu Wei Dao Palace having such a large vault of historical records, the God Chaos Party would have long been forgotten. When the God Chaos Party was in its prime, there were not 7 kingdoms yet. Decapitation Queen was one member of the God Chaos Party. Li Bingyu had casually read a book about it. There were 2 or 3 sentences that referenced Decapitation Queen. Due to there being such a small amount, she did not remember too much. While they were both feeling restless, the door to the God Temple suddenly opened. Han Sen came out from the God Temple in perfect shape. Bald Guy ran up and asked, "Old Han, are you okay?" "I am fine," Han Sen said with a smile. "This God Temple was opened by my old friend. He invited me in for a chat, but I've finished now." "Are you a friend of a God spirit?" Bald Guy asked Han Sen in shock. He thought there was going to be a fight, but Han Sen had actually gone in to chat with a God spirit. "Yes," Han Sen said with a smile. "This God Temple's main god is God of Wealth. He is my brother. If you want to change your God spirit blood pulse, just go in and say hello. I promise you a complete God of Wealth blood pulse." Bald Guy sounded excited as he asked, "What element is God of Wealth? What kind of God authority does it have?" "The God of Wealth is a wealth element god," Han Sen happily said. "It has a wealth god authority. If you have a God of Wealth blood pulse, you will be extremely rich." God spirits did not give out blood pulses easily, but it did not mean they did not have to give them out at all. They needed humans to have their God spirit blood pulses so they could go on and do things. That way, their God spirits and God temples would become stronger. Han Sen decided to go back. He was going to give Feng Yin, the genius little girl, to the God of Wealth. He was sure she would achieve a lot. She would benefit from the God of Wealth temple. Chapter 3147 The use of a God temple. Upon hearing it had a wealth authority, Bald Guy lost all interest. He immediately shook his head and declined with a firm negative. After all, his father was the leader of a city. He was not exactly rich, but he never had a lack of money. Earning a lot of money wasn't something that interested him. If it was some God spirit blood pulse skill that could help a God spirit or a power that could increase one's combat proficiency, Bald Guy would have immediately accepted the offer. A God of Wealth God spirit blood pulse was useless for him. After all, he has a complete blood pulse, even if it was a low-level God spirit blood pulse. It was only destroyed class. While the three of them discussed things, the God of Wealth temple, which hovered above the river, went into the river. That was where the Breakhead God temple had been. Holy **T. I am not a river god. Why did you sink into the river? This planet has nobody. If it sinks into the water, who is going to go inside and pray? Han Sen felt depressed, but he could not move the God temple. The God temple was moved by a god's power earlier. Now that he had left the God temple, the God power in the God temple was gone. Therefore, it sunk. After the Breakhead God temple was obliterated, Han Sen and the others did not encounter any more strange goings-on. The whole river glowed, but the land pulse weird scene did not really have a connection to the Breakhead God temple. After that, Han Sen and the others dug up land pulses around the river without fear. They could do so freely. Although the land pulses themselves might cause harm, the Repel Evil Rhino could deal with whatever was thrown at them. No injuries were sustained. They dug up many gene eggs. Plus, this was now a territory belonging to the God of Wealth. It was protected by the God of Wealth temple's power. The buff powers hardly did a thing to them. Han Sen decided to name the river God of Wealth River. He would have to think of a way to earn ownership of the planet at a later date so he could go ahead and name the planet God of Wealth Planet. That way, he could invite more people and earn more resources for the God of Wealth temple. If he did not do that, the broken temple residing at the bottom of a river on a planet where no humans ventured would see no visitors. The land pulses around the God of Wealth River were very good. They were able to get king-class gene eggs by randomly digging. After digging for a whole day, they found a God-class gene egg. Bald Guy was happy, but he had already told Han Sen he didn't want anything more when he accepted the hawk. Now, Bald Guy's sudden excitement was crushed by depression. Han Sen was not interested in ordinary gene eggs. He kept looking at the flying fish next to him. After the fish absorbed the god spirit blood pulse, it had become a god spirit gene race that belonged to a wild god. It would make for a nice sub-god in his god temple. But the little flying fish's situation was rather complicated. If he wanted to make it a sub-god like Decapitation Queen, it would be difficult because the flying fish had no god base. A god base was needed. Aside from destroying other god temples to earn one, the only other way to get one was through giving humans blood pulses. Later, when the humans developed, the god spirit would reap their benefits. The god temple would then grow stronger. The gene race would become a new sub-god and have an empty god base. Unfortunately, Han Sen's god of wealth temple had only just appeared. There were 7 slots for a sub-god, but there weren't any god bases. If a god temple had more sub-gods, it would become stronger. If Bald Guy kneeled before God of Wealth Temple's main god, he could get a main god spirit's authority buff. He would have wealth, and he could also have the sub-god's death penalty authority buff. The more sub-gods Han Sen claimed, the more authority buffs Bald Guy could be given. Of course, Han Sen wouldn't use the god of wealth's identity to impart a blood pulse. If people obeyed the sub-god, they could only claim the sub-god's blood pulse and authority buff. The main god had nothing to do with the temple and other sub-gods. If all the members of a sub-god achieved something, the main god would benefit. Feng Yin had to be taken by the god of wealth. Han Sen still counted on finding another buff with a Sonic-class sub-god. He did not want to waste her Sonic-class talents. As for other people, it depended on their attributes and preferences. Ordinary geniuses could give him a sub-god blood pulse while the real rare geniuses could be taken by him. Hang on. The cast god court method. Why am I sensing that it can create a sub-god? After Han Sen thought of that, his face looked strange. The god of wealth river was too big. Han Sen and the others went digging for a few more days, but they did not dig up much. This place has too many land pulses. Bald Guy, you might see it. Which land pulse makes this river glow? Han Sen was not interested in digging ordinary land pulses. The gene eggs were great, but he wanted more god spirit blood pulses. If he found one, he could create a god spirit gene race. Otherwise, with only ordinary gene races at his disposal, he could not make a god spirit gene race. According to the formation of snake turtle hide, that is the most dangerous land pulse, Bald Guy said. It should be in the lower stream of the dark river. It is where the snake and turtle bit each other before receding into the turtle shell. Where they fight is the most dangerous place. In that case, let's go check it out, Han Sen said. Bald Guy had a wry smile. I don't think we should do that. The river is underground. I do not have enough knowledge to survey land pulses that reside underground. If we dig slowly, I do not know how long it might take. Unless my teacher is willing to help us, we cannot do much about it. If things are really like that, then let's go and ask Mr. Wei, Han Sen said after a think. Bald Guy said, I know you are strong, but others don't know that. This is the most dangerous place of the snake turtle hide. I am afraid he might not dare come with us. Well, we don't know if we don't try, Han Sen said with a laugh. We have been here digging for days, all for nothing. I am sure Mr. Wei will at least consider it. Bald Guy said nothing. After packing up, he went back to the base where Sky King was. After leaving the God of Wealth River, they met Brother 3. When Brother 3 saw them all return safe and sound with plenty of gene eggs, he looked angry and jealous. Weird. Even with Bald Guy's Repel Evil Rhino protecting him, they cannot all make use of it. That little girl cannot even use a gene race, yet she returned just fine. Does that mean the snake turtle hide formation is not as scary as we thought? If I do not go close to the underground river, I should be fine. Brother 3 was awfully tempted. After all, if he dug gene eggs there, He would have to give a lot to Sky King, and Han Senator, his teacher, Mr. Wei, could only earn 30%. He would get even less than that. If he went near the river to dig, no matter what he got would belong to him. That was a big difference. Humans died for wealth. Humans died over food. Brother 3 felt determined. He ran to the river and started digging land pulses. He did not get too close to the stream. He stayed 200 miles away from it. He used a gene race to repel evil, but it was not something as good as the repel evil rhino. It was a lower level. The land pulses here are so good. I got a king-class gene egg on my first dig. Brother 3 was feeling perturbed. After digging up a gene race, he almost jumped up for joy. Huh. That bald guy is nothing. If he can dig up these land pulses, I can do it too. I can do it better than him. Brother 3 was excited, but he did not notice the black line on his neck. Chapter 31:48 Vice President Sky King saw Han Sen and the others return from their venture safe and sound. He wasn't too surprised. He laughed and asked, "Brother Han and Bauer, what are the fruits of your labors like this time?" Han Sen did not beat around the bush and told it to him straight. The rewards were average. We only managed to dig up one God-class gene egg. We are only coming back to ask Mr. Wei for help. We want Mr. Wei to help us locate the primary land pulse in the river. I am afraid that might prove difficult, Sky King quietly said. It is not that I do not want to help you, but Mr. Wei is not one of my men. He has always avoided such dangerous formations. I am afraid it will be a lot to ask of him. How about this? I will come with you to seek out Mr. Wei. He might be more inclined to agree with me there. Thank you very much, Han Sen said. Sky King laughed and said, "Do not worry, Mr. Han. I really love Bauer. I still want to take her as a student. Speaking of that, you are no outsider to me. I would like to help you all that I can." Although Sky King was there to convince Mr. Wei did not agree to help dig up land pulses around God of Wealth River. He said that place was death, and it was a place that should not be meddled with. He also tried to convince Han Sen and Sky King not to trifle with the area. Otherwise, only bad things would come to pass. It was fine if Mr. Wei did not want to go with them. Han Sen just asked him where the main pulse was along the God of Wealth River, but Mr. Wei wouldn't say. He did not want to be responsible for someone coming to harm. Han Sen was speechless. He wanted to convince him further, but someone soon arrived. He explained that one of Mr. Wei's students had died outside of the base. Everyone went to have a look. It was learned that Bald Guy's brother 3 had been beheaded. He was a crumpled, headless corpse on the floor. Blood was everywhere. Han Sen and the others knew he had been the power of the breakhead wire. Han Sen laughed and coldly thought, that guy was brave. How dare he dig land pulses along my God of Wealth River? God of Wealth Temple was currently overseen by Decapitation Queen. The God of Wealth River would not allow anyone to get close to the temple. Without Han Sen's permission to go digging land pulses around the God of Wealth River, there was a guaranteed death sentence. Li Bingyu and Bald Guy were shocked. They had watched Han Sen murder Decapitation Queen, so they did not understand why the breakhead wire was still working. Thinking about that, they looked at Han Sen, who pretended he hadn't seen anything. He did not want to explain. After this, it was guaranteed that Mr. Wei would not tell anyone where the main land pulse was along the God of Wealth River. There was nothing Han Sen could do about it now. If he couldn't find the main land pulse, it was pointless digging up ordinary land pulses. The area around God of Wealth River was his territory. He could go digging whenever he wanted to. So, Han Sen planned on going to the other 5 planets of Ghost Starlight. Perhaps he would find something there. Sky King told Han Sen that the other 5 planets had already been taken by people with powers as big as his. Han Sen frowned. Sky King went on to say, the god fights are to begin soon. If you are going to risk doing battle with people on other planets, why don't you ready yourself to participate in the god fights? If you win the first god rank, you can get a rare gene egg as a reward. Wouldn't that be better than digging up some random stuff from a land pulse? It wouldn't be bad. Han Sen had heard Sky King mention the god fights before. He asked Bald Guy what the god fights were. The so-called god fights were about fighting all types of god temples. It was a traditional event associated with god temples that took place every 10 years. They just had to go back to the god temple where they got their blood pulse from and could then represent their god spirit in battle. If a challenger managed to defeat all their enemies in these fights, the challenger was rewarded with a rare gene egg. Even if they did not achieve first place, they got a gene egg as a reward. Everyone in the top 100 got one. If people performed well in the god fights, they were admired by the god spirits and had the chance to inherit a blood pulse. Across history, many nobles had been able to earn an eternal god blood noble status through the god fights. It was still weird. Every 10 years, there was one rare gene egg. The universe of kingdoms had many billions of years in its history. Many of the rare gene races should have been seen by now. Now, the universe did not have many rare gene races. There were only 7 or 8 days left before the next god fights. Sky King had already prepared a return trip so he could participate in the god fights. Han Sen did not have a god spirit blood pulse, so he wanted to go back to the God of Wealth temple and see if he could join the god fights. There were still 7 or 8 days until the next god fights, so Han Sen was not in a rush. He followed Bald Guy to dig up more land pulses. He then asked Sky King to send people to deliver the useless gene eggs to Mr. Yang in Jade Wall City. At least, his shop would blow up in popularity. Before Sky King departed, he asked Han Sen to look after the planet. He did not want him to leave the place open for someone else to swoop in and rob all the land pulses. Han Sen immediately agreed. He had a 30% stake in that planet. For the sake of that 30%, he was not going to allow anyone to take over the place. After Sky King left, the big sky demon, which had been missing for a while, appeared next to Han Sr. My little lover, you made a big mistake. The big sky demon was next to Han Sen, reaching her hand out to stroke his cheeks. What mistake did I make? Han Sen casually asked. You killed a member of the God Chaos Party, the big sky demon said with a sigh. You slew Decapitation Queen. People from the God Chaos Party will not let you go. If I can kill the Decapitation Queen, I can take down others, Han Sen coldly said. The big sky demon behaved as if she was comforting Han Senator. She continued to stroke his cheeks and said, My little lover, you are strong. You were able to kill Decapitation Queen, but challenging the God Chaos Party will not get you anything if you do not do things right. There is an 80% to 90% chance you will die. Why was I told that the God Chaos Party members were already killed by a sky full of God spirits and there weren't any surviving members? Han Sen asked. The big sky demon shook her head. Those guys in the God Chaos Party cannot be easily killed. Many of them died in the past, but a few of the core members were able to remain. The most important thing to know, however, is that the president of the God Chaos Party was not killed. After a billion years of rest, the God Chaos Party is on the cusp of returning. You seem to know a lot about the God Chaos Party. Han Sen looked at the big sky demon and asked, Are you a member of the God Chaos Party? Yes, I was one of the God Chaos Party's 3 vice presidents, the big sky demon replied with a laugh. Han Sen was shocked. He had not expected the big sky demon to confess to it so simply. Han Sen looked at the big sky demon and asked, Does that mean you are going to try and avenge Decapitation Queen? The big sky demon put her face on Han Sen's chest and said, "Of course not. I would never dream of killing my lover. Plus, I left the God Chaos Party a long time ago." Chapter 3149 Qin Bai's Trouble. Why did you leave the God Chaos Party? Han Sen asked with surprise. Although the legends claim the leader was not killed, he never showed up again. Now, the God Chaos Party is being run by one of the vice presidents. I had a conflict with him, so, the big sky demon did not finish, but it was understandable. The big sky demon put her lips next to Han Sen's ear and seductively whispered, "Who is the vice president? I cannot tell you that unless you truly are my lover." The Han Sen did not move. You already argued with the God Chaos Party. Why would you maintain their secrets? The big sky demon pushed herself up against Han Sen's chest and said, "The legends claim the leader is still alive. I don't know if that is true. If he comes back one day, I will have to keep myself alive, right? In that case, you should just leave," Han Sen said without moving. "You are here. If the people from the God Chaos Party come, they are going to think I am with you. Do you know how much of a risk I have taken for you?" The big sky demon rolled her eyes angrily at Han Senator. She went on to say, "But you are my favorite little lover. No matter what it costs, I will refuse to sit idly by and watch you get killed. So, I have thought of a way that you will not be pursued by the God Chaos Party, and you can make the God Chaos Party never come looking for you and trouble." Han Sen looked at the big sky demon and asked, "Oh? How is that?" "It is very simple," big sky demon seductively said. "Just become my student, and I will protect you." What is that supposed to mean? Han Sen could guess what she was alluding to, but he had to confirm it to be sure. "It is like other humans getting a god spirit to give them a blood pulse," big sky demon said with seriousness. "I can give you the big sky demon blood pulse. You have a god temple." Han Sen looked at the big sky demon with surprise. "Of course," the big sky demon said with a roll of her eyes. "Where is your god temple? You are a gene race. Even if you consumed a god spirit blood pulse to become a god spirit gene race, you still can't have a god temple." Han Sen was very confused. Han Sen had been shocked about Decapitation Queen having her own god temple. He did not expect the big sky demon could have one too. If the members of God Chaos Party each had a god temple, that would be scary. It is no wonder the God Chaos Party was able to kill god spirits, Han Sen thought. Big Sky Demon smiled, "I know where my god temple comes from. You do not need to care about that. Are you going to join me or not?" "Of course not," Han Sen rejected her offer. He also thought, "It looks like Big Sky Demon does not know I have the God of Wealth Temple, but she knows I was able to kill Decapitation Queen. All of that happened almost together. How does she not know about the God of Wealth Temple? When the God Chaos Party people come and you seek my safety, finding me won't be so easy," the Sky Demon said. Then, she disappeared. Han Sen wanted to ask her about the God Chaos Party some more, but Big Sky Demon was already gone. Han Sen was going to wait until the God fights began. Suddenly, someone came to the team of big dragon riders and delivered an urgent message from Qin Bai. Qin Bai said he was in trouble, and he asked Han Sen to go and help him immediately or he would end up dead. The messenger did not know the specifics of the trouble Qin Bai was in. He only said Crown Prince Qin Bai needed Han Sen to return with all haste. If he was slow, things were sure to turn out bad. Han Sen was confused. He did not know what sort of trouble Qin Bai was in, but Qin Bai's letter sounded extremely serious. So, he hurried back to Jade Wall City. "Han Sen, you have to save me. Otherwise, I am going to die." When Crown Prince Qin Bai saw Han Sen, it was like he was seeing Jesus in the flesh. He ran at him. He looked terrible and almost cried. Han Sen held Qin Bai as he said, "Crown Prince, chill out first. Tell me what happened to you." Qin Bai looked as if he was in pain. He said, "Teacher Jia is back." "Who is Teacher Jia? What does that have to do with you?" Han Sen asked with confusion. Qin Bai anxiously replied, "Teacher Jia teaches me to combat. He was an ambassador to the Qi kingdom until only recently. He has been away for a few years. Now that he is back, and he has seen my homework, he is furious. He gave me a sword skill and told me to learn it in 7 days. If I don't do it, he will punish me." Upon hearing this, Han Sen was frozen. This extremely spoiled crown prince was able to be scared by someone like that. He was curious about what this teacher Jia was truly like. Qin Bai had also made him come back in such a rush for a matter that was rather trivial. Han Sen did not know if he could join the god fights now, and that made him want to cry. Han Sen could not be bothered scolding him, so he just said, "You are the crown prince. Even if you can't learn it, can he really do something to you?" Qin Bai hurriedly said, "You do not understand. Teacher Jia is a good friend of my father. He is a very cold-blooded man. It's not just to me. He even beats my father. If he can do that, he will be extra mean to me. This one time, when I couldn't hand in my homework, he beat me. My ass was in such poor condition that I couldn't even lie down on a bed for a few days. Then, he left for the Qi kingdom. He was there for a few years, so I never thought he would return." Who would have known? After saying that, Qin Bai's face looked like he was in pain. He was really scared of Teacher Jia. "What sword skill did Teacher Jia want you to learn?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. Qin Bai took out a fist-sized scroll and said, "He has made me practice a skill called Wavy Sword Skill. This sword skill needs to be combined with a water element gene race to practice. Teacher Jia gave me a water element god class gene race called a 9-wave fish. He made me combine with the 9-wave fish, expecting me to get good with it in 7 days. He also wants me to be able to cast Wavy Sword Skill. That is killing me. A god class gene race combination is hard enough to control, but he wants me to practice that in 7 days. It is impossible. I think Teacher Jia is just looking for an excuse to beat me up." Qin Bai begged Han Sen, "Han Sen, you are very good at finding your way out of trouble. Please, find a way to save me. I don't want Teacher Jia to break my ass." Han Sen laughed. "You are just a kid. Controlling a god-class gene race is a lot to ask of you. Learning how to practice with one in 7 days is impossible." "I know, right?" Qin Bai nodded. "That does not mean it is impossible," Han Sen said in a very chill manner. "I have a way. I can help you practice the 9-wave fish quickly. In 7 days, you will be able to cast the Wavy Sword Skill." Qin Bai was surprised, so he asked, "Really? What way would that be? Is it hard? If it is too hard, I can't do it." "Of course, it is real," Han Sen said with a smile. "It is not hard either. You just need to know how to play it, and then you can do it. I am very good at playing. Please tell me, how do I play?" Qin Bai looked both surprised and happy. "Ahem, Crown Prince. Allow me to introduce you to my daughter Han Bauer." Han Sen smiled at Bauer and introduced her to Qin Bai. Chapter 3150 Qin Bai practicing with the sword. Han Sen, you have a daughter that old? Qin Bai looked at Bauer with shock. Qin Bai wasn't in the mood to concern himself with that. He quickly asked, "Han Sen, do you have a method or not? Tell me quickly." Han Sen smiled and said, "My method is simple. My daughter has already learned some sword skills from me. Just have her practice with you." Qin Bai's eyes opened wide at Han Senator. He said, Han-sen, you must be joking. Your daughter is so little. How can she know any sword skills? Even if she did, she could not beat my guards. If I wanted just anyone to help me practice, I could ask the people all around me. I don't need a little girl to practice sword skills with me. Han-sen smiled mysteriously. There is no need to be hasty, Crown Prince. My daughter's sword skills are average, but there is something miraculous about her. She enables anyone who practices with her to improve their sword skills in a short amount of time. Qin Bai did not believe it. He looked at Bauer and asked, really? Han-sen sincerely said, you have been nice to me. Why would I lie to you? My daughter is talented. In fact, practicing is not the most important thing. You only need to spend some time with her, and your sword skills will be vastly improved in just a few short days. You can practice that wavy sword skill with ease. If it is like that, then let's begin. Qin Bai had some doubts, but he accepted. Han-sen shook his head. Mr. Crown Prince, this is the palace. If you guys play here, it is not very appropriate. Yes, Bai Qin said with a nod. We cannot let Teacher Jia see this. Let's go to your place. He was now looking quite excited. That's good. I have been living in Feng Castle. You should come with me. Han-sen smiled at Qin Bai and left the palace. They went straight to Feng Castle. Han-sen and the others were still living in Feng Castle. The primary reason was that Han-sen wanted to frequently see Feng Yin. If he didn't, Han-sen would have already moved out. Wait, it's been so long since I last watched a concert, Qin Bai said with a nod. I will ask Feng Fei to sing a few songs for us. Han-sen took Qin Bai to Feng Castle, but Feng Fei was not home. Feng Yin said she was out performing and would not be back for a while. It is good that she is not here. Qin Bai was disappointed, but Han-sen was happy about it. Please follow me, Han-sen said as he went to the garden. The garden looked like a garden, but it was the best yard in Feng Castle. Feng Fei had people created for Han-sen. The place made him feel very happy. He loved the little garden, the design was exceptional. Crown Prince, you stay here and be with Bauer, Han-sen said. I have stuff to do, so I will have to go for a bit. Go do your thing, Qin Bai said. I will watch after Bauer. We will be fine. Han-sen did not say anything. He smiled and went back to his room. Although Han-sen was not someone who used a sword, his sword skills were fairly high level. He was not as good as the truly strong sword masters. Only rare powerful swordsmen, such as Six Paths King, were a bit stronger than Han-sen on a sword path will. Teaching Qin Bai the wavy sword skill was going to be easy. Even so, Han-sen understood Qin Bai quite a bit. He was a person who was always fooling around. He was a bona fide spoiled brat. It was normal to have a kid like that in any ordinary family, but he was born to a royal family. Furthermore, he was the only successor to the kingdom's throne. A royal son wanting to play all the time was seen as much worse. With Qin Bai's personality, if he had been born in a normal family, he would have been happier. But that was fate. People could not change that. Han-sen knew that if he taught him sword skills seriously, he would only end up being bored after a short while. If he did not practice, and Han-sen could not beat him, it would have been a futile endeavor. It was best left to Bauer to sort out a problematic child. In the garden, Bauer and Qin Bai spoke happily with each other. Han-sen thought, you asked for this. Han-sen shut the door and summoned the Sky King crown. He tried using the Sky King crown to return to the God of Wealth temple. He was able to use it in the Geno universe, but he did not know if it worked there. Fortunately, the Sky King crown was still usable there. After God took away the prior restrictions of the universe of kingdoms, Sky King crown had now become usable. Han Sen wanted God to remove the restrictions of all his God personality armaments, but he had not yet seen him again. Han Sen stood atop the altar. He felt the Sky God crown's power connecting with the God temple. The God temple was like a tree with deep roots. With a touch of the roots, Han Sen wore the Sky King crown to feel what was happening in the God of Wealth River from a few 100,000 miles away. If the God of Wealth River led underground, the Sky God crown's sensing power did not work. It was blocked by something. What lies beneath the underground river? Han Sen wanted to find out, but the underground river was at least 10,000 miles long. There were no coordinates either. It was going to be hard to find. While Han Sen was thinking, he suddenly felt something. His mind jumped. His brain pictured something. He saw a woman holding a child rushing to the God of Wealth's area. A few people were chasing her. The person behind her shouted, "Woman, stop running. That child is bad luck. He will harm you and hurt Big Brother." He did not relent in his pursuit. The woman did not speak. She ran for her life. From the look on the woman's face, Han Sen knew that she was dying. She was using all her will to support her flight. Just as she got next to the river, the people in pursuit caught up with the woman holding the child. "Lady, why are you doing this for an unlucky person? Look at what has become of you. Is this really what you want?" One of the people sighed as he spoke to the woman. "Please, I beg you. Just let us live." The woman, holding the child, kneeled and kowtowed before the person. "Lady, it is not like we want to kill you, but this child really is harmful to Big Brother. If he does not die, Big Brother will not get well. You are his wife. You do not want to see something bad happen to him, do you?" The person gave a signal, which led to the others close in on her. "This is our son. Is he really that cruel?" The woman clutched the child while crying. Han Sen thought this was a strange scene. Has something like this really happened in this place of all places? For the most part, the whole planet is controlled by Sky King. Is this woman related to Sky King? Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at the child in the woman's arms. He was shocked. The child was 2 or 3 years old. It was in the woman's arms. Its eyes were open, but it did not cry or shout. That was not the problem. It was the child's face. It looked very cute and pink, but it was bald. Its head displayed 9 different lumps. It sort of looked like a Buddha. Han Sen thought the child looked very familiar. He thought about it for a while and noticed it looked like someone. No way. This child. Is he the reborn burning lamp, the alpha of the Buddha? Chapter 3151 My fate is entwined with this child. Han Sen thought the child looked just like Burning Lamp. He calculated the time from when Burning Lamp died to what the age of that child was now and thought it was a perfect match. It is a shame for this alpha, Burning Lamp, to reborn into such circumstances. Han Sen sighed. Back then, Burning Lamp was able to flip the clouds into rain. He once turned Han Sen into an ant. How powerful was that? It was a shame he might not be able to grow up and live the life of an adult in this life. Han Sen knew that if the little boy was Burning Lamp in his afterlife, past grudges meant nothing. The afterlife was just one's spirit. None of Burning Lamp's persona or memories carried over to define him. In this world, one just had to picture a sheet of paper with lots of text and symbols scrawled on it. Although it contained meaning, if that paper was recycled to remove the text and drawings on the paper, it was just a new sheet of paper. I wonder what Burning Lamp's talents are in this life. Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at Decapitation Queen in her sub-hall. Decapitation Queen immediately said, "I understand." The woman outside was holding her child and pleading for a chance, but the men were determined to kill the child. The man in the center said, "Woman, do not take it out on us for being cruel." After that, they moved to kill the child. The woman had some power, but she had been running for too long. She was like a lantern that had burned through all its oil. She was no longer able to fight her pursuers. "Please, someone save my child. If my child can live, I will gladly die." The woman held her child as her eyes brimmed with desperation and sadness. Seeing the knives about to fall, a "catcha" noise sounded. The heads of the aggressors were suddenly lopped off. Blood soared through the air as their headless bodies slowly crumpled to the ground. The woman's eyes opened wide. She watched what happened in frightened awe. She then saw a giant, bloody guillotine floating in the air. Behind the guillotine was a queen-like doll pulling a cord. The woman was shocked. She looked at Decapitation Queen in horror. Her first impulse was to put her child behind her. Whoever saw Decapitation Queen would not have believed her to be a god spirit sent to save them. She was like a scary gene race that could consume all life. "If you want your child to live, come with me." Decapitation Queen pulled the guillotine toward the god of Wealth River. The woman's face kept changing, but she was determined. For her child's security, she would live no matter what. The woman was still like a lamp that had run out of oil. Now, she was following Decapitation Queen. She had totally used her will to go. Her body was wobbly, so she stumbled a lot. If there had been no will to protect her child, she would not have been able to walk at all. She finally walked to the bank of the river where the god of Wealth Temple resided. Decapitation Queen pointed at the river. "There is a god temple 10,000 miles deep. If you can take your child there, your child will be protected by a god spirit. He will inherit a blood pulse. In this world, no one will be permitted to kill him. If you do not want to go, you are free to leave." After that, Decapitation Queen pulled the guillotine into the river and disappeared. The woman knew her body was not going to last. She would have to rest for a long time before getting her power back. If she swam down with the current state of her body, there was an 80% to 90% chance she would perish. She looked at the child in her arms. The woman's eyes flashed. She stroked the child's cheek. The woman looked to be in the throes of profound sadness as she said, "My child has had a hard life. Even if he escapes today, you and I will still probably die alone. If you can really give my child a blood pulse, would swim through a river of fire and knives to see him receive it. I hope the god spirit will let my child live." After that, the woman kissed the child on his forehead. She picked him up and went into the river. The god of Wealth River was not normal. The woman dived in. She summoned an injured gene race to protect her child so her son would not drown and die. The woman only had that one injured gene race left, and she used to protect the child. She would just have to dive in on her own. In this world, the fitness level of humans was very bad. This woman's fitness level was not too bad. She was able to dive 1,000 miles deep, but it was now becoming a struggle. The woman gnashed her teeth and dived deeper. She felt powerless. Although she gritted her teeth and tried her best, she wanted her own will to push her down deeper and reach the god temple. Some things did not work because of fate's intervention. The woman's body could not hold on. She opened her mouth to breathe, but the water went in. The woman knew it was going to be bad, but she had no other choice. She looked at the child and put all of her power into the child. She wanted to call out his name, but when she tried, water went into her mouth. The heavily injured gene race was controlled by the woman. It was bid to swim down deep into the river. The woman could only watch her child sink into the dark of the river's depths while her vision started to fade. Han Sen watched this happen from his god of Wealth temple and sighed. In the end, the woman decided to give her life up for the child. Decapitation Queen, Han Sen summoned. Decapitation Queen understood what Han Sen wanted. She nodded and left the god temple. Just as the woman's will was going to be snuffed out, a blood-dyed rope came up from the depths of the water. It wrapped her body and pulled her deeper into the river. The woman was shocked, and her consciousness came back a bit. She saw a light. Deep in the river, a god temple was shining with gold. The river water around was kept at bay by the god temple. It enabled a large vacuum zone for it to exist. The rope came at her from the god temple. Decapitation Queen held the other end. Decapitation Queen held the child in her other hand. Cough, cough. My name is Du Rulan. Thank you for saving me. I do not know how to pay you back. The woman fell in front of the god temple's plaza. She got up as she started coughing at Decapitation Queen. Come with me, Decapitation Queen coldly said. She held her child and entered the god temple's main hall. Du Rulan saw the god temple's plaque read, God of Wealth Temple. She was shocked. Decapitation Queen looked strange, but she was a god of wealth. It surprised her. When she walked into the god temple, she noticed Decapitation Queen wasn't the actual god of wealth. There was a god statue at the god altar that looked very powerful. Decapitation Queen did not dare stare at the god statue. She kneeled before the god statue and said, Mister, I brought them. Du Rulan now knew that Decapitation Queen, who looked like a god and a ghost, was just a subordinate of the temple's true master. She kneeled to the god spirit with Decapitation Queen and thanked it for saving her. My fate is entwined with this child, God of Wealth said. Will you allow him to join me? Chapter 3152 Fighting 300 rounds, I am willing to. Du Rulan kowtowed. If you are willing to, Decapitation Queen, you should take him to the side hall and test his blood pulse. Han Sen did not plan on giving Burning Lamp God of Wealth's blood. He wanted it to be given by Decapitation Queen. As to what blood pulse he would give to Burning Lamp, that purely depended on his talent. He was willing to take care of him, but he would not force Decapitation Queen to give him a lifetime of blood pulses for him. When Du Rulan heard the God of Wealth statue speak, she was shocked. She watched Decapitation Queen walk to the side hall. After she thanked him, she followed Decapitation Queen. Du Rulan was from a good family. She saw the side hall's Decapitation Queen statue and knew Decapitation Queen was God of Wealth Temple's sub-god. She felt disappointed. The main god of the temple was the strongest. No matter how good the blood pulse was, obeying the sub-god was as good as the main one. Considering everything that had happened, Du Rulan could not really voice a complaint. It was miraculous enough that she was still drawing breath. Beggars could not be choosers. Decapitation Queen took the little boy to the altar. She placed the boy on it and told him, if you are willing to obey me, pick up the knife and cut one of your fingers. Place your blood on the god stove. Mister, he is still so young. Let me help him. Du Rulan stood up, ready to help him. Suddenly, she was unable to move. She was kept in place by some scary power. This is his choice, Decapitation Queen coldly said. Du Rulan could neither speak nor move. She was looking at her son with a heart that raged like a fire. The little boy was special. After all that had happened, he had not cried and or shouted. He listened to Decapitation Queen and stood up. He picked up the sacrificial knife from the altar and cut his finger. He let the blood drop onto the god stove. Boom! A purple and black fire was on the god stove. It turned into demon fire that shocked the sky. The whole side hall was full of a murderous air. Some of the air rushed out into the sky from the guillotine. Han Sen was in the main hall laughing. Burning Lamp really is Burning Lamp. Although he has been reborn, he is still very special. Thinking of Burning Lamp being able to raise the Buddha from being a no-name race to a race that was full of elites and had almost become a high race, it proved his power was very strong. Mr. Decapitation Queen wants to make a god spirit deal with him, Decapitation Queen said while kneeling before the god of wealth statue. I want to make him an inheritable blood pulse. Sure. Han Sen only said that one word. Decapitation Queen did not hesitate. A purple and black flame arose on the guillotine and doll. They turned into a scary fire that headed for the little boy. The little boy's body was wrapped up by a purple and black flame. His forehead possessed a strange marking that resembled a guillotine. Within that mark, there was another mark that referenced it to be an annihilation god spirit. Decapitation Queen is an annihilation god spirit. Du Rulan was as much shocked as she was happy. She could not believe what she was seeing. A god temple's sub-god was an annihilation god spirit. The main god must have been a supreme existence. She could not imagine how scary it had to be. The gods pity us. My child finally has hope. Du Rulan was so happy that she cried. Han Sen saw the little boy compose a deal with Decapitation Queen. He was now an inheritor of Decapitation Queen's blood pulse. Han Sen's face looked weird as he started to think about some strange scenes. He thought about the little boy growing up to be very kind, just like Burning Lamp Alpha, but his hands would be holding a guillotine, killing countless droves of people. Han Sen thought it would be extremely weird. In the Foam family's castle's little garden, Qin Bai and Bauer were sitting next to each other while playing chess. Bauer, do you know how to play checkers? Qin Bai cockily asked. I can teach you how to play it. Bauer looked at him with disdain. She lifted her lips and said, You learned checkers from my father. Oh, I forgot that, Qin Bai said with a laugh. You are Han Sen's daughter, so how could you not know checkers? That is good. How about we play 300 rounds? I won't let you win once. You need to keep your promise, Bauer said with a smile. You have to play 300 rounds. Of course, you can go first. Qin Bai sounded very confident. He loved playing checkers. If he did not need to practice with his sword, he would not mind playing a few rounds. Bao accepted the challenge. She picked up her chess piece and made the first move. After doing that, Bai Qin thought it was not normal. It felt as if there was a sword air that shocked the sky coming at him. It gave him the feeling that the sky could break. Qin Bai wanted to scream, but he noticed he was unable to move. He watched the sword air that shocked the sky go into his brain. He peed himself. Of course, that was not a real sword air. It was just Bauer's heart sword path. That sword skill was Six Path King's sword skill. Han Sen had learned it as well. He had not mastered it, but he used it now and again. Bauer had learned it from him too. Now, Bauer used the heart sword skill to simulate the wavy sword skill's sword mind. She used it to attack Qin Bai's will to feel the sword skill's sword mind. Learning was very hard, especially for people who did not want to learn. It made it much harder. There was one condition in which people could learn fast and never forget. There was a saying, if one failed once, one would learn from the mistakes to get better. It meant the more disadvantages one had, the more one would remember. It did not make a person smarter. The more it hurt, the easier it was to recall the mistake. Bao used that method. She wanted the crown prince to remember the wavy sword mind. Qin Bai's tragic life had now begun. He noticed he could no longer scream or move. His body was uncontrollably playing a chess game with Bauer. Whenever Bauer made a move, it would become a scary wavy sword mind attacking him. Even though he knew the sword mind would not kill him, it still made Qin Bai experience a lot of pain. The sword mind's pressure was something extremely difficult for most people to endure. The pain from the heart sword was not just pain in the body. Qin Bai had to get attacked by that scary sword skill again and again. Every time it happened, it made Qin Bai feel as if he was dying. He felt absolutely awful. Furthermore, the guards had no idea what was going on. They thought Qin Bai was peacefully playing chess with Bauer. No one knew Qin Bai was suffering pain that was too unbearable for most humans to endure. Teacher Jia Yizhen was in a good mood. Crown Prince Qin Bai was scared of her. No matter how naughty he was, he always listened to her. He always did her homework seriously. This time, Qin Bai had not practiced the sword skills. He had left the palace to go and play. Jia Yizhen was very worried about the future of the Qin kingdom. Chapter 3153 Jia Shizhen hearing that Qin Bai had been playing checkers for 2 days in the Feng family castle, without his ass leaving the chair once to touch the sword, Jia Shizhen was extremely worried. Other kingdoms had many inheritors. There was always a choice in who succeeded the throne. The Qin kingdom only had one crown prince. He was sure to be the next one wearing the crown. If Qin Bai continued his ridiculous behavior, the Qin kingdom's lofty position would likely fall. A bad officer is able to destroy a kingdom. Jia Shizhen kept thinking about that phrase. The officers always spoke those 9 words. After she returned to the Qin kingdom, those 9 words were what Jia Shizhen heard the most. Every time she heard them, it seemed to be connected to Hans and another 2 words she frequently heard. In the beginning, Jia Shizhen had the attitude to not totally trust those words. She did not believe them. After this experience, she was starting to believe that Han Sen was a bad influence. He was a very bad influence. I want to see this reckless nobody and what he is doing to trick Mr. Crown Prince. Jia Shizhen decided to go to Feng Castle. She wanted to meet the very famous bad influencer. Han Sen returned to Feng Castle and saw Bauer playing games with Qin Bai. Bauer seemed happy, but Qin Bai did not look to be faring as well. Feng Yin was watching their engagement with interest. In fact, during the past 2 days, she and Bauer had been playing games with Qin Bai. She had just learned checkers, so she was really interested in it. She thought Qin Bai was like her, which was why she gave up her rest time to play checkers with them. As only God knew that Qin Bai now hated playing chess. For as long as he lived, he never wanted to play another game of chess. He believed he would throw up the next time he heard someone even mention the checkers. Upon seeing a shadow in the garden, Qin Bai looked at Han Sen as if he was asking for help. That look was worse than that of a sheep going to be slaughtered. Han Sen pretended as if he did not know anything. He walked up to Qin Bai and asked, "Crown Prince, are you having fun with Bauer?" Qin Bai felt relieved to gain his freedom. He fell out of the chair. Han Sen immediately picked him up and shockingly asked, "Crown Prince, are you okay?" Qin Bai felt as if he was so angry that he could explode. He was going to yell at Han Senator when he saw Bauer. He felt more fear than anger. He madly whispered to Han Sen, "Han Sen, I treat you like a friend. I treat you nicely. How could you do this to me?" "Mr. Crown Prince, what are you talking about? Why would I want to harm you?" Han Sen looked at Qin Bai and spoke with a tone of shock. "You didn't bring me harm, but why is she treating me like this?" Qin Bai looked at Bauer and sounded weaker. He was scared of quite a few people, including Jia Shizhen, but even she didn't make him this scared. Jia Shizhen was now viewed as being much nicer when compared to Bauer. The girl's pretty face now looked demonic in his eyes. Han Sen seemed to understand. "I thought you wanted to practice with the sword. Bauer is here teaching you the ways of the sword. Is she not? How has she harmed you?" Qin Bai suddenly did not know what to say. Han Sen did not wait for him to formulate a proper response before asking, "Have you been playing chess games with Bauer?" "We have been playing games of chess for 2 days and 2 nights. Qin Bai loudly chomped his own teeth. Han Sen did not wait for him to speak. He looked at Qin Bai with shock and said, "Crown Prince, you really are a man with a mind like steel. It is no wonder you are the Qin Kingdom's crown prince. You will be the greatest leader. You'll be a leader that can conquer the world. A normal person's will is weak. To play a game of chess against Bauer, they would break. Yet you have been playing against Bauer for 2 days and 2 nights. You are strong. You are very strong. I have never admired anyone before, but I have to admire you, Crown Prince." Qin Bai was frozen. He was just a child who loved goofing around. He did not think that sounded right. Seeing Han Sen's shocked face, Qin Bai at least thought it was rather surprising. Cough. Cough. It was nothing. It was just a few rounds of chess. To a crown prince, it is not much of a feat. Based on the way he was now speaking, Qin Bai seemed to enjoy the praise. "Bauer, did I not tell you to allow him to rest? Why do you keep playing chess games with the crown prince? You are so rude." Han Sen looked cold as he told off Bauer. Bauer looked innocent as she said, "I planned on that, but the crown prince wanted to play 300 rounds with me. He is the crown prince. Why would I disobey his wishes? How could you take this out on me?" Bauer's face looked as if she had been wronged. Even Crown Prince Qin Bai felt sorry for her. After thinking about it, he had said something like that to Bauer. He really wanted to slap his mouth. If he had known this would happen, he would not have said something so brash. "I will punish you this time so you will not be so ignorant. You could run into trouble someday." Han Sen looked glum. It was as if he was ready to really teach Bauer a lesson, but he gave her a subtle wink. Han Sen's hand had yet to touch her when Bauer started crying. She was crying as she said, "Crown Prince made me do this. Why don't you punish him instead of me?" "It is fine. It is fine. It was me that did not clarify things. Please, do not punish Bauer." Qin Bai felt really guilty as he spoke. "Go and thank the crown prince. Don't do it again after that. Do you hear me?" Han Sen let Bauer go. "I am so sorry, crown prince. Next time, when you play a game of chess against me, I will let you rest after 10 rounds." Bauer made a promise. When Qin Bai heard that, his legs felt soft. He was shocked. He fell to the ground and shook his head. "No more games. No more games. I will never play chess again." Han Sen thought it was funny. He wanted to say something, but someone suddenly made a declaration from outside the garden. "Mr. Han, Teacher Jia wants to see you." After the person said that, a woman with a cold-looking face walked in. Qin Bai saw the woman. His body started to tremble. He immediately bowed to her and said, "Qin Bai greets Teacher Jia." "You are welcome, Crown Prince." When Jia Shizhen spoke, she did not look at Qin Bai. She looked at Han Senator. He was different from the figure she had often heard about. There were no legends about his remarkable sharp mouth and monkey throat. He looked like a handsome man. His face was very sharp. It was hard to tell his age. Judging from his looks, he looked like he was in his 20s. Jia Shizhen was not someone who determined a person's character via their appearance. Her thoughts of Han Sen did not change because of the way he looked. "Mr. Crown Prince, what are you doing here?" Jia Shizhen did not speak to Han Senator to her. Han Sen was just a rankless, albeit loved, officer. Talking to him made her mouth feel dirty. Chapter 3154 Wavy Sword Mind. Qin Bai looked frightened. He kept stuttering, unsure of what to say. Han Sen said, "Mr. Crown Prince has been practicing sword skills here." "I am addressing the Crown Prince. Since when were you permitted to talk to me?" Jia Shizhen looked into Han Sen's eyes with flickering rage. The way Han Sen spoke was like he was lying without blinking. It enabled Jia Shizhen to confirm that he was a dog without any boundaries. The match of chess was only halfway done. There was no time to put it away. Thus, to still tell her Qin Bai was practicing sword skills was ridiculous. No one would have believed his words, let alone Jia Shizhen. As teacher, I really was practicing sword skills. Jia Shizhen did not believe him, so Qin Bai felt as if he was been wronged. He had suffered so much there, but Jia Shizhen believed he had done nothing but play around. He felt awfully wronged. Seeing Qin Bai lie without blinking, Jia Shizhen's frown tightened. In the past, Qin Bai had always been naughty, but that was fine because he never lied and always admitted to what he had done. Now, Qin Bai's behavior had obviously worsened. It was likely affected by Han Sen, who was a dog. Jia Shizhen was not a dumb fool who had no brain. She did not want to immediately expose Qin Bai. She coldly asked, "How did you practice? Did you run into trouble?" Qin Bai wasn't too sure. He looked at Han Senator. He had been tortured for 2 days, yet he had not held a sword once. He had not combined with the 9-wave fish either. That did not really fill him with courage. Han Sen nodded at him. To learn a sword skill, the most important thing was understanding. Skills and other things were not really important. Bai Qin had been tortured for 2 days by Bauer's simulation of the wavy sword mind. No matter how dumb he was, he should have at least learned something. Qin Bai was not actually dumb. He was just very playful. Qin Bai still looked frightened and desperate for help. Han Sen coughed and said, "The Crown Prince has only been practicing sword skills for the past 2 days. He has not practiced combining with the 9-wave fish. Why don't you test the Crown Prince's sword skills first?" Jia Shizhen did not stop Han Sen this time. She coldly laughed. "This is ridiculous. If there was no combining with the 9-wave fish, he could not feel the water element power and wave power. Without those 2 feelings, the wavy sword skill cannot work. What in the world has he been practicing?" The skills of the universe of kingdoms had to be used when combined with a gene race. Otherwise, a skill was just an empty shell. Jia Shizhen was not inclined to hear Han Sen's nonsense. She did not object. She told Qin Bai, "If you have practiced a sword skill, then show me how you practiced it." Qin Bai's heart did not really have any power in it. He looked at Han Sen, but Han Sen just gave him a sword. He winked at Qin Bai to make sure he could perform the wavy sword skill. Qin Bai gnashed his teeth. He accepted the sword and walked into the field. He was going to perform wavy sword skill. Jia Shizhen did not say a word. She watched Qin Bai's performance. She was not going to be surprised if Qin Bai performed it terribly. She wanted to use this as an opportunity to keep him away from bad people and encourage staying in the company of good people. That was especially true of evil influencers like this dog, Han Senator. It was best for everyone involved if they stopped staying in contact with each other. Jia Shizhen had even composed a speech and thought deeply about how it could prove educational for Qin Bai. Qin Bai was not hopeless when it came to sword skills. After all, he had followed a few teachers for many years. He was not very good, but he could use ordinary sword skills. The wavy sword skill was something he had not practiced much, but he knew what it looked like. He was now performing it. The skill was not done smoothly, so everyone could tell that he had not spent time practicing it. Jia Shizhen looked as if she had expected this result. She was not surprised. She coldly looked at Han Senator. She saw that he was behaving very chill. It was as if Qin Bai's terrible performance had nothing to do with him. She thought the guy had to be incredibly shameless. If the Crown Prince was not allowed to play freely, he could have been spending the time practicing. On top of all this, it did not appear that Han Sen felt guilty. People with an attitude like that must stop having contact with the Crown Prince, Jia Shizhen thought. Seeing Qin Bai looking clumsily performing the wavy sword skill, Jia Shizhen could not bear to watch him much longer. If she did not want Qin Bai to be embarrassed, she would have already stopped him. The formation of the sword skill Qin Bai performed a little later started to surprise Jia Shizhen. When he first started, Qin Bai was too nervous. He had no idea what he was practicing and was freaking out. After trying it out a few times, it was unknown why, but he had started to think about the sword mind performed by Bauer. It was the one that shocked the sky. It was like reading 300 poems from the Tang era. Even if one did not write them down, one could still remember them. Qin Bai could not completely understand the will of the sword mind, but he had been hurt by it. Now, he was performing it. It was kind of close. The more he did it, the smoother it went. Plus, Qin Bai was the sort of person to treat a dead horse as a living horse. He just kept performing. In the beginning, Jia Shizhen did not see the real thing. As Qin Bai started to perform more, that changed. Although his sword skills did not look experienced, within the sword skills, there were elements of the sword mind of wavy sword skill. Jia Shizhen could not believe it. Things like sword wills were very rare in the universe of kingdoms because it drew on power from the outside. Not many people were able to practice like that, so ordinary gene casters went for powers that combined. They did not pay attention to the mind very much. Only some powerful elites would turn their focus to the mind when they reached the zenith of their body's capabilities. At Bai Qin's age, he was not interested in studying. Even if he was, there was no way he could learn the mind. Now, Qin Bai's sword skill featured the mind. Jia Shizhen was shocked. She was unable to believe what she was witnessing. Jia Shizhen had to double-check it more than a few times. She eventually realized that she was correct. There was a sword mind at work in Qin Bai's sword skill. The wavy mind had to be correct. Qin Bai kept displaying the sword skill and showing it to Jia Shizhen. He was that Jia Shizhen looked surprised. He felt really happy about it. Jia Shizhen had trained him for a few years, but he had never seen Jia Shizhen look like this. She used to be very mean to him. She was always harsh and treated him like wood that could not be carved. This was the first time Jia Shizhen had looked at him this way. His confidence was given a major boost. He felt as if he had just eaten a life fruit. He felt as his body was surging with energy. Qin Bai was scared of Jia Shizhen. He was nervous, but the nervousness seemed to suddenly vanish. His sword skills seemed smoother. The wavy sword skills mind was becoming more prominent. Jia Shizhen was becoming more shocked. She could not figure out how Qin Bai's sword skills had developed a sword mind. Chapter 3155 Comparing Sword Skills. Teacher Jia, what do you think of my sword skills? After Qin Bai finished his performance with wavy sword skill, Jia Shizhen looked surprised. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Qin Bai suddenly exploded with confidence. He looked at Jia Shizhen with confidence. Usually, he never dared to talk to Jia Shizhen like that. Now, he was cocky. He did not have the fear he usually harbored. Mister, your wavy sword skills are very good, Jia Shizhen said with a nod. If you combined with the 9-wave fish, you could conduct a miraculous performance. She was very surprised, so she asked, how did Mr. Crown Prince practice in the past 2 days? You have got the wavy sword mind. You are a genius. When Qin Bai heard that, his cockiness was amplified by a few more levels. He did not want to tell her Bauer tortured him to learn it. He made it sound better. You wanted me to learn sword skills, but I did not know where to begin. So, I asked Han Sen for help. He allowed his daughter to practice with me and help train the wavy sword skill. During the past 2 days, I have been practicing sword skills. If you think I'm doing all right, then I guess I succeeded. Qin Bai was a person who could just heal the sky and forget the pain. He thought Han Sen had done well. Even teacher Jia was complimenting him. He never thought something like this could ever happen, so he mentioned Han Sen for him to earn some credit. In a critical moment, Han Sen is the most helpful. If it was not for him, teacher Jia would not be complimenting me. Qin Bai was overjoyed. Jia Shizhen frowned. She looked at Bauer and thought, this little girl is only 4 or 5 years old. How could the crown prince learn a sword mind by practicing with her? I do not believe this one bit. She did not believe it, but Qin Bai did learn a sword mind in 2 days. If he had not practiced, then it would not explain his achievement. It looks like many myths cannot be trusted. This Han Sen might not be as useless as I first suspected. Jia Shizhen looked at Han Sen again. She now put everything on Han Senator. After all, Han Sen had killed Steel Scene. If there was someone who was able to teach Qin Bai a sword mind, it would have had to be Han Sr. Do you know the sword? Jia Shizhen spoke to him with a different tone of voice. I know a bit, but I am not very good. Han Sen was being very honest. Han Sen's sword and mind skills were not as good as Six Paths King. He was not as good as Lone Bamboo either. They were the real swordsmen. Han Sen did not put much effort into learning the sword skills. Words like that going into Jia Shizhen's ears seemed wretched. To be able to teach Qin Bai a sword mind was an extraordinarily difficult thing. No worries. If you do know a few sword skills, why don't we at least compare sword skills? Jia Shizhen really wanted to give it a go. She wanted to know what skills Han Sen had. If he was someone good, then it was fine for Qin Bai to spend more time hanging out with him. If he had used some sort of trick to let Qin Bai learn a sword mind, she could not let Qin Bai hang out with him. The knife and the sword do not have eyes, Han Sen said. I am afraid hurting each other is bad. That's fine, Jia Shizhen said with a frown. You and I can compare sword skills. We don't have to use gene race power. By saying, hurting each other is bad, Han Sen meant it would be bad to hurt her. Jia Shizhen was determined. She did not want to accept his answer. If the teacher really wants this, then I have no choice but to comply. Jia Shizhen did not speak. She picked up 2 swords and threw one to Han Senator. She held one in her hands. When she waved her sword, it was the beginning of wavy sword skill. It was called Calm and Calm. Han Sen watched her perform Calm and Calm. He knew precisely what she meant. Jia Shizhen was going to test out his wavy sword skill. Wavy sword skill was not a very powerful sword skill. Skills in this world were not as great as the ones in the Geno universe. They depended on the outside power too much. It made their own powers possess extraordinary flaws. Aside from some powerful elites, no one could do them both well. Sen already had skills that were similar to that. After he saw Qin Bai's performance, he was already familiar with wavy sword skill. He used the Calm and Calm beginner's skill. When Jia Shizhen watched Han Sen perform the same skill, she frowned. She used Calm and Calm as a beginning skill because she wanted Han Sen to strike first. Han Sen did the same thing as her, which meant he wanted her to go first. She was a teacher of the Qin kingdom, and she was widely renowned for her sword skills. Han Sen's behavior suggested he was underestimating her. Jia Shizhen did not mind that. She readied herself to attack Han Sen first. When it came to the point where she needed to unleash a strike, she wasn't sure where to begin. Han Sen just stood where he was, using the Calm and Calm skill she was very good at. When Han Sen used the skill, it looked fairly average. Yet, when she wanted to attack, she could not discern a single flaw in his performance. When she couldn't find a flaw, it gave Jia Shizhen the feeling of being in a crisis. It was as if she'd receive a deadly counterattack if she dared try to strike. If that happened, the next strike would determine life and death. Jia Shizhen stopped her actions. She looked very serious. She looked at Han Sen's sword skill, wanting to find a breaking point. Try as she might, Jia Shizhen could not help herself from thinking about how incredibly weird Han Sen's wonderful performance of the sword skill was. It was like an endless sea full of danger. It looked like a calm sea, but under the water, many beasts lurked in wait. Jia Shizhen's forehead started to produce sweat. She did not dare move. If she moved, she was afraid she would be the recipient of a very scary counterattack. She never thought calm, which was not a very powerful skill, could produce such a scary mind and atmosphere. Jia Shizhen thought Han Sen was a mysterious individual. She thought the sword skill he used was like an endless sea with many scary tricks and things hiding beneath the waves. Jia Shizhen felt like she could not attack. She felt as if she was a lone human facing an endless sea. The power made her feel small and insignificant. If she was able to use a gene race, she could have used its special powers to fight back. Unfortunately, this was a fight based purely on their sword skills. It made Jia Shizhen's entire body develop a sweat. Her clothes were wet. She was unable to move. If she moved, it felt like Han Sen would cast a deadly skill and kill her. Who is this Han Sen? How can his sword skills be so scary? It was just a very normal skill, yet he has made it so scary. It is no wonder he can teach Qin by a sword mind. Jia Shizhen's impression of Han Sen had radically shifted. Jia Shizhen did not believe someone who had such good sword skills and mind was an evil influencer like a dog. Chapter 3156 Researching Positivity and Negativity. As one Qin Bai looked at Han Sen and Jia Shizhen. He did not understand the very high-level swordsmanship on display, but he could read people's faces. Han Sen looked calm. Jia Shizhen looked serious. She even had a cold sweat. By seeing that, he could tell which of the pair were winning. Han Sen is so awesome. Even teacher Jia cannot beat him. Qin Bai was happy. He had the feeling one felt when finding someone to depend on. This feeling was different from how others experienced it though. There were two types of people around Qin Bai. One type was the good subordinates that made him happy, and the other was like thousand-mile teacher and teacher Jia, who taught him stuff. Because he was not in charge of the kingdom yet, the officers around him did not have too much authority. They were just there to make him happy. They could not really sort out things for him. But the teachers were too hard on him. Every time he saw a teacher, he acted like a mouse seeing a cat. His mother died when he was young. Qin Jingzhen was a good king, so he was always busy with work and did not spend time with his son. When Qin Bai ran into issues, the officers could never help. He never talked about things with his teachers. They would not help him. They would merely tell him off. A person like Han Sen, someone who could support him, was the first person of this type that Qin Bai had ever met. Steel Scene, Thousand Mile Reach, Teacher Jia, and the others annoyed Qin Bai feel, yet Han Sen was able to deal with them just fine. He even suppressed them. The confidence and power he repeatedly saw made Qin Bai feel as if he needed to lean on Han Sen completely. This type of reliance was like a little brother depending on a big brother. Qin Bai was not scared of him. He just relied on him. No matter what he did wrong, he could always ask Han Sen for help. Han Sen would come and make things better for him. Teacher Jia's mood was not as positive as Qin Bai. She was in a place where she could not move forward or backward. Han Sen's calm made her unable to fight back, but she could not just quit like that. They were just frozen where they were. "Dad, I am hungry," Bauer suddenly said with a blink. When Han Sen heard her, he put his sword away. He smiled. "Mr. Teacher, why don't we stop here for today?" Teacher Jia felt an immediate wave of relief hit her. The pressure was gone. She looked at Han Sen weirdly. After a while, she seriously said, I lost. I will come and ask you for further demonstrations of sword skills another day. Jia Shizhen was no longer seemed as proud as she had earlier. Her tone of voice had changed. On her way back, Teacher Jia kept thinking about what happened with Han Senator. She found it very hard to believe. That very famous dog of Jade Wall City had such a powerful sword skill. In 2 days, he had managed to make that troublesome student, Qin Bail, learn a sword mind. All of that did not sound like the same Han Sen she had heard about from other people. Teacher Jia, the mister has asked you to come to the study. When Jia Shizhen returned to the manor, Qin Jingzhen summoned her to the palace. Did you go meet Han Sen? Only Qin Jingzhen and Jia Shizhen were inside the study. The other maids and guards were kicked out by the king. Jia Shizhen nodded. Yes, my king. I met him today. What do you think about him? Qin Jingzhen asked. Jia Shizhen quietly said, he is unpredictable. It is hard to grasp his aim with accuracy. Why do you ask? Qin Jingzhen sighed. He is getting closer and closer to my son. Ergo, I wish to know more about him. Do you think it is good or bad for my son to remain close to him? When Jia Shizhen heard him, she thought about it seriously. She did not answer his actual question. She asked, do you know where he came from? Qin Jingzhen shook his head. I have already had others investigate him. There is not much information to be learned. I only know that he is a villager from Big God Mountain. There is nothing else to be learned about him. Jia Shizhen looked serious. I see. I think it would be best if the crown prince does not remain too close to him. What makes you say that? Qin Jingzhen asked. Jia Shizhen replied, he is unknown, and his power is horridly strong. If he helps the Qin kingdom and the crown prince, he will be a magnificent ally. If he does not help, he could do great harm to the Qin kingdom. It would be best to keep some distance. When he heard her, Qin Jingzhen nodded and said, what you said makes sense. There is one thing about Han Sen I should tell you, and do not repeat this to anyone else. What is it? Jia Shizhen looked surprised. Qin Jingzhen rarely spoke like this. Qin Jingzhen said, Teacher Jian is next to Han Sr. Jia Shizhen could not react. She was shocked. When she was able to clear her mind, she happily asked, what are saying? Is it Jian Bugu, Teacher Jian? Before Qin Jingzhen could answer, Jia Shizhen said, it is no wonder this has happened. Han Sen must be a student of Teacher Jian. That has to be why his sword skills are so good. With Teacher Jian's student to teach the Crown Prince, Mr. Crown Prince will grow up to be a great man. Qin Jingzhen had a wry smile. You are wrong, teacher. What do you mean? How I am wrong? Jia Shizhen asked with confusion. Qin Jingzhen's expression descended into being weirder and weirder. He looked at Jia Shizhen and slowly said, Han Sen is not Teacher Jian's student. Teacher Jian is with him. He claims he is Han Sen's servant. What? Jia Shizhen was frozen like a wooden chicken. She opened her mouth wide and could not think straight. Qin Bai did not stay in the Feng family's castle. He was still afraid of Bauer. Whenever he looked at Bauer, all he could see was an angry dog. He wanted to avoid her the best he could. After Bai Qin left, Han Sen played a bit with Bauer. After eating dinner, he went off to do his own things. He wanted to research the positives and negatives of combined skills. The Reverse Cold Sutra did not have a suitable gene race, so he could not practice it. These days, Han Sen had already researched the core components of the Reverse Cold Sutra. He focused on the positives and negatives of the combined skills. He researched them for a long time. Han Sen wanted to use Night God No Moon's experience to put his Blood Pulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra together. He wanted to see if he could craft a power that might break the world. After all, the two of them were different skills. Night God No Moon's experience could be used as a reference, but most of the time, Han Sen had to depend on his own ability of modification. Han Sen had to find a way to combine the negatives and the positives. His progress was not going in leaps and bounds. It would be great if I could find a gene race that was suitable for practicing the Reverse Cold Sutra. Han Sen started to look at the God fights. If he was able to get first place in the God fights, he could earn a rare gene race. If the element fit, he could practice the Reverse Cold Sutra with it. Even if the element did not fit, he could use it for the Caste God Court or perhaps even match it with the Dongxian Sutra or the Story of Genes. At the very least, it would certainly be of some use. Chapter 3157 Rocky D. When it came to dealing with positive and negative skills, the biggest problem was striking a fine balance. The power of the Xian Yellow Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra had to be perfectly balanced if they were to be merged. That was integral. In the universe of kingdoms, Han Sen was unable to use the Blood Pulse Sutra's power unless he broke the rules of suppression that dictated the world. Breaking the rules was the only way he could use of Blood Pulse Sutra. Even so, in a situation in which one power received support from the rules of the world and the other was repelled by the powers of the world, wanting to strike a perfect balance between the two powers was extraordinarily difficult. Because of God's warning, Han Sen did not want to destroy the rules of the world. That had become obvious. Thus, his careful practice wasn't yielding many results. While Han Sen was practicing, a servant of the Feng family came running up to him and informed him about the peculiar guest. "Mr. Han, I believe there is a Mr. called Rock that wants to see you. He told me that he wishes to talk about some business exchange with you or something like that." "Bring him to the conference room," Han Sen quietly said. When Han Sen went to the conference room, he saw a man waiting there. That man was wearing a black suit. His entire body and image were strikingly tidy. His suit did not have any wrinkles. His shoes were as polished as the surface of a mirror. Atop his head was a black top hat. When he looked at the face beneath the brim of the top hat, the most impressive thing to see was two mustaches. People who had a beard usually were dirty and wild. This man had two little black mustaches that made people think they were suitable on his face. Without those two little mustaches, he would have looked less manly. With those two little mustaches, the man was very attractive and mature. His eyes were as black as the night. It gave the man a charm and allure that was difficult to describe. When Han Sen looked at the man, he had to confess that his first impression was him being a man who left a good impression. "Hello, Mr. Han. I am Rocky D. It is nice to meet you." The man saw Han Sen walk in, so he stood up. He took off his top hat and brought his other hand forward to shake with him. He was very polite. Being appreciative of his manners, Han Sen saw no reason to reject a nice, friendly handshake. Therefore, he merrily shook Rocky D's hand. He could not help but immediately remark how Rocky D was such a gentleman when it came to the art of shaking hands. His touch on Han Sen's hands was very gentle, and the shake was graceful. He shook Han Sen's hands softly and let go. Han Sen let Rocky D sit down before asking, "So, why you have come all this way looking for little old me?" Rocky D replied, "Mr. Han, it has come to our attention that you recently killed Decapitation Queen of my God Chaos Party. It is because of this villainous act that the leader has asked me to come here in search of compensation." "Oh? What sort of compensation should I give you?" Han Sen was shocked. He was not shocked because Rocky D was from God Chaos Party, as there were weirder things than that. It was really strange to know that Rocky D had simply come looking for him in such a fashion. Rocky D seriously said, "There is a saying that if you take a life, you pay back with life. If you owe someone money, you pay them back with money. The God Chaos Party has been fair. You killed Decapitation Queen, so we lost a good member. We hope you, Mr. Han, can join the God Chaos Party to replace her position and call things even. That sounds fair, but I am not interested in joining the God Chaos Party, Han Sen said. Rocky D was not aggravated by the rejection. He maintained his elegance and smiled. That is okay. If you do not think that will work, I have another suggestion. Tell me. Han Sen looked at Rocky D with interest. Rocky D looked sincere as he said, if you keep working for the party, it will be hard for you. Decapitation Queen was one of our core members. She cannot have died for nothing. So, I have a way to resolve this. You must do 3 things for the God Chaos Party. Accomplish these tasks, and we will call things even. What do you think? What 3 tasks do you have in mind? Han Sen asked. Rocky D said, I don't know yet. But do not worry, the God Chaos Party will never force someone to do something impossible. It will be something within your capabilities. Sorry, I never agree to things I don't know the details of, Han Sen said. Rocky D dimly looked at Han Sen and asked, does that mean you are not planning to compensate us for what you owe? I owe people many things. If I was to pay everyone back, I would die many times over. How could I still be alive? Han Sen did not plan on agreeing. He just nodded. I hope you rethink this decision. If you change your mind, call this number. This number will work before midnight. Rocky D gave Han Sen a card and said, excuse me. After all that, Rocky D put his top hat back on, patted his clothes down, and exited the room. Be polite first and then be mean. This God Chaos Party is interesting. Han Sen looked at the card. The card was made of black metal. Rocky D's name was written on it. There was a number on the back, and below, there were a few words. It said, God Chaos Party's Minister of Foreign Affairs. He turned the metal card over. There were no words on the backside. There was just the symbol of a clown. When Han Sen saw the symbol, it looked familiar. He had seen that somewhere before, but he did not remember where. The clown symbol was dark red. It looked as if it was jumping or running. Its face was turned 90 degrees, so it was looking forward. Atop its head was a clown hat. The clown's eyes were like moons. Its lips were up. It had a weird smile that made people feel rather uncomfortable. Han Sen thought he had seen this clown symbol before. He was certain of it. As he held the card, he tried to remember where he saw it. After a while of brainstorming, he recalled where he had last seen that symbol. In the beginning, he, Exquisite, and Li Kier had entered a crystallizer laboratory in the core area. He had spent some time there with the big and small crocodile gods. It was there that he discovered many crystal cans the crystallizers used for their tests. It was there Han Sen saw the remains of an arm. It was on that arm there was the tattoo of a clown. No. It was not just similar. It was the same. I remember the size was almost similar. Is that just a coincidence? Han Sen thought it was weird. He looked at the clown symbol as he receded into deep contemplation. He remembered the arm and bones had some text. The content stated, M67 test subject has mutated. The test results are unknown. Number 7586 core created God plan failed. It was some information like that. Chapter 3158 Death Silhouette. The crystallizers were powerful, but they were not strong enough to overcome reincarnation. How were they connected to the God Chaos Party? Han Sen wondered. He could not figure out why. Han Sen was certain about one thing. Rocky D's phone number only worked before midnight. It meant that after midnight, the God Chaos Party would deal with him in their own way. Regarding the God Chaos Party, Han Sen wouldn't dare be careless in their presence. Back in the day, they were almost able to usurp the god spirits. Their might was not inferior to Qin Xiu. Han Sen was also restricted by the rules of the world. Even if he did not pay heed to God's warning, breaking the rules of the world would not provide Han Sen much of an advantage due to the short amount of time his rule-breaking would last. Han Sen spent his time researching the positive and negative combination skills, waiting for the clock to strike midnight. In an old building, Rocky D was waiting in a living room. There was a big bell in the living room. He was waiting for that hour to come as well. Mr. Minister, just kill Han Senator, why even give him a chance? Next to Rocky D, there was a maid-like creature. She was not described as a human because her head possessed a black draconic horn. Rocky D smiled. The God Chaos Party failed last time because we underestimated the power of humans. This time, we are going to try our best to control the powerful humans. We will not allow the god spirits to take advantage of them. I see. Mr. Minister is very smart. The maid looked at Rocky D with admiration. Rocky D sighed. Han Sen was able to kill Decapitation Queen and destroy Breakhead Temple because his power is as strong as the 12 main gods. It is a shame that his power is hard for us to use. Mr. Minister, are you saying he is not going to call? If he isn't going to, why are we waiting this long? The maid was shocked. Well, there is no need to be super hasty. Besides, he is a genius. It is a firm belief of mine that geniuses like Han Sen should always be given a chance to prove themselves. Rocky D looked deeply into the clock as he spoke. Time went by, second after second. When all the needles pointed to 12, the bell made some dong sounds. After it rang 12 times, Rocky D got up off his couch and sighed. The God Chaos Party has not received fresh blood and a bright mind to join in a long time. I was hoping to have a good start with Han Senator. I was hoping something might happen between us. But I'm afraid, the maid's eyes opened wide. She happily waited for Rocky D to say something. Her eyes looked sparkly. Mr. Minister, are you going to use that? Rocky D did not answer. He raised his right hand. He looked at his hand seriously. His fingers were very long and powerful. They looked awfully pretty. His hand did not have a single scar or scratch on it, neither was his hand old and wrinkly. It was the sort of hand that could be a hand model. On that beautiful hand, a black flame arose. It was like some demon air from hell. In fact, it was not just his hand. Rocky D's entire body burned with a strange, black flame. The look on his face had changed. His eyes brimmed with passion. His other hand reached into the sky. A paper appeared. Rocky D mumbled, "The art of light and shadow. The passionate strikes between life and imagination. It gives the lifeless things the most beautiful of souls." Death silhouette. His right hand's black flame gathered up quickly. It was like Han Sen's shadow was jumping in that black flame. Han Sen was in the Feng family's garden when he felt it. He looked at his right hand and felt something, but it only lasted a second. Does that mean? When I shook hands with Rocky D today, Han Sen thought of something, which made him frown. In the living room, Rocky D held his right hand. The black flame generated the shape of scissors. He held them in his hand. In the next second, Rocky D's eyes glowed. The paper and scissors started to move. The action was incredibly fast and elegant. There was a crazy amount of cutting going on. It unfolded like a dance. One could almost see the countless shadows of the hand. It was like a demon that had many arms. It only happened in a moment. The very square, white paper was cut into a human-shaped body, and the white paper turned into black. Upon looking closer, one noticed death silhouette was the side of Han Sen's face. Even though it was just a black shadow, there was no face or emotion displayed. Anyone who knew Han Sen would be able to recognize it was him. It is no wonder you are Mr. Minister. No matter how many times I watch this, death silhouette just blows me away. The maid looked at Rocky D with nothing short of sheer admiration. Rocky D did not seem to listen to the maid's compliments. He was very focused. His eyes looked at the silhouette passionately. It was like he was admiring his own handiwork. What a shame. Such an interesting soul is going to disappear like this. After that, the silhouette's right-hand scissors turned into a jumping black fire. It was like some purgatory fire that was burning. Han Senator Rocky D looked at the silhouette. He then moved it to the black fire. The silhouette that touched the black fire was ignited. His feet started to burn. At the same time, Han Sen, who was in the garden, started to burn with an invisible fire that started in his feet. It wrapped up his feet and quickly started to spread higher. The black fire was very weird. It seemed to burn hard, fast, and violently. Despite that, Han Sen's clothes weren't actually immolated. His legs weren't really on fire either. Han Sen started to feel some kind of pain that came from deep within his soul. He felt as if his legs were being charred into dust. It made people like him, who had such a strong will, feel so much pain that he wanted to scream. His body trembled. Han Sen's face changed. He immediately cast the Xian Yellow Sutra, wanting to get rid of that weird, black flame that suddenly sought to claim him. Quite concerningly, the Xian Yellow Sutra did not work on the black flame. Within the blink of an eye, the black flame had already reached his thighs. Below his thighs, he could not feel anything. His legs were still there, but he did not feel anything at all. Without even thinking, Han Sen summoned the Sky God crown. He wore it and became an annihilation god of wealth. He went back to the God Temple for a retreat. He used the God Temple and Sky God crown's God Spirit power to fight the black fire. All of that started to work. Under the God Spirit's power, the black fire was suppressed. It could not spread any further, but it was not extinguished. It still ravaged where it could. The paper man in Rocky D's hands was like that too. The black fire stopped around his thighs. The flames could not go any higher. Very good. Let me, the paper god Rocky D, have a look at how strong you really are. Rocky D's eyes were suddenly burning. The black fire coming out of his eyes was like a volcanic erupting. Chapter 3159 Breaking the World. Breaking the World. Underworld silhouette, Rocky D coldly shouted. The black flames on his body turned white. The flames were strong. They were like ice that could not be broken. The black paper man was burned by the white fire, which turned it white. It was wrapped up by the white fire. The white fire was burning on Han Sen's body too. The scary fire felt like it was ravaging his soul. The God Temple and the God of Wealth's power were insufficient. They could not keep the white fire at bay. The light of the God Temple started to go dim. Mr. Decapitation Queen's body had a purple fire burning with God light. The guillotine and doll shone with a lot of God light. It helped the God Temple and Han Sen fight the scary white power. They fought it together. It made the invasive white fires slow their encroachment. Even so, the white fires were still slowly consuming Han Sen's soul. The white fire did not physically damage the body. To God spirits, it still dealt an incredible amount of damage. This is the break world power. Han Sen suddenly thought it was familiar. It was the same feeling when Night God No Moon used break world power, but both of their elements were different. This layer of power could not be misidentified. Han Sen still felt that this power was weaker than Night God No Moon break world power. It was not as scary as he thought it might end up being. Without a shadow of a doubt, Han Sen broke the suppression of the world's rules and entered Super God Spirit mode. Only Super God Spirit mode could fight the break world power. The burning white fire came out of Han Sen's eyes. It spread all over his body. It turned his body into a white shadow. His body looked as if it was no longer solid. The power of Super God Spirit mode was finally able to put an end to the fires that corroded his spirit. Han Sen's eyes flashed. The entire world's substance chains were in his eyes. His hands were going toward those substance chains. It broke the white fire's substance chains. The white flame on him was suddenly extinguished. Stillness and silence returned. With the absence of the white flame, there were no scorch marks left behind. It was like he had never been on fire. In the living room of an old house, Rocky D's white paper man was suddenly turned to dust. Rocky D coughed up some blood. Interesting. He was able to break my underworld silhouette. It is no wonder he was able to kill Decapitation Queen. Rocky D's eyes flashed with surprise. He put out his red tongue and wiped away the blood. A flare of excitement started to cross his face. That is good. This beginning is quite interesting. Han Sen, you have what it takes to be my prey. Super God Spirit mode provided invincibility. Han Sen was finally able to extinguish the white flame that plagued his body, but it didn't bring him any joy. God Chaos Party was scarier than he had imagined. He was not allowed to use the Super God Spirit mode to sort out his problems all the time. I must learn the break world power quickly, Han Sen thought. The God altar moved. A man stood atop the God altar. It was God, who Han Sen was very familiar with. He was the superior being that controlled the Geno Hall. You broke the rules again. God looked at Han Sen as he spoke. I had to. People from the God Chaos Party tried to kill me. I could not just stand by and do nothing. Han Sen shrugged. God blinked. It looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling. I am okay with it, but 2 worlds are suffering damage because of you. When the worlds are destroyed, don't say I did not warn you. Is it really that bad? Han Sen did not believe his breaking the rules could cause so much damage. Qin Xiu must have done it a lot in the past. You have been in this universe for quite a while of time now, haven't you? God asked. Therefore, being the curious being that you are, you must know quite a bit about this world and how it operates by now. Am I correct? If so, have you heard about how this universe came to have so many God pulses and gene eggs in the first place? Regarding that, I heard the reason that there are so many God pulses and gene eggs is that the Geno universe had too many God spirits die, Han Sen said. That is one of the reasons. The opposite of a creature being born is dying. God pulses and land pulses are not. God paused and asked, how about that? After your fight with Qin Xiu, the 2 universes underwent big changes. What became clear to us was that creatures grow quickly. Things that were not supposed to be here have shown up far too early. Is this connected to me breaking the rules of the universe? Han Sen asked. To be accurate, these mysterious and weird scenes that happen are because the universe itself is in a fixing and balancing mode. The powers that should not be here have been activated. It's like humans using their potential. If this keeps going, and the universe becomes exhausted, the universe cannot go back to running how it has been. That means the machine of the universe will stop operating. When that happens, there will be darkness and destruction. That sounds very complicated, but I don't care, Han Sen said. I can stop breaking the rules of the world, but you need to make sure I don't die in here. Before God could speak, Han Sen smiled and said, God Chaos Party's minister has a frightening amount of power. Even with Moment God, he cannot be beaten. How did you guys defeat the God Chaos Party in the past? God knew what Han Sen was getting at, but he still said, it is very simple. What makes you think God spirits need to give blood pulses to humans? Are you saying humans give power to the God spirits for the God spirits to be stronger and perhaps even use break world powers? Han Sen did not quite believe it. Break world powers are too destructive and tolling on the universe. God spirits cannot use the power. As protectors of the universe, God spirits can use this world's power, whether from humans or gene races, to aid them. It's like you having Decapitation Queen. When she became your sub-god, your god powers actually became stronger. She can also use her powers to assist you in combat. In that capacity, humans are similar. The more you have on your side, the more they achieve. The power they can give you can also be more. What level must I reach to challenge the members of God Chaos Party? That was what Han Sen cared about. That is very simple. Your god of wealth is not a fighting god spirit, so it is a bit weak on that front. You could destroy the 8 annihilation god spirits and make them your sub-gods, but it would be best if they were 8 wild annihilation god spirits instead. Then, fighting Rocky D would be easy. God laughed. Han Sen rolled his eyes. Wow, you sure make it sound easy as pie. How am I supposed to find wild annihilation god spirits with ease? It isn't easy. If it was, the God Chaos Party would not have just almost broken the Geno Hall. He made the last leader reopen the universe to destroy the God Chaos Party. God sighed. Chapter 31 60 Humans that should not exist. Han Sen hurriedly asked, what? The universe was rebooted once. Is this the consequence of it being rebooted? Does this mean everything in the universe has to start from scratch? God shook his head. It's not like that. Reboot God spirits can reboot things, but they cannot really return the universe to how it was in the beginning. There is so much I could explain, but I don't have the time to tell you everything. Aren't you a reboot God spirit? How can you not explain your own powers? Han Sen looked at God with a look of disbelief. God seriously said, I really am a reboot God spirit, and I can reset things. But do you know the price it costs to reboot the universe? What price would you pay? Han Sen asked. Didn't I tell you the last temple owner rebooted the universe? God asked with a smile. Han Sen froze. He suddenly realized something. God meant that the last Geno Hall owner activated the universe reboot powers. That was why he was the last one. Han Sen looked at him strangely as he asked, are you saying you are the leader of the Geno Hall now? God nodded and said, it is lucky you aren't too dumb. Even if I have reboot powers, the consequences of me rebooting are something that not even I can comprehend. After pausing, God went on to say, rebooting the universe did not sort out our issues with the God Chaos Party. We dealt great damage to the God Chaos Party, but most of God Chaos Party's members were reborn to become new creatures without any connection to their past life. Unfortunately, some fish were able to escape the net. After all these years, they have grown up again. When the God spirits were rebooted, they suffered a lot as well. The God spirits that had already reached their zenith were beaten back down to their paltry beginnings. They had to start their own developments all over again. Because the universe was rebooted, the resources of the universe were quite lacking as well. The God spirits evolved very slowly. Otherwise, in the past, when you looked at the high-level God temples, there would not be just one main God. After saying that, God laughed. The universe was messed up by you and Qinxiu. To God spirits, it has provided an opportunity. The resources they have been able to get in the universe are far more than before. They were able to grow up fast. Many God spirits have been able to get back into their prior prime. Han Sen looked at God and said, I have some questions. Why did the humans of the universe of kingdoms earn the protection of God's spirits or even have the ability to become a god to fight alongside them? Why are humans only able to make a wish and get scammed in the Geno universe? These were questions he had been unable to determine answers for. The treatment of beings in both universes was vastly different. God looked at Han's senator after a while. He replied, "The Geno universe did not used to have humans. Still, there should be no humans. Humans should only belong in the universe of kingdoms." What does that mean? Han Sen did not understand. The universe of kingdoms is positive, God slowly said. The Geno universe is negative. Humans, these creatures, only belong to the positive. They should not exist in the negative world. Han Sen froze when he heard that. He finally understood. Indeed, the Geno universe did not have any humans. They were able to go there because of Qin Xiu, but they were not really humans. To use a saying of the modern world, the universe of kingdoms was like the real world. It was yang. The Geno universe was yin. It was hell. How could human beings go to hell? Therefore, humans could not have and should not have existed in the Geno universe. Of course, that was just a saying. In fact, there was no saying about yin and yang. Both of them were living worlds. It was just that one was positive and the other was negative. If I were you, I would find a way to level up God powers instead of breaking the rules of the universe all the time. God patted Han Sen on the shoulder. Han Sen wanted to say something. When he turned around, God was gone. Han Sen had sensed that God had been busy lately. The last 2 times he saw him, he had arrived almost as quickly as he left. It seemed as if he was squeezing in chats in between other important tasks that demanded his attention. It looks like the God Chaos Party is really giving him a headache. Han Sen felt bad for him. He shook his head in dismay. He had a headache too. Rocky D was still alive. In the God Chaos Party, there were sure to be scary existences that rivaled or even surpassed him. He was now an enemy of the God Chaos Party. Han Sen suspected his life was going to get a whole lot more miserable. No matter what, I am going to find 8 sub-gods. I need more people backing me up. God was right. I cannot keep breaking the rules for every fight. Even if the universe can endure it, I myself never can. Han Sen's heart jumped when he thought about that. He thought about the god spirits in the Sea of Soul. He did not care about other god spirits. Inside his Sea of Soul was an annihilation class moment god. I don't know if I can summon my god spirit to be a sub-god god spirit. It will be great if I can. That is one of the 12 main gods. It should be able to be a sub-god in my temple. It is a shame there are no free god bases, and I cannot test it. After Han Sen thought about it, he felt a headache come on. If he wanted a god base, he required more members. Members brought back powers to assemble more god bases. Han Sen only had 1 member in his God of Wealth temple. It was the little bald baby who looked like burning lamp. The only problem he had was that he was a bit too small. If he ever wanted him to be useful, he might have to wait many years. No. I will have to get a few members that can give me things immediately. Han Sen thought about Feng Yin again. Yin has great potential. Even if she doesn't, I can make her stronger. I will recruit her at the God of Wealth temple first. After thinking about it, he departed the God of Wealth temple. He went straight to the Feng family's castle. Sanmu, are you okay? When Feng Yin saw Han Sen return, she worriedly looked at him. She and Bauer had seen Han Sen be burned by a black flame. She was worried, so she stayed in the garden waiting for him to return. I am fine. Han Sen seized this opportunity to ask, by the way, Yin, what god spirit blood pulse do you have? I don't have a god spirit blood pulse, Feng Yin said. My auntie says she will find me the best of the best sonic class god spirit blood pulse, but she hasn't had much luck. Therefore, I do not have a god spirit blood pulse. I only have a blood pulse from a land pulse. She looked at Han Sen with curiosity and asked, why are you asking me that? I know of a god temple, Han Sen said. The god spirit there is very good. If you are willing to, I can help you inherit the god spirit's blood pulse. Sure. What kind of god spirit is it? Feng Yin trusted Han Sen, so she agreed. She still wanted to know what kind of god spirit it was. It's god of wealth. Han Sen gave her the title. Feng Yin did not say anything. Feng Fei rushed over, shouting, no. Absolutely not. Yin is very talented in music. She cannot go with god of wealth. Her god spirit blood pulse must be sonic class. Chapter 3161 The Test of Feng Yin's Talent. Feng Fei walked over and told Han Sen, Mr. Han and Fei, I understand your noble intentions, but little Yin's sonic talents are exceptional. We still hope she can receive a sonic god spirit blood pulse. Aside from the reason Han Fei pointed out, there was an additional reason that she merely felt bad for suggesting. The god of wealth Han Sen suggested was something Feng Fei had never of before. Besides the fact it wasn't one of the 12 annihilation class main gods, there wasn't a god of wealth amid the famous disaster god spirits. Feng Fei had explored for many years, hoping to find a sonic annihilation god spirit blood pulse for little Yin, but annihilation god spirit blood pulses were hard to find. Even if Feng Yin's talent tempted the spirits, the 12 annihilation god spirits were controlled by the kings of the 7 kingdoms. Commoners had no chance of praying for a god spirit blood pulse. Among the 12 annihilation god spirits, there were only 2 connected with sonic powers. One was a pure sonic god spirit, and the other one only had a connection to it. Feng Fei had been busy on Feng Yin's behalf. She hoped she would be able to one day have her try inside the pure sonic god spirit's temple. It was a shame that the sonic god spirit was owned by the kings of the Chu kingdom. Only the royals of the Chu kingdom could go into that god temple and pray for a blood pulse. Feng Fei had tried her best, but she was never successful. There was still a chance with the other god spirits, and Feng Fei had left home because of that. God never answered prayers. For some reason, Feng Fei failed. She had only recently returned. After that, Feng Fei had some ideas. She believed some methods would enable her to have a chance with Feng Yin. Auntie, it is fine, Feng Yin said with a laugh. The god spirit Sanmu has introduced me to must be good. She did not just say that because she trusted Han Senator. She did not want Feng Fei to incur so much trouble on her behalf. Feng Yin knew Feng Fei had suffered a lot because of her tireless search for a god spirit blood pulse. She had given it a lot of effort. Feng Fei was one of the most popular singers. To do something this big, she also had to beg a lot of people. She would have probably suffered much in her struggle. As a result, Feng Yin felt bad for her. Thus, she did not want her to continue suffering on her behalf. Feng Fei quickly said, I know the god spirit Mr. Han has suggested cannot be too bad, but your musical talents are more than exceptional. If you earn the element from another god spirit blood pulse, it will be a waste of your natural gift. After hearing Feng Fei say that, Han Sen did not know what to say. He knew Feng Fei's musical talents were extraordinary. It really was a shame if she was unable to get a sonic god spirit to capitalize on her talent. Han Sen also wanted to find a sonic sub-god to be in the God of Wealth temple, but he did not think he could get that done anytime soon. Feng Fei probably wouldn't believe in an empty promise. Seeing Han Sen not insist any further, Feng Fei felt relieved. She stroked Feng Yin's head and said, "Don't worry, Yin. I know where to get you a god spirit blood pulse. You just need to give me another month and a half, and you will have a god spirit blood pulse." Although Han Sen did not believe her, he did not say anything about it. Even if Feng Fei did give Feng Yin a chance, she would only get a complete blood pulse. It would not be a blood pulse that could be inherited, so it was not very meaningful. They were both annihilation class. God of Wealth, however, was not Sonic class. Feng Fei would have a blood pulse that could be inherited. They were very different from each other. This was something Han Sen could not push. He just needed to convince Feng Fei. He could not rush it. He needed Feng Yin to go on his side. He could not allow Feng Yin to start obeying other god spirits. The next day, Feng Fei was in a rush to go again. Based on her expression, there was an 80% to 90% chance she was going to do something for Feng Yin. Not long after Feng Fei was gone, Feng Yin ran to Han Sen and seriously asked, "Sanmu, can you take me to the God of Wealth temple?" "Of course, I can. Don't you need to confirm this with your auntie? Doesn't she need to agree?" Han Sen did not want Feng Fei and Feng Yin to fall out with each other because of this. Han Sen knew that Feng Fei really adored Feng Yin. After all, Feng Yin lost her mother when she very young. Feng Fei was the one who raised her. She was a cousin, but the relationship was more like that of a mother and daughter. "Actually, it is because I do not want Auntie to be busy on my behalf. She never tells me, but I know the god spirit she begs for me is very nice. I like it too, but that god temple belongs to a king of the Qin kingdom that has a different name. That king with a different surname happens to like little Auntie. I am afraid." After saying that, Feng Yin suddenly stopped talking. Han Sen understood what she meant. He admired Feng Yin's sensitivity. She was so young, but she saw a lot. It was no wonder she was Xiang Yin reborn. "Okay, I will take you to the God of Wealth temple," Han Sen said with a smile. "The God of Wealth is not a Sonic god spirit, but he will not disappoint you." "Sanmu has never disappointed me," Feng Yin said with a blink of her eyes. It was too late to take Feng Yin to the gold crystal system, so Han Sen used the sky god crown. He picked up Bauer and Feng Yin and took them into the God of Wealth temple. They appeared on the altar. Feng Yin looked at Han Sen with shock. "How did you do that? How can you go to a god temple from home so quickly?" "It is because this is my god temple," Han Sen said with a smile. "I can come and go as I please." "Your god temple? Are you a god spirit, Sanmu?" Feng Yin looked at Han Sen with curiosity. "Kind of," Han Sen replied. "This god statue does not look like you." Feng Yin looked at the God of Wealth statue. It was Han Sen's god statue, and it was made from a god base. Han Sen was wearing the sky god crown, which was how he had become a god spirit. He was not actually a god spirit, which was why the god statue did not look like him. The god statue's face was very blurry, so no one could really identify it. The sky god crown on the god statue's head was the same as the sky god crown on his head. "Put 1 drop of your blood onto the god stove." Han Sen did not explain things further. He pointed at the stove on the gold altar. Feng Yin nodded. She walked to the stove and picked up a knife. Her nervous hands trembled. "Don't worry," Han Sen said. "This place is mine. No matter what your talent is, you can get an inheritable blood pulse." "Thank you, Sanmu." Feng Yin was not as nervous now, so she cut her finger and dropped some of her blood onto the god stove. A moment later, the god stove played a god sound. Some gold light was released. A tree of gold light appeared out of the stove. The gold tree shot up into the sky. It had many different coins on it. It was a money tree. Chapter 3162 God of Wealth Blood Pulse. He knew it was just an illusion and a weird scene. Still, seeing the money tree with lots of coins hanging from its boughs and feeling the aura of the gold money tree and a sky full of stars made him open his eyes wide. The coins on the money tree fell off. They were going straight for Feng Yin. They melted into her body. Her body was given a god spirit mark that resembled a coin. It immediately started to shine. Its voluminosity grew brighter and brighter. The tree full of coins fell. It all melted into Feng Yin's body. At the same time, the sky god crown received a wonderful message. Spirit strength, 10-star gene potential, 10-star compatibility, 9-star overall, S-class blood pulse inheritor. Do the god spirits use this to decide who to give their blood pulses to? At the same time, Han Sen received even more messages from the sky god crown. There were options for giving the person's blood pulse. There were 4 choices: 1 corner, broken, perfect, and inheritor. 1 corner meant 1 god spirit blood pulse would be given at random. It was the lowest level a god spirit blood pulse could impart. It gave a person a small god spirit blood pulse. It did not do much. It just made people a beginner-level gene caster. Broken god spirit blood pulses were better. Some features of the god spirits were there, but they were not complete. They were not strong either. There was no need to explain things about perfect. It basically meant giving a person a perfect god spirit blood pulse and creating a contract. When the person needed it, they could call upon the god spirit's contract to combine and fight with their aid. God spirits were able to use their inherited blood pulse. It gave them extra power to fight. Of course, God spirits gave humans these benefits to make humans grow. When humans had a contract with a gene race, God spirits would take some of that power for themselves. It was mutually beneficial, as it helped humans grow. When humans gained a gene race, God spirits were able to take some of that power. The stronger the gene race was, the more power they were able to take for themselves. The power taken away was used to make a god base. When god spirits gave humans a blood pulse, it also meant risking the chance of causing damage to themselves. If the human selected was not very good, a god spirit would not dare give them a perfect blood pulse. It would not give out an inheritor blood pulse. Feng Yin was quite excellent. Although she was not a perfect match, an S-rank ranking made her worthy of an inheritor blood pulse. Regardless of how poor Feng Yin's review might have been, Han Sen would have still given her an inheritor blood pulse. In his eyes, Feng Yin was perfect enough. In the name of God of Wealth, I give you my blood pulse. Feng Yin, do you want to be my inheritor? Han Sen's hands touched Feng Yin's forehead. The sky god crown shone with a god light. It put Feng Yin inside the god light. I am willing, Feng Yin seriously answered. Boom! Sky god crown's gold god light was like a spring of water. It gushed down onto the coin mark on her mark forehead. A weird connection formed between them. After the inheritor ritual was performed, Han Sen felt the sky god crown power lessen. The whole of the God of Wealth Temple's light started to dim. If God of Wealth Temple did not have Decapitation Queen guarding it, it would have become a disaster god spirit. The God of Wealth Temple was not able to suppress it. Han Sen thought, I don't know when the power of the sky god crown will be restored. Inheritor blood pulses cannot be given out like candy. Sanmu, you really are a god spirit. Feng Yin knew Han Sen was the god of wealth, but her attitude did not change. She joyfully smiled and looked extremely excited. Han Sen told Feng Fei, this is our secret. Don't tell anyone, and that includes your auntie. He did not want people looking at him like he was a monster. This will be a secret between you and me, Feng Yin Yin said as she blinked her eyes. Now, we wait for Feng Yin Yin to get a gene race. After that, I will start reaping my benefits. Han Sen was very hopeful, but he did not know how many gene races Feng Yin Yin could earn before giving him the necessary power to make a god base. After thinking it over, Han Sen decided to bring out a king-class gene egg to give to Feng Yin Yin. He smiled and said, "Try this out. Can you use your god of wealth blood pulse to hatch it?" Feng Yin Yin did not mind trying. She accepted the gene egg and used the god of wealth blood pulse to try and tame it. An annihilation god spirit blood pulse was very good. The king-class gene egg was absorbed into the god spirit mark. It quickly hatched. At the same time, Han Sen felt a weird power come from the god spirit mark. It went into the sky god crown. Han Sen felt disappointed. While wearing the sky god crown, that power was like pouring a glass of water into a swimming pool. It did not do much. To create a god base, he needed a lot more power than that. Fortunately, if a gene race evolved in Feng Yin Yin's god spirit mark in the future, Han Sen could take some of that power. The greater the power of the gene race was, the more power he would receive in return. Now, it was just hatching. It was understandable that the power gained was low. It is no wonder why god spirits favor many members. If it was just one member, who knows how long it could ever take to form another god base. Han Sen ransacked his mind for solutions on how to bring more members to his god temple. After thinking it over, killing the god chaos party's members could earn him a god base with each kill. That was a more direct way to his woes than slaving away to recruit members. I wonder where Rocky D's god temple is. Han Sen wanted to kill Rocky D, but he was unable to locate him. He could not even find his god temple. He took Feng Yin Yin and Bauer back to Feng Castle. Feng Fei Fei was already back, and she had been looking for them. When Feng Fei Fei saw them in the garden, she asked with confusion, "Where have you guys been? I've been looking all over for you." She had already asked the maids in the castle, and no one had seen them around. They were nowhere to be found. "Little auntie, why are you looking for us?" Feng Yin Yin tried to change the subject. Feng Fei Fei's mood was fine. She did not ask any more about her last question. She pulled Feng Yin Yin's hand and said, "Little Yin, I spoke to God Speak King. He has allowed you to pray before the prophet God for a god spirit blood pulse. You should ready yourself. We are going to prophet God temple tomorrow." Feng Yin Yin looked a little irritated as she said, "Auntie, there is no need. I have a god spirit blood pulse now." "What?" Feng Fei Fei was frozen. She looked to be in a state of disbelief. "How could you have a god spirit blood pulse?" With mustered courage, Feng Yin Yin said, "Auntie, I asked Sanmu to take me to God of Wealth Temple. I received the God of Wealth blood pulse from the God of Wealth Temple." Feng Fei Fei was shocked. Her face kept morphing into different expressions. No words could describe how she felt. She had put so much effort into this happening. The amount of effort she had put in, the favors she owed, and the strings she had pulled to earn this opportunity for Feng Yin Yin were unquantifiable. One sentence from Feng Yin Yin threw it all away. Chapter 3163 It really is annihilation class, Little Yin, you have made little auntie very sad. Feng Fei Fei's eyes were so red that tears were about to flow. God only knew what kind of trouble she had gone through to get a god spirit blood pulse for Feng Yin Yin. The amount of effort she must have put in could not have been described in words. She had given up so much for Feng Yin Yin. Now, it was like someone had poured a bucket of ice over her head. It felt terrible. If this was anyone else, it would have driven them insane. Feng Fei Fei was handling it surprisingly well. When Feng Yin Yin saw her auntie looking the way she was, she put out her hands and tried her best to explain. Auntie, I am sorry. I know you have tried your hardest for me, but the God Spirit Sanmu found is really good. It is better than Prophet God. No matter how good it is, can it be better than Prophet God? Whatever. You have grown up now. You do not need me to watch over you anymore. Feng Fei Fei felt very depressed. If Han Sen had not saved her life, she would have tried to kill him. Feng Yin Yin's eyes turned red too. She held Feng Fei Fei's hands and tried to explain what had happened. Auntie, don't do this. It hurts me to see this. The God Spirit Sanmu introduced is really good. It is an annihilation God Spirit. An annihilation God Spirit. Which one? What kind of blood pulse did you receive? Feng Fei Fei could not completely stop looking out for Feng Yin Yin. When she heard Feng Yin Yin had received an annihilation God Spirit blood pulse, some glimmer of hope was regained. Although it was not a sonic God Spirit, it was annihilation class. That made it not too bad. It was better than just finding a random, low-class blood pulse. It was the one Sanmu mentioned earlier, Feng Yin Yin quickly said. It was that God of wealth. When Feng Fei Fei heard about the God of wealth again, she was immeasurably disappointed. Out of the 12 annihilation class main gods, there weren't any that she knew of called God of wealth. Don't try to comfort me, Feng Fei Fei said with a sigh. Whatever happened, happened. I cannot help you change your blood pulse. I guess staying angry is pointless. Feng Yin Yin sensed that Feng Fei Fei did not believe her, so she hurriedly tried to explain it to her. Auntie, I am not lying to you. God of wealth really is an annihilation God Spirit. It was the main god of a god temple that blessed me. Even the sub-god of that god temple was annihilation class. You're joking. You're being a bit too ridiculous now, don't you think? I told you that I wouldn't be angry with you. But if you continue to lie, I really will get mad. Feng Fei Fei did not believe her at all. Out of the 12 annihilation class main god temples, there were sub-gods, but there were not many. Sub-gods were usually disaster class. No god spirit had a sub-god that was the same class as the main god. Auntie, I am really not lying. Feng Yin Yin didn't know how to explain it any better, so she just tried to be honest. God of wealth and its sub-god are both annihilation god spirits. God of wealth gave me an inheritor blood pulse. Feng Fei Fei froze after hearing about an inheritor blood pulse. She did not believe it. An inheritor blood pulse was not something just anyone was able to get. Even a destroyed class inheritor blood pulse was rare. Many gene casters begged for it. What Feng Yin Yin had said was too ridiculous. Feng Fei Fei could not believe it. Ordinary god spirits only chose one family to give an inheritor blood pulse. The 12 annihilation god spirits already had their inheritors. They were royals or leaders. It was obscenely rare to gain. Han Sen whispered into her ear, Yin Yin, show your god spirit mark to Feng Fei Fei. She will believe you. Feng Yin Yin had been too pushy. She only recognized that now. She quickly showed her god spirit mark off. A sparkling coin appeared in the middle of Feng Yin Yin's forehead. It was like a gold sun. The word wealth was on the coin. It was shining with a miraculous god light. A scary god spirit presence enveloped the entire garden. On top of that, there was the symbol of an annihilation god spirit mark. It really is annihilation class. Little Een. Is this really an annihilation class inheritor god spirit blood pulse? Upon seeing the symbol, Feng Fei Fei was as surprised and happy. Just as Feng Yin Yin said, she had an annihilation class inheritor god spirit blood pulse. This was incredibly good news. This was many times better than what Prophet God could have given her. Prophet God was annihilation class too, but he could only offer Feng Yin a perfect blood pulse. He could not give her an inheritor blood pulse. An inheritor blood pulse was very important. It did not just benefit one person. The children and grandchildren would also have this honor. Even if Feng Yin received Prophet God's perfect blood pulse, it would only be good for her lifetime. Having an inheritor blood pulse meant all her children and grandchildren would benefit just as much. Generations would be respected and treated like nobles. The differences were incomparable. While annihilation class was unexpected, even a disaster class would have been an achievement. Even a destroyed class inheritor blood pulse would have made Feng Fei give up her life for Feng Yin to receive. God's spirits did not pick their inheritors easily. Feng Yin's talents and position were very rare. Even a destroyed class inheritor blood pulse would have been hard for her to get. "Auntie, when have I ever lied to you?" Feng Yin asked. "This god of wealth Sanmu found me really is an annihilation god spirit, and it gave me an inheritor blood pulse. God of wealth sub-god is annihilation class 2. Now, I have the buffs of 2 annihilation class authority god powers. One is wealth, and the other is death sentence." The mark could only reveal that it was annihilation class. She could not properly prove if it was an inheritor blood pulse. Feng Fei looked at Han Sen as if she wanted his confirmation. Han Sen nodded. Feng Fei felt shocked and happy, but she still struggled to believe it. This was a bit too against everything she knew. It was too hard to believe. Feng Fei's heart jumped. She transferred her Holy Phoenix to Feng Yin. Her Holy Phoenix was a god-class gene race. It was in ultimate mode, but Feng Yin was not the one who had raised it. If Feng Yin did not have an annihilation class inheritor blood pulse when Feng Fei transferred it, Feng Yin would have a hard time controlling it. "Little Yin, see if you can combine with the Holy Phoenix." Feng Fei was as excited as she was nervous. She really hoped what Feng Yin said was real, but she was afraid of it being a lie. Feng Yin accepted the Holy Phoenix. She summoned the Holy Phoenix to combine with it. The Holy Phoenix was very powerful. Under the powers of 2 annihilation class god spirits, it did not refuse or resist. It allowed Feng Yin to summon it and combine with it. It was done very simply. It was like they had already done it 1,000,000 times. Feng Yin was afraid Feng Fei that did not believe her. She used the Holy Phoenix combination skill Phoenix sound. When Feng Fei heard the sound and saw Feng Yin use a Holy Sound gene combination skill, her tears kept falling. "Auntie, what is wrong? Have I not just performed it?" Feng Yin was shocked. She went to hold Feng Fei. Feng Fei kneeled before Han Sen and said, "Mr. Han has done so much for the Feng family. Me and little Yin have nothing to pay you back with." Before she went to the floor, Han Sen reached out his hand to stop her. "Me and Yin were fated to meet. I have merely helped her. This was my pleasure. Please, just don't be mad that I made this decision. I was ignorant and blamed you by mistake. You can punish me and make me do whatever you want me to do." Feng Fei blushed. Chapter 3164 Loving Bad Women. "Miss Feng, you are being too polite," Han Sen said. "I would not dare to punish you, but there is one thing I would like your help with. If there is something you need, I will try my best to do it," Feng Fei seriously said. "Even if it costs me everything, I will do all in my power to fulfill your wishes." "It is not that serious," Han Sen said. "I just wanted to ask you to take care of Bauer while I am away. You can take her to certain places to play. I have been quite busy recently, and I still won't have much time to spend with her anytime soon. Do not worry, Mr. Han. I will treat Bauer as if she was my own daughter." After Feng Fei said that, she thought there was something wrong with what she said and blushed. Feng Fei Fei knew she could not explain it. Otherwise, it would only become awkward. She just pretended that nothing had happened. In that case, please take care of Bauer, Miss Feng, Han Sen said with a laugh. Mr. Han, you should just call me Fei Fei, Feng Fei Fei said as she gently tugged Bauer's hands. In front of you, I would not dare risk having you call me Mississippi. Sure. Han Sen nodded. He then told Bauer, Bauer, if you want to play something or eat something, just tell Miss Fei Fei. Your father has things to do. I do not have time for you. I understand, Dad, Bauer said as she blinked her eyes. Han Sen looked at her face. He knew she had already come up with some heinous ideas, but he could not be bothered guessing what Bauer was going to do. Recently, he had a few ideas he wanted to act on. He hoped to get the Blood Pulse Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra to combine for Break World Power. Although Break World Power could affect the entire rotation of the world spinning, if he could not save his own life, it would not matter how well the world spun. Rocky D and the God Chaos Party were keeping an eye on him, so he needed to be prepared. Han Sen went back to his room and started researching Break World Power, hoping he could learn it before the God fight started. Bauer, are there any places you would like to go? Feng Fei Fei crouched in front of Bauer. I do not know where we can go for fun, Bauer nicely said. Why don't you be the one in charge, Sister Fei Fei? Feng Fei Fei receded into thought for a while before suggesting, why don't I take you to the playground? That is a place for kids. I am not going. Bauer shook her head. In that case, where would you like to go? Feng Fei Fei asked with a smile. She thought Bauer acted like an adult. Bauer rolled her eyes as she asked, is there a place like a pub nearby? Such a place is not for you to go. You are too young. Feng Fei Fei felt bad to decline the request. Bauer blinked. She looked at Feng Fei Fei and said, Sister Fei Fei, you cannot do this. Do what? Feng Fei Fei looked at Bauer with confusion. She did not know why she said that. Bauer looked as if she was smiling at Feng Fei Fei, but she was not smiling. She asked, do you like my dad? Feng Fei Fei blushed. What are you talking about? That is exactly why I said you cannot do this, Bauer seriously said. I have a mother. If you do this, you will not stand a chance. Feng Fei Fei looked disappointed. She still held Bauer's hands, crouched in front of her, and smiled. Bauer, you think too much. I only admire and feel grateful to Mr. Han. There is nothing more to it than that. I do not want to ruin your family. Wrong. Very wrong. Sister Fei Fei, you are so wrong. My mother is in another world. In this world, only my dad exists. Do you know how lonely he is? He is like a single man having to take care of a daughter. Do you know how difficult it has been for him? Don't you want to help him? Bauer spoke with visible excitement. If Han Sen had heard what Bauer said, he would have coughed up blood. After hanging out with Han Jingji for a while, it was evident she had turned naughty. Although it was the truth, she made it sound very wrong. Your mother, Feng Fei Fei misunderstood. Her eyes looked soft. They shone with a motherly light. She wanted to put Bauer into her chest to comfort her. Bauer used her small hands to stop her. She sounded like an adult as she said, so, Sister Fei Fei, the way you currently are is no good. Men love bad women. Women like you, who are so nice and pretty, will never snare the hearts of men. Han. Does your dad like bad women? Feng Fei Fei wondered aloud. Not really bad women, Bauer said with seriousness. It's more appearance-wise. They want you looking bad, but the heart of a nice woman is something you have in display. You just lack that distinct, kinky feeling my dad really enjoys. If you work harder, my dad will love you very much. I guarantee it. Feng Fei looked at Bauer and asked, in that case, how do I achieve this naughty feeling? She had the best reputation among the three famous singers. She was widely adored for being holy, innocent, and pure. Her appearance radiated that. In fact, her face and her personality were elegant. She wasn't the sort of woman that just looked attractive and charming. You need to observe more in day-to-day life, Bauer said. Let's go to the pub so I can show you the sort of women my dad likes. She pulled Feng Fei outside by the hand. Although Feng Fei felt as if something was wrong, Bauer suddenly occupied her mind. She found herself following her outside of Feng Castle. Han Sen did not know Bauer was using him to take advantage of Feng Fei and making her take her to a pub. He was in his room, trying to make progress with Break World Powers. The Xian Yellow Sutra and the Blood Pulse Sutra came from the same skill set, but they had opposite elements. They were like ice and fire, so it was really hard to combine them. Plus, because of the problems with the rules of the world, it was hard to combine them into one. Han Sen had been researching this for a long time, but he had yet to make any progress. He turned into the god of wealth and used some god spirit authority. That gave him some ideas. The god spirits can use the bodies of humans to descend. They can maximize their own powers and unleash them, and the rules do not inhibit them. Does that work with me too? Han Sen had been researching this quite a bit. Of course, Han Sen was not going to descend like an actual god spirit. He had his real body. To be more accurate, it was the part that he practiced, such as the Dongxian Sutra armor or the story of Jin's spell. If they were able to run with a main Geno art and his body ran a negative Geno art, their conflict would be minimized. At the same time, his body would have the effects of the two Geno arts. The only problem was that Han Sen had no reverse Dongxian Sutra or reverse the story of Jin's, so the Blood Pulse Sutra did not have items to use. I wonder if Spell's body can reverse my Blood Pulse Sutra. Han Sen wanted to do this test. Chapter 3165 God Fight begins. Han Sen forced himself to break the rules of the world. In the short amount of time he had, he summoned Spell. Spell hadn't really changed much. Her white armor, long white hair, and white eyes all looked beautiful. She looked like a Venus statue. He did not have much time to admire Spell's face. In this small window he had, Han Sen could not last too long. His heart jumped. The Blood Pulse Sutra's power started to run through Spell's body. After running once, it was gone. It did not generate any power. Han Sen felt cold. He knew he had failed. He ran it again. He confirmed that the Blood Pulse Sutra could not run in Spell's body. He put the power away and accepted the restrictions of the world. Without my body for support, it looks like even Spell cannot use the Blood Pulse Sutra. All my expectations have failed. Han Sen felt depressed. Han Sen was most surprised by the fact that he did not use power to break the rules of the world. He thought Spell would return to his body because of the rules of the world. Spell did not move. She stood where she was. Her body was not restricted by the world. How could this happen? She is a product of the story of Jin's. She has power from the Geno universe. How could she? Han Sen was shocked. He thought about the story of Jin's ancient text. His heart jumped. Han Sen tried to let Spell use her power. In haste, Han Sen was able to discover Spell could freely use her power. She was not restricted by the rules of the world. If Han Sen used the story of Jin's power, he was restricted by the rules of the world. That made Han Sen very depressed. He could not think of an explanation for it. Spell came from his own. While Spell could use power, he could not. After this happened, Han Sen thought of a good thing. If Spell freely used the powers of the story of Jin's, he only needed to research the story of Jin's. If he was able to combine with spell, he could go into his break world mode. In that event, no matter if it was the main version of the story of genes or the version in reverse, it would not be restricted by the powers of the world. To research the reversed version of the story of genes will not be easy. If Old Cat was able to research the reverse Blood Pulse Sutra, there is no way I will fail. Han Sen made up his mind. He needed to research the reverse version of the story of genes. Researching a new geno art was not something that could be accomplished in 1 or 2 days. Not even elders could do that. He wanted to research the break world power before the god fights began. Now, that wasn't looking likely. Of course, his research of the story of genes was not without its flaws. There were many technical issues involved, so reversing a geno art was not easy. When the god fights began, Han Sen's The Story of Genes research was still in its early stages. Even though Han Sen was someone who had always seen big scenes, seeing the god fights begin was something that surprised him a great deal. No matter which system one was in, a big beam of light was fired into the sky. It was a light beam cast by every god temple. The brightest ones came from the 12 Annihilation God temples. The whole sky was a forest of light. The lights of the 12 Annihilation God temples were the brightest in the forest. They were like 12 big trees. The other lights were weaker, but they still had a strong force of light that shot into the sky. Where does this god light come from? The civilians of the 7 kingdoms suddenly realized there was another beam of light. This beam was prettier than the lights of the other 12 Annihilation God temples. The light of each Annihilation God temple was different. They all carried the elements of the god temples and the overbearingness of the god spirits themselves. This Annihilation class light beam was all gold. It was like a giant, gold pillar that was supporting the sky and the ground. It looked very decadent. It gave off the feeling of a very rich person. The god light lasted a short amount of time. Everything soon dimmed. Many elites could only predict that the gold god light came from the gold crystal system. As to where it precisely came from, no one seemed to know. Han Sen gathered Feng Yin and Bauer to teleport back to the God of Wealth Temple. He noticed there was a screen of light in front of God of Wealth Temple. A weird sky was displayed on the light screen. Although Feng Yin had only just received a God Spirit blood pulse, her God Spirit blood pulse was very strong. She was able to use an extremely strong gene race with ease, even though the Holy Phoenix had been raised by Feng Fei. Since it was more compatible with Feng Fei, Feng Yin would have to raise her own. Feng Fei gave her a God-class gene race, but it was a baby. It was not very strong. In the beginning, Feng Fei would not let Feng Yin participate in the god fights, but Feng Yin really wanted to be a part of them. So, she agreed not to participate in the fight. She would instead control her gene race to fight. In the god fights, a person could enter or use a gene race to fight. If one encountered an enemy that was not too strong, one often would use a gene race to fight. That was what Han Sen thought, but he was a god spirit. He could not sign up. He took off the sky god crown and signed up. Han Sen used the name Dollar to join. Upon seeing him use that nickname, used the title Ingo. She wanted to join. Feng Yin thought it was funny. She thought about her own name and decided on Lucky. This day was just for them to register. The real god fights would not start for another 3 days. On that day, they would find out who their opponents were. Han Sen saw Bauer was signing up, but he knew she did not have a powerful gene race. Therefore, he said, "Bauer, I can give you the Gold-Wing Peacock King." Bauer was holding Small Cat. As she played with Small Cat, she said, "Do not worry. I have Small Fly and Small Cat. Can they represent you and join the god fights?" Han Sen was shocked. He thought only claimed gene races could take part. The small flying fish and small cat were wild. I suppose I can. Bauer was not entirely sure, but it did not matter much to her. She only joined because it was fun. In that case, we shall see, Han-sen thought. He gave the gold-winged peacock king to Feng Yin instead. Yin, your gene race is not bad, but it is only a baby. It will not go far. I can lend you this gold-winged peacock king. Sure. Feng Yin did not decline the offer. She accepted the gold-winged peacock king. If it was an ordinary person, or even another inheritor of an annihilation god spirit, they could not control the gold-winged peacock king in a short amount of time. After all, the gold-winged peacock king had Han-sen's mark to display who its master really was. If one wanted to transfer it, it took a long time for the full process of claiming to be done. Feng Yin was different. She was Han-sen's successor. She had Han-sen's god power, and she had 2 annihilation god spirit god authority buffs. That gave her a basic grasp on how to control the gold-winged peacock king. Han-sen was willing to lend out the gold-winged peacock king because the evolution of the blood god dragon was finished. Although he did not have the support of a blood pulse, with the blood god dragon, having the gold-winged peacock did not matter much. Chapter 3166 The fight begins. Blood god dragon, mutant god class, ultimate mode, gene skills, blood dragon flying into the sky, dragon consummation, god blood change. The blood god dragon's 3 gene skills were very good. They were similar to the gold-winged peacock king, but the blood god dragon had the blood dragon god pulse buff. The golden-winged peacock king's combat prowess was far inferior. Han-sen originally planned on using the caste god court to make a god spirit gene race, but he knew doing that would take a long time. The battles were going to start soon, so he delayed his plans. The 3 days flew by. Feng Fei-Fei's god spirit blood pulse was not from Jade Wall City, so she left Jade Wall City to participate in the god fights. Li Bingyu used it as an excuse to depart Jade Wall City for a time and return to Wu Wei Dao Palace. Before she went, Li Bingyu believed she could kill Qin Bai and destroy the bloodline of the Qin kingdom. In fact, she had many chances. After she learned more about Han-sen, she realized any attempt she made would not be successful. Even if Han-sen was not around, she would be unable to kill Qin Bai. If Jian Bugu and Bauer, with her small flying fish, were around, she could not accomplish her task. Everyone around her was insanely powerful. Leader, you have returned. All the members of the palace witnessed Li Bingyu's return. It surprised them. Su Linger looked happy. Li Bingyu said her trip would be dangerous. Her making it back was enough to make Su Linger and the others feel very happy. Is the group still good? Li Bingyu coldly asked. With Teacher Ling here, the party has been fine, Su Linger replied. Upon seeing their faces, Li Bingyu knew something must have happened. Back in the day, Jian Bugu exiled the Wu Wei Dao Palace out of the Qin kingdom. Li Bingyu's teacher died in the middle of their battle. The leader didn't have a successor in line to succeed him, so the young Li Bingyu took over the position of leadership. She was only 20 years old at the time and shouldered the critical task of leading the company. Wu Wei Dao Palace was comprised of 9 big sections. Wei Group was the weakest of them all. For Li Bingyu to lead the Wei Group until this day took her a lot of effort. The things she had done were things most people could not imagine. After all, this was a dog-eat-dog world. Even in the Wu Wei Dao Palace, Bu Wei Group was the most bullied sect. Students in Bu Wei Group were always bullied. Li Bingyu tried her best to change that. Without someone strong sitting there, it was hard for the group to be considered on par with the other 8 groups. Su Linger, from now on, you will control Bu Wei Group. You will be the leader for now. The door to the Bu Wei Group's hall was accessed by a token. Li Bingyu gave Su Ling'er the token that provided access to the Buwei group. Leader, what is this? Su Ling'er did not take the token. She sincerely looked at Li Bingyu. I am going to Buwei well, Li Bingyu coldly said. Su Ling'er was shocked. Leader, you cannot go. It is too dangerous there. Buwei group has had so many people enter Buwei well, and none of them made it back out alive. Maybe 1,000 didn't go inside, but there had to be at least 800. Li Bingyu stopped Su Ling'er from talking any further. Han Sen's face kept flashing in her mind. She started to look determined. This world is changing. More and more elites are showing up. If we cannot follow the rhythm of the world, we will eventually be exiled from it. You don't have to go to the Buwei well, Su Ling'er said. There are many other ways to become stronger. Li Bingyu shook her head. They're not good enough. Those other ways cannot make me stronger. Only the gene races of the Buwei well can push me to be stronger and make me capable of fighting the elites. Su Ling'er wished to say something, but Li Bingyu stopped her again. With this thing, if I don't make it out from Buwei well, you will be Buwei group's leader. Li Bingyu passed the token on to Su Ling'er. She then turned around and left. Su Ling'er wished to chase after her, but she heard Li Bingyu coldly shout, "Stop it. Do your duty. This is my life, and that is your life." Su Ling'er's eyes trembled. Seeing the back of Li Bingyu fade into the darkness of Buwei group's farthest reaches, she did not say another word. 3 days later, the fighting roster was finally available for all to see. In front of the light screen, people's names were everywhere. Each name had a title. They all had some kind of god associated with them. Han Sen used dollar for his title. The words before his name were God of Wealth. That meant dollar's blood, pulse came from God of Wealth. He was representing God of Wealth. Han Sen went to look further and saw Bauer's ingot and Feng Yin Yin's lucky also had the additional title of God Wealth too. While Feng Yin Yin had God of Wealth's blood pulse, neither Han Sen nor Bauer did. He still had the title of God of Wealth all the same. Han Sen guessed it might have been because of them joining the fight from the God of Wealth temple. Bauer was very excited. She was checking out her opponent. The opponent's name was surprisingly ordinary. It was very normal. It was the sort of name one would not pick out from a list. None of those gods had fame. Han Sen had never heard of such god spirits before. He thought they couldn't be high-class god spirits supporting them. Feng Yin Yin's opponents were the same. Han Sen imagined they could easily get through the first round of knockouts, so he went ahead to check out his opponent. He had never heard of his opponent's name before either. That being said, the name of the god spirit supporting his opponent was a name Han Sen was familiar with. It was Empty God. It was one of the 12 annihilation god spirits that were space elements, but it was not an absolute space element. It also had the buffs of a mysterious element. It was the most mysterious god spirit out of the 12 annihilation god spirits. Legends claim that Empty God was born in the chaos of the sky and the ground opening. It was a very old and powerful god spirit. Now, Empty God was a guardian god spirit of the Yen kingdom. The opponent's name was Yen Bei Fei. Han Sen could tell he was a royal of the Yen kingdom. Although Han Sen did not know Yen Bei Fei, the man was very famous in the universe. When people spoke about the Fei Yen swordsman, it was something known by everyone in the 7 kingdoms. Yen Bei Fei was also looking at the roster list. He noticed his opponent was Dollar, who belonged to God of Wealth. Second brother, I can't believe you and I have such a big difference. I am afraid we can only fight when we are in the top 8. A man was at Yen Bei Fei and laughing. Yen Dan, this fight will get you up. I will let the world know that the Yen kingdom has a new hero too. Yen Bei Fei looked at the man with confidence. Second brother, you do not have to say that, Yen Dan said. Your talent and potential are greater than mine. You are stronger as well. We have a chance. Yen Bei Fei shook his head. I checked the roster. If nothing goes awry, we will encounter Zhuo Donglai in the top 8. It's him. Yen Dan's face changed. Yen Bei Fei's eyes looked aflame. That's good. I will use all the power to prevent Zhuo Donglai from breaching the top 8. I will clear a path for you to get to the top 4. Do not disappoint me. Yen Dan looked serious. He bowed on the ground and said, Dan will go into the top 2. Chapter 3167 Yen Bei Fei. When the matches started, Bauer and Feng Yin only used their gene races to fight. They did not bother going into the battlegrounds, so there was no reason to fear for their safety. When Han Sen saw the small flying fish, which was under Bauer's control, enter the space battleground, he knew it would be difficult for her to lose. Han Sen thought about it. He combined with the Blood God Dragon and went through the God Light screen to enter the space battleground. The Blood God Dragon was very strong, but it still hadn't absorbed the Blood Dragon God Pulse to become a God Spirit gene race. If he encountered an opponent with a God Spirit gene race, beating such a fiend would be an incredibly tough task. Yen Bei Fei was a royal of the Yen Kingdom. There was no guarantee that he did not have a weird gene race up his sleeve. Therefore, Han Sen decided to take part in the fight. He did not want to risk being kicked out from the God fights in the first round. Chen 7 was in a good. He made his King-class gene race ascend to adult mode. He was ready to fight in the God fights. He did not have any lofty, high-rank expectations. If he could at least perform reasonably well in the God fights, perhaps the God Spirit he believed in would be more impressed with him. That meant he had a chance to receive a better God Spirit blood pulse. The God fights were only for humans to participate in. For God Spirits, it was like a trial. The God Spirits could see their believers fight. By watching them, the God Spirits could measure the strength of someone and see if they had a bright future ahead of them or not. If there was a member of its congregation that did not look outstanding but performed really well in the God fights, they might be given a second blood pulse. Of course, it had to be a sensational performance. If it was nothing special, the God Spirits were unlikely to be tempted. Of course, that all came with the caveat of it being a very low chance of occurring. Although Han Sen had the authority of a God Spirit, the God of Wealth only had Feng Yin. He had already given her the highest class God Spirit blood pulse, so there was no need to test her. Aside from that, every time Feng Yin won, the God of Wealth received some God power as a reward. The higher the rank Feng Yin earned, the more power the God of Wealth could receive. If Feng Yin won first place, the power reward given to the God of Wealth was quite shocking. It would have been enough to compose another God base. It was a shame that even though Feng Yin had the Goldwing Peacock King, it was unlikely she could emerge victorious as first place. So, Han Sen did not place that much hope in her yet. Chen 7's target was lower. He only wanted to display a decent performance. When he noticed his first opponent was a nameless God of Wealth member called Ingot, he was delighted. He was afraid to meet members of a famous God Spirit. Putting aside the 12 Annihilation God Spirit members, even a Disaster God Spirit member was unlikely to be something he could overcome. Chen 7 investigated all the known God Spirits. The God of Wealth didn't appear to be an Annihilation or Disaster God Spirit. It was also not a famous Destroyed God Spirit. He had never heard of the name Ingot either. Therefore, he thought he had a good chance of winning when Chen 7 saw a white jade flying fish, which was about a foot long, appear in the battleground. He almost laughed out loud. Obviously, his opponent was too scared to enter the fight and had only sent a gene race in. He kept his cool and made no fuss. The small flying fish looked like something of a joke. It was tiny, and it had wings. It looked cute, but being cute was completely pointless. Seeing its face, it looked like one slap would be enough to send it flying. Don't blame me, Chen 7, for being cruel. Blame it on the world for being too cruel. Chen 7 laughed. He summoned his king-class gene race Tyrannosaurus Rex King. Facing that small flying fish, Chen 7 did not plan on entering the fight himself. He wanted to use the Tyrannosaurus Rex King to crush the small flying fish in a flash. The adult body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex King was large. It was 3 stories high. When it landed on the battleground, it raised its head to the sky and roared. The roar was enough to shake the mountains and rivers. It looked like a mean and violent beast. It was a big difference compared to the cute, small, and docile-looking fish that merrily flapped its fins. Number 7, you are the best. It is no wonder you are my son. Brother 7, you are the best. Son, muster the courage to bum rush the enemy. Old 7, murder that small fish. Do not play nice. Being nice to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Chen 7's friends and family were watching the video in front of a god temple. They were very hyped in their support of Chen 7. Although he could not hear their voices, Chen 7 was exuberant. He commanded the Tyrannosaurus Rex King to rush the small flying fish. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the small flying fish. Seeing the small flying fish about to be swallowed, Chen 7 and his friends and family thought it was already over. In the next second, the small flying fish spit out some small fire. It was not much. It looked like nothing hazardous. It looked like the small spark of a tiny, freshly ignited flame in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex King. It landed on the Tyrannosaurus Rex King's nose. Boom! Suddenly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex King was burning. Within the blink of an eye, it turned into charcoal. It was like a black charcoal statue had been placed there, depicting a monster with its mouth open wanting to bite into food. The wind blew. The charcoal-looking Tyrannosaurus Rex King turned into dust and vanished. Chen 7 and his friends and family were crazily excited a second ago. Now, they looked petrified. Their mouths were agape, and their eyes were open wide. It looked as if they might roll out of their sockets. They suddenly felt that the world was King cruel. Chen 7 instantly reacted. In a whoosh, he departed the battleground. He was afraid to go any closer, fearing the small flying fish would toast him too. My Tyrannosaurus Rex King, Chen 7 kept running away while crying. His heart was broken in little bits. When Han Sen entered his battleground, Yan Bei Fei was already waiting for him. His title was Flying Yen Swordsman. A knife was attached to his waist. The knife was called Flying Yen. It was one of the 7 most famous knives in the history of the Yen Kingdom. It had been crafted out of the bones of a rare gene race. No matter how good a knife was, it was useless if its owner was no good with it. Yan Bei Fei was a good knife owner. He had the Yen Kingdom's inheritor blood pulse, which was imparted to him by Empty God. He also had the power of a powerful gene race. Regarding his fierceness, the most important thing was the fact that he could use all of that at max capacity. Once it left its scabbard, the Flying Yen knife was something no one had ever survived. Yan Bei Fei noticed his opponent was wrapped up in a red air that veiled his face. His eyes became blurry. He did not know what his opponent was like. Seeing him combine with a gene race, he knew his gene race was different. To Yan Bei Fei, there was no difference. Even if his opponent had an ultimate god-class gene race, he could kill it. I do not want to kill people today, Yan Bei Fei said to Han Sen as he looked at him. He knew it was overwhelmingly possible. If it was possible, he preferred to not have to use the knife. I do not like killing either, Han Sen said. Oh, Yan Bei Fei replied. He said nothing else. He knew Han Sen's answer, so he grabbed the knife on his waist. Chapter 3168 Yen Return. Yen Bei Fei gripped the handle of the knife as his entire body summoned a strange and mysterious aura. His body did not move, but it looked like it was emitting some light. It was like time was coldly fading. Han Sen was still casually standing where he was. It did not look like he was going to fight. Instead, he just watched Yen Bei Fei with interest. Ever since he had come to this world, humans mainly used power from the outside. It was rare to witness an elite use their own powers. Alongside the likes of Jian Bugu, Yen Bei Fei had to be a rare elite. He had practiced a knife mind, which was what Han Sen was best at. Han Sen was interested to see what level Yen Bei Fei's knife skills were. Han Sen looked at Yen Bei Fei and thought, using gene race powers to practice a knife mind is such a complicated game. This is interesting. Upon seeing Han Sen not bother to make a move, Yen Bei Fei shouted, "Fight." "I will fight when I need to," Han Sen coldly replied. After Han Sen said that, the nobles and teenagers from the Yen kingdom watching Yen Bei Fei were all riled up and angered. They thought Han Sen was very ignorant. Yen Bei Fei had the title of Flying Yen Swordsman. Aside from his knife's name, Flying Yen, it primarily described how fast he struck. When he thrust the knife out of the scabbard, it always determined the end of someone's life. Han Sen wanted Yen Bei Fei to strike first. From what they could tell, he looked like a simpleton with a death wish. "What a crazy and ignorant man," a nobleman from the Yen kingdom said. "He wants Mr. Yen to strike first. This man will be slashed, and he will not continue living. How dare he play cocky before Flying Yen Swordsman," the princes of the Yen kingdom angrily said. "He must have a death wish." Yen Bei Fei was not thinking of things the same way as the nobles of the Yen kingdom. Although Han Sen was just casually standing where he was, he felt as if he was facing off with a mountain. Yen Bei Fei knew he had encountered an elite. He had never heard of Dollar before, but he knew he was very strong. Yen Bei Fei realized that, but he did not fall back. His will for fighting grew stronger. He steeled his will to not feel any fear. It did not matter who his opponent was. He was confident that he would emerge victoriously. If he didn't, he would lose before things truly got going. The aura around Yen Bei Fei's body was stronger. When it reached the top, it suddenly disappeared. His presence looked like it was something that used an endless abyss for a stomping ground and made all others unable to find a bottom. Looking at him made one feel as if one had fallen into the abyss. Yen Bei Fei suddenly moved. The Flying Yen knife rushed out of its scabbard. The knife had no shadow. It was like it vanished in the air. Zhuo Donglai was watching. When he saw Yen Bei Fei's knife, he complimented him. Flying Yen moves, and all becomes silent. Heads roll across the floor without knowing what happened. Very good Flying Yen Swordsman. Very good Flying Yen sword skill. The most powerful knife on earth. The Yen Kingdom's nobles complimented him too. They did so despite not knowing what was great about it. Yen Bei Fei unleashed his strike, but he had been unable to take Han Sen's head off. Yen Bei Fei's knife was very fast. It was so fast that most people could see the knife light. Han Sen saw it, but he did not just watch it. He fell back a little and dodged the Flying Yen knife. Yen return. Yen Bei Fei did not feel bad about his knife missing. His knife mind did not relent. It accelerated. At the same time, the Flying Yen knife returned to its scabbard. His movement created an overbearing, ultimate knife power that came out of Han Sen's back. It was faster and crueler. It was even more brutal than Yen Bei Fei's slash. Yen Bei Fei poured his blood pulse, gene race, power, and talent into that knife skill. He planned on using Yen return for Zhuo Donglai, but he felt threatened by Han's senator. He could not help but use the secret skill Yen Return. He wanted to kill his opponent and strike down Han Sen, who was extremely strong. Very good Yen Return, Zhuo Donglai said in shock. It is incredible. If that was me down there, and I did not know this, I would have been hurt. Yen Dan had already finished dealing with his opponent. He came back and saw Yen Bei Fei using Yen Return. He frowned. He remembered Yen Bei Fei's first opponent was a nameless person. How was he able to push Yen Bei Fei into using Yen Return? He remembered that Yen Bei Fei had only learned that secret murderous skill in the past 2 years. He never used it on a whim. Only Yen Dan knew that Yen Bei Fei had Yen Return. Yen Dan thought he would see it when Yen Bei Fei fought Zhuo Donglai, but he was seeing it now. It was clear how scared he was. In the next second, Yen Dan's shock became something unbelievable. Yen Bei Fei's opponent made a single dodge to evade Yen Return's knife air. It seemed to be a very light move. It was as if it was done casually. Even Zhuo Donglai's face changed. He looked at Han Sen with a strange expression. Yen Bei Fei shouted. His body was like a mountain, and his knife was like a flying yen. Knife air shook the sky and slashed toward Han. Senator Yen Bei Fei kept slashing until the sky and the ground changed color, and the suns and the moons stopped glowing. Han Sen behaved as if it was nothing special. He moved his feet and traveled through all the knife air that shocked the sky. From top to bottom, he had not used his skills. Yet, Yen Bei Fei's knife skills had not come close enough to ruffle his sleeves. Since when did such a powerful elite enter this universe? Zhuo Donglai was shocked. He looked at Han Sen with eyes that were on fire. Han Sen's body looked like it was on fire. Zhuo Donglai wanted to see who this person was. Yen Dan's face looked dim. He understood Yen Bei Fei. Yen Bei Fei's knife was too heavy. Yen Return was his absolute best skill. If those two skills were unable to harm his opponent, he knew who was going to lose. The people of the Yen Kingdom were shouting. For a nameless, small character to compete against Yen Bei Fei in such a way was too shocking. They could not believe it. At this time, everyone looked at Yen Bei Fei's opponent. They did not know who he was. Before this, no one cared who Yen Bei Fei's opponent was or which god spirit he belonged to. Aside from his opponent being some kind of famous elite, they did not think Yen Bei Fei could ever lose. They had only glanced at the roster and seen it was some unknown person. They did not even remember the name of the opponent and god spirit. After checking it again, they were confused. God of Wealth. Can someone tell me who this is? Even people like Yen Dan and Zhuo Donglai were just as confused as everyone else. A competitor could have a random name, and many people used fake names, but the name of a god spirit could not be faked. They had never heard of this god of wealth. They also did not know what level they were. Does anyone here know which god spirit god of wealth is? Yen Dan looked at his teammates, but they all looked confused too. God of Wealth. Interesting. Zhuo Donglai looked at Han Sen with great interest. Chapter 3169. Not really nice skill. Han Sen was disappointed. Yen Bei Fei's knife mind was not bad, but there was still a distance between it and the universe of kingdoms truly top-class elites. Yen Bei Fei suddenly stopped unleashing his knife skills. He stopped attacking Han Sen and held a knife up to the sky. Yen Bei Fei looked at Han Sen and asked, "Do you use a knife?" Han Sen did not use a skill. Yen Bei Fei was a swordsman, so his keen senses noticed something. Han Sen looked like he was complimenting him. Although Yen Bei Fei's skills were not something supreme, the potential was still there inside him. He would have plenty of time to improve in the future. Not bad, Han Sen said with a nod. You seem to know a thing or two. Regarding knife skills, I am not as good as you. I lost this fight. Yan Beifei said that, but he still went on to say, but this is a fight I must win. Therefore, I apologize. After that, Yan Beifei's body was ablaze with a space-ripping power. The wings of a blackbird arose behind him. Who is Dollar? How was he able to force Yan Beifei to use the noble Yan family's rare gene race, Rip Space 9 Rob Yan? The nobles of the Yan kingdom saw Yan Beifei's body look weird. It gave them all a shock. The Rip Space 9 Rob Yan was a gene race of the Yan kingdom's royal ancestors. It had been living for a few dozen generations, but it had yet to reach ultimate mode. It still only had an adult body. It was incredibly hard for rare gene races to evolve. Even with a lot of resources, success was not always guaranteed. That was the case with this Rip Space 9 Rob Yan. Throughout its entire life, it had to endure 9 robberies to reach ultimate mode. The Yan kingdom did not have many generations. It had only experienced 8 sky robberies. As such, it had failed to reach ultimate mode. Even so, since competitors in the god fights could not combine with a god spirit in the god fights, it was the biggest amount of power he could muster. 11 Every kingdom had god spirit gene races. In an event like the god fights, no one dared to use one. It would have also exposed the potential trump cards of a kingdom and likely result in other kingdoms trying to take advantage of them. Therefore, of the gene races that could take part, the strongest potential gene race was a rare gene race with an ultimate body. The Rip Space 9 Rob Yan was almost that strong. If it were a normal fight, Yan Beifei would have rather lost than used the Rip Space 9 Rob Yan. This time, he needed to help Yan Dan. No matter what it took, he was not going to lose. The moment he finished combining with the Rip Space 9 Rob Yan, Yan Beifei's entire body was like a god in the sky. Every move he made was able to tear through space. It carried a powerful space power. Han Sen looked at Yan Beifei and coldly said, "That is nothing. A gene race is an extension of one's power. Bring out your best power." "As you wish. I will try my best this time." Yan Beifei slowly put the flying yen knife back into its scabbard. He touched the handle again. Time appeared to freeze. Space was frozen too. When Yan Beifei drew the knife, space looked like it had been ripped by his strike. He carried an incredible speed and power as he slashed toward Han Senator. The knife, which ripped through space, was like a teleportation strike. Ordinary humans were unable to dodge something like that. It was a shame that Han Sen was not a normal human. He was excellent when it came to teleporting, and he had fought against elites that could infinitely teleport. A power like that was something people believe resulted in a one-hit kill. To him, it was not going to be as effective as the yen return. Han Sen sighed. He raised his right hand and used his palm like a knife. He moved his body. He was going to go against Yan Beifei's Rip Space Knife Air. Like a fleeting shadow, Han Sen and Yan Beifei suddenly had their backs facing each other. Ordinary people had not been able to see what happened. Yan Beifei slowly turned around. He asked Han Sen, "What was that knife skill?" "It was just a random wave. It was not a knife skill." After Han Sen said that, he did not look back at Yan Beifei. He merely walked to the exit. Blurg. Yan Beifei's chest gushed blood. Several knife marks appeared across his shoulders and all the way down to his belly. They dyed his armor red. His body fell out of the space battleground. The nobles and young people of the Yan kingdom watching the fight went silent. No one believed that after using the ultimate gene race Rip Space 9 Rob Yan, the very famous flying yen swordsman of the Yan kingdom was killed with one hit. Very good, but not really a knife skill. I am afraid this person's knife skills are too rare. Zhuo Donglai looked at Han Sen with a strange sort of stare. He looked as if he was ready to fight. He was supposed to just watch Yan Beifei. He did not expect to witness this turn of events. Go and dig me up some information on this. Find out where the God of Wealth temple lies. Yan Dan looked calm as he made his commands. In his eyes, the zest for murder blazed. Yan Beifei was not born from the same mother, but their relationship was like that of real brothers. He was going to avenge Yan Beifei's death no matter what it took. Dan, I could not help you this time. Yan Beifei was shaky as he walked out of the screen of light. He was covered in blood, but he was not dead. Brother 2, you are not dead. Yan Dan was as much shocked as he was happy. He quickly ran forward to hold Yan Beifei. That person kept me alive, Yan Beifei said. That guy is certainly mysterious. My knife skills were like child's play in front of him. You will have to be careful when you encounter him. He then passed out in Yan Dan's arms. Yan Dan shouted, hurry. Get a doctor to heal brother 2. Because it was just the beginning, no one thought Yan Beifei would lose. Not many people believed the fight would be that exciting. Aside from the nobles of the Yan kingdom who focused on Yan Beifei, very few people watched that fight. People quickly noticed that Yan Beifei had been kicked out in the first round. It shocked everyone. When they looked at Yan Beifei's opponent, their faces were frozen. The names Dollar and God of Wealth were too strange for them to comprehend. In the Yan kingdom, those two names had become famous. No one knew the names before, but now everyone did. That was especially true about Dollar. When the Yan kingdom's nobles and civilians talked about what happened, their teeth felt itchy. Killing people was just having heads strewn across the floor. Yan Beifei lost. When Han Sen said that it was just a random wave and not a knife skill, it humiliated the people of the Yan kingdom. They thought Han Sen had deliberately humiliated Yan Beifei. They did not know that Han Sen really did randomly wave. He did not employ any knife skill. Han Sen was merely being honest. In this world, what hurt people the most was the truth. So the people of the Yan kingdom hated Han Sen to the bone. They wanted his next opponent to teach him a lesson. They wanted him to get stepped on and humiliated. No matter what, the people of the Yan kingdom remembered Dollar and God of Wealth. It was like sharp knives had been used to carve those names in their hearts. They could not forget this, even if they wanted to. It was a bloody humiliation. Chapter 3170 Zhong Miao Yin. When Han Sen won, Feng Yin and Bauer had already achieved victories of their own and returned. They had easily crushed their opponents. Feng Yin was delighted, but Bauer was upset. I couldn't go in and play. It was so lame. What is the point of fighting and killing? Why not just have a pet and take your fish for a walk? Isn't that interesting? Han Sen laughed. The opponents are too weak, Bauer said as she lifted her small lips. This is pointless. From now on, there will be a lot of elites, Han Sen said to comfort her. They left the God of Wealth temple and returned to the Feng family residence. Jian Bugu already had lunch prepared for them. Mr. Jian, this meat pie is very nice. Han Sen and Bauer, the two of them, each held a meat pie. They kept scarfing the food down, dishing out compliments. Bauer had only mentioned once that she wanted to eat a meat pie, but Jian Bugu had immediately gone to learn a few recipes and tirelessly practiced them. On this day, he finally finished a meat pie that tasted very good. No one who tried it could stop eating. It was unknown what kind of meat Jian Bugu used, but he had cut it very thin. It was likely thinner than a cicada wing. There was no point in describing the taste. The texture of it was soft. It melted in one's mouth. There was also pastry on the outside that was delightfully crispy. After taking a bite, the juice came out with the meat and combined with the pastry. Eating it was like going to heaven. Mister, your compliments are too lofty, Jian Bugu answered with a smile. It was just something small that I learned. I used to hobo everywhere. I never had the money to afford a hotel and eat food, so I learned to do things myself. Ergo, I learned how to cook pretty well. Old Jian, with your skills, you would blow up the entire universe if you opened up a restaurant. Bauer had oil all over her face. She kept talking as she chewed. I am glad you like it, Miss Bauer. Jian Bugu smiled at Bauer as he spoke. In a god temple, Rocky D was watching the roster of the god fights. He paid attention to Dollar's name. Dollar is probably Han's senator. He has the god of wealth blood pulse. When did this god of wealth appear? When Han Sen broke my underworld silhouette power, was that done through the power of the god of wealth? Rocky D liked talking to himself. A dragon maid politely said, Mr. Minister, Han Sen has defenses. It will be harder for us to kill him now. Why don't we wait a little bit? Rocky D laughed. There is no need for us to wait. These god fights are the perfect chance. The dragon maid was surprised to hear that. She was confused, so she said, the god fights are fights between main god members. We should not get ourselves involved in such a thing. Rocky D smiled. He looked at the roster and saw Yen Dan. Of course, we cannot join the god fights, but we can find someone to talk to. I am sure this fellow will not reject our offer. Mr. Minister, do you want to lure Dan Yen to the dark side? The dragon maid thought. She thought that was wrong. She said, Yen Dan is an inheritor blood pulse of empty god. It will be hard to lure him to the dark side. No, no, no. We will just give him a tincture of aid, Rocky D said with a smile. There is no need to push him into the dark side. That would be a bit too much. Han Sen and the others did not have a powerful opponent up next. They all proceeded to the next round with ease. Even Feng Yin had it easy. During the fourth round, Feng Yin met a famous person from the Qin kingdom. It was Zhong Miaoyin, who was one of the other three big singers of the Qin kingdom like Feng Fei. She was very famous in the Qin kingdom. She was above Feng Fei in status. Zhong Miaoyin was not more famous because she was better than Feng Fei. They were both special in their own way. Feng Fei was elegant, whereas Zhong Miaoyin was cute. Their genres of music diverged and did not overlap. Zhong Miaoyin's fame was greater than Feng Fei was because Zhong Miaoyin was the child of the singer King Zhong Liqing. She was born noble, so her identity was higher than an ordinary singer that rose to stardom. Zhong Miaoyin had a lot of fans all over the seven kingdoms. For this fight, many people across the kingdoms made sure to pay attention to the battle. Zhong Miaoyin's voice was very pure, and she had a lovely presence when she was young. She combined with a high-class gene race. A holy god-light sound surrounded her. She looked like a fairy that had descended onto the earth. Miss Miaoyin must win. Seeing Zhong Miaoyin on the battleground, lots of fans were screaming hard enough to break their throats even though she could not hear them. At the same time, a golden peacock flew into the space battleground. It was the gold-winged peacock King Han Sen had given to Feng Yin. How dare she? She is fighting with our Miaoyin goddess, and she does not even show up. She only sent a gene race to fight. This is insane. Her name is Lucky too. I bet this fighter's power is as bad as her name since she doesn't dare to fight Miaoyin goddess directly. I think so too. I have never heard of the god of wealth before. It must be a low-class god spirit. It won't be like our Miaoyin goddess. She has a sonic annihilation god spirit blood pulse. Regarding Feng Yin only sending out a gene race to fight, Zhong Miaoyin fans were very angry. They kept complaining. Feng Yin thought it was fine. She did not want to win. Winning or losing did not matter to her. She did not care about losing to Zhong Miaoyin. When Zhong Miaoyin saw the gold-winged peacock king flying, she was not in the mood to fight a gene race. To do so made her look low. Instead, she summoned a gene race to battle the gold-winged peacock king. It was a god-class sonic god bird. Zhong Miaoyin had raised it to possess an ultimate body. It was very powerful. It was a top-class gene race with sonic elements. The sonic god bird flew to the gold-winged peacock king. It also made a bird-like sound. Many shockwaves erupted. Everything that encountered the shockwaves was turned to dust. The sonic god bird's gene skill was shaking sonic. It was a powerful area-of effect skill. The gold-winged peacock king ignored shaking sonic. Its eyes turned gold as it flapped its wings. It suddenly turned into a bolt of gold light. It was like it was cutting the sky like a screen. It broke the sonic powers and went across the sonic god bird. Suddenly, there was a sad sound. God blood was everywhere. The sonic god bird was cut in half by the gold-winged peacock king. It died right where it stood. Before the frozen fans could react, the gold-winged peacock king's eyes shone with an evil light. It opened its mouth and sucked the sonic god bird's body up. The sonic god bird's body and blood were pulled into its belly. Holy **T. What is going on? Han Sen was surprised when he watched this scene. When normal gene races were tamed, without the master's permission, they would not consume another gene race. Even if they wanted to eat, they would require the approval of the master. Now, the gold-winged peacock king was openly eating the sonic god bird aggressively. Feng Yin did not command it to do that either. He knew that because Feng Yin's face was full of surprise. Is there something wrong about this gold-winged peacock king? Han Sen wondered. The gold-winged peacock king was a mutant god-class gene race, but its origins were weird. It came from a mysterious stone stove. Han Sen always wondered why the mysterious stone stove possessed a gene egg. Chapter 3171 Absorbing a gene skill. The gold-winged peacock king swallowed the sonic god bird's body. The gold light glowed even stronger. The peacock opened its beak and made some bird sounds in Zhong Miaoyin's direction. Suddenly, shaky shockwaves were felt throughout the place. It was the sonic god bird's shaky shockwave from moments before. Han Sen was shocked. Other people might have thought the gold-winged peacock king already knew sonic shockwave, but he knew that none of the gold-winged peacock's 3 gene skills were a sonic element. Thus, it was impossible for it to be using the shaky shockwave. Zhong Miaoyin quickly gathered up power and fought the shaky shockwave. Fortunately, she always used the shaky shockwave. She was very familiar with it, so she knew how to break it. Stop! Zhong Miaoyin shouted one word and some invisible, godly power made the shaky shockwave stop 9 feet away from her. Seeing her appear so powerful, Zhong Miaoyin's fans swooned with happiness. Many of them screamed out their support at the top of their lungs. Zhong Miaoyin was just as much shocked as they were. Her shouting involved the Demon Sound Beast Gene Combination skill Demon Sound Seal. The Demon Sound Seal was able to restrict the sonic god bird's shaky shockwaves. The Demon Sound Beast and Sonic God Bird had practiced the Sonic Sound Seal before. She discovered it was able to stop the shaky shockwave. This time, the Demon Sound Seal only protected her in a 9-foot bubble. It had been unable to stop the shaky shockwave completely. It proved to her that the gold-winged peacock king's shaky shockwave was stronger than the Sonic God Bird's version. Zhong Miaoyin was shocked. She saw the wings on the gold-winged peacock's back spread. It had become a gold peacock shield. It released 10,000 gold lights. It resulted in a sky full of arrows that came violently raining down on Zhong Miaoyin. Zhong Miaoyin had a hard time blocking the shaky shockwave. She did not have any more powers to block the scary sky full of arrows. Although she felt bad about doing it, she had no choice but to concede and depart the space battleground. Thus, she escaped the crisis of being turned into a hedgehog. Oh, my God! He used a gene race to beat Zhong Miaoyin, one of the three big singers. What was that gene race? That was too scary. I don't know who the owner of the gene race is. Is one gene race really that powerful? If the owner went and fought, I wonder how powerful such a combo would be. Everyone went to look at who Zhong Miaoyin's opponent was. When they saw who it was, they were very surprised. Obviously, the name Lucky was an alias, but the title God of Wealth was nothing false. Yet, none of them had heard of a god being this strong before. When the Yen Kingdom's people saw God of Wealth's name again, they were given a fright. How is this God of Wealth and its members so powerful? Earlier, Dollar had used one skill to defeat the flying Yen swordsman. This time, Lucky only sent out a gene race to defeat Zhong Miaoyin, one of the three big singers of the Qin Kingdom. What is this god spirit called God of Wealth? I want to go to God of Wealth Temple to have a look. Along with the Yen Kingdom's people, many other people were starting to pay attention to the god spirit known as God of Wealth. After the list was investigated, they learned there were 3 members of God of Wealth taking part in the god fights. One of them was called Dollar. He was the one who had knocked out Yen Beifei. Ingot and Lucky had been winning too. No one had been able to stop them. What was particularly scary about them was that they had not revealed themselves in the battlegrounds. They had beaten all of their challengers by merely using their gene races. Many people paid attention to the God of Wealth, Dollar, and the others. Han Sen did not know anything about it. Even if he did know of the traction he was garnering, he wouldn't have cared. Han Sen was busy investigating the Goldwing Peacock King. It now the shaky sonic shockwave in its skill set. It had obviously come from the sonic god bird. The Goldwing Peacock King now how this kind of power. So, does all it have to do is consume another gene race to get another gene skill? If it eats a lot of gene races, it will earn many. Han Sen knew Bai Mo would not put any ordinary gene egg inside that mystery stove. Back in the day, Bai Mo accepted a quest from Qin Xiu to find a way to revive Qin Wan'er. He had discovered the black crystal stone and the stone stove that possessed the story of genes from an old tribe. Qin Xiu had taken the black crystal stone to the Geno universe. Bai Mo had investigated the stone stove. Bai Mo died a very long time ago, but the Goldwing Peacock King's eggs were burning in the stone stove day and night until Han Sen found it and hatched it. Although the Goldwing Peacock King was already a top-class gene race, Han Sen always wondered if it was a mutant god-class gene egg. He did not think Bai Mo cherished it that much. Judging from Bai Mo's identity, he might have hidden a gene egg there. But inside the stone stove, it was the Goldwing Peacock King. It looks like there is more than meets the eye with this Goldwing Peacock King. Han Sen had no idea what use the Goldwing Peacock King had. He had waited a long time to see its true potential. There was one thing known for sure. The Goldwing Peacock King was able to keep eating gene races to evolve and develop its skill set. Regarding the direction it could evolve into, whether it would end up as a god spirit or a gene race, Han Sen could not accurately predict the outcome. Han Sen and the other 2 from the God of Wealth kept fighting and kept winning. They were unstoppable. It was only a matter of time before they breached the top 100. God of Wealth and the 3 aliases they used were already being discussed across the 7 kingdoms. The nobles of the 7 kingdoms fervently debated what level of god spirit the God of Wealth was and how its agents were so strong. They wondered about the true identity of Dollar, Lucky, and Ingot too. People like that were definitely not nobodies. Feng Fei Fei sadly returned to the Feng family castle. She wanted to perform well, but she had suffered bad luck. She encountered a powerful elite, so she just fell short of the top 100. Feng Fei was not too disappointed. She rushed back to the Feng family castle, wanting to ask if Feng Yin had heard about Dollar, Lucky, and Ingot. Feng Fei wanted to know who the consuming god was as well as who those three people were. There were no matches that day, so Feng Yin had remained home. When Feng Fei kept asking her, Feng Yin replied, "Are you asking about those three people?" "Of course, I know them." "Who are they?" Feng Fei curiously asked. "It is Sanmu, Bao, and me." Feng Yin pointed at her nose as she answered. "What? It's you guys. Which one are you?" Feng Fei looked at Feng Yin strangely. "My nickname is Lucky." Feng Yin was being honest. Feng Fei looked at Feng Yin as she asked, "Where did you get the powerful peacock gene race?" She looked super weirded out. "Sanmu let me borrow it," Feng Yin replied. Feng Fei's expression looked even more strange. She did not say anything. On the inside, her heart struggled. She thought, Han Sen and Little Yin are not related, yet he treats Little Yin very well. Is he hitting on Little Yin? But Little Yin is just a kid. How could he? Chapter 3172 Misunderstanding. Fei, do you have something to say? Ever since Feng Fei had returned, Han Sen felt as if she had been looking at him differently. Feng Fei felt weirded out. She strangely looked at Han Senator. She hesitated for a while before mustering the courage to finally ask, "Mr. Han, do you like Yin?" "Of course, who wouldn't love a cute little girl like Yin?" Han Sen replied with a laugh. Feng Fei had a nasty flare of the heebie-jeebies. She thought, is that so? It is no wonder he has done so much for Yin. He has been crazily helpful, even going so far as to give Yin a mutant 8-sound bug. He even gave her an annihilation inheritor blood pulse and an extremely powerful gene race. After thinking about all of that, Feng Fei's heart was starting to be poisoned with a tincture of sourness. She once thought Han Sen had done as much as he had for Feng Yin because he liked her. Now, it seemed as if that was not the case. At the very least, Han Sen hadn't tried to do anything too sordid to her. Even though Han Sen lived in the Feng family's castle, he never spoke with her too much. Everything was explained. Han Sen was not there on her behalf. He was only in the castle for Feng Yin. "Mr. Han, Yin is only a child." Feng Fei did not know what else to say. Although Han Sen was an excellent man, he was already the father of one child. Feng Yin was just a kid. To let her marry a single father was something she could not accept. "Don't worry, Yin knows her stuff. She knows how to measure things and make sound decisions. She will not be led astray." Han Sen thought Feng Fei was suggesting that he had been spoiling Feng Yin too much and risked turning her into a spoiled brat. When those words entered Feng Fei's ears, they made her face start looking even weirder. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Mr. Han, you are free to say that, but Yin is too small. She cannot really explain how she truly feels. She is not ready to be a stepmother just yet. Please, give her some time. When she grows up, she can choose as she sees fit. If she still decides to be with you, then that is fine. I will not stand in the way." Han Sen was frozen. He had a strange and shocked expression. "What? No. What are you talking about?" "I am sorry, Mr. Han. I cannot let Yin be with you right now." Feng Fei lowered her head and bowed. Pfffff. Han Sen almost spat out all the water he had in his mouth. You, Han Sen had never thought about things this way before. After a while, he looked at Feng Fei and displayed a wry smile. "Miss Feng, I think you've been overthinking this. Your imagination has really gone places. I am not interested in underdeveloped girls. I love large and mature women. The type with a big booty. Even if I was to search for a woman to involve myself with romantically, it would be someone quite like you, Miss Feng. What kind of man do you think I am? When Feng Fei heard what he had to say about himself, she profusely blushed. No, Han Sen was too nervous. He felt as if he had said too much. He realized he had said something wrong. Mr. Han, I understand what you are trying to tell me. After that, Feng Fei blushed and left. No, I do not think you understand. That is not what I meant. Han Sen was frozen. He did not know how to explain it to her. Before Han Sen could formulate a sentence of some shaky cohesion, Feng Fei was long gone. He was left alone. Han Sen felt depressed about it, but he also felt a nasty chill run down his spine. It was like there was a spirit staring at him from behind. Han Sen turned around to have a look at what it might have been. He saw Bauer holding small cat. She was sitting on a small, flowery altar. Her were flashing with a weird type of light. She was also smiling at him. Dad, I saw everything that happened there. Bauer's lips were lifted. She smiled at Han Sr., what do you want from me? Han Sen knew that explaining this to Bauer was probably a futile endeavor. That little girl always wanted to cause chaos. Bauer ran into Han Sen's arms. She grabbed Han Sen by the neck and acted as cute as she could. I know you love Bauer the most. You love me more than anyone, so I would never think of selling you out. Whatever happens here will be kept on the hush-hush. That is a promise I can keep for you. I will not let my mom know, but Han Sen once made a deal with Bauer that he had to go to a street to eat snacks or some other unfair treaty like that. It had satisfied Bauer, that little demon. Who did I provoke? Han Sen glumly sighed. The god fights were still going on. After reaching the top 100 rankings, the performances of Dollar, Lucky, and Ingot caught the eyes of many more people. The small flying fish that no one knew about was now a hot topic. It was now a creature recognized by all. Because of the small, flying fish, many people were trying to guess who Ingot was. At the very least, Sky King knew that Ingot was Bauer. An annihilation god spirit gene race has joined the god fights. Isn't that cheating? Sky King was happy this had happened. Because people could not combine with god spirits to fight, ordinary elites would not use a god spirit gene race. So, the small flying fish in the god fights was like a big fish in a pond full of small fish. It was a boss. This boss was going up against Sky King's sworn enemy, Godward King. How could Sky King not be happy about that? Sky King could not wait to see Godward King square off against the small flying fish. He suspected the small flying fish would chase him into the sky, where there was no way out, and then chase him to the ground, where there were no doors. Even Godward King has not yet exposed his trump card Risk, which will be him using a god spirit gene race. I am only afraid he is not the opponent of the small flying fish. Sky King felt very cocky about the outcome. It was like he could picture the Godward King being fried alive by the small flying fish. In fact, the elites of all the other kingdoms turned their focus to this fight. It was a fight with one of the God of Wealth's team, which consisted of 3 people. They were to square off against a real, overbearing elite. They hoped this fight would make Ingot show her true self. They wanted to know who Ingot was. On the day of the fight, it was not just the Qin kingdom tuning in. The elites of every other kingdom were keen to spectate this fight. The other fights, which were supposed to have many viewers, did not have many people watching. Even Dollars and Lucky's matches did not have many people watching them. After all, their opponents were far weaker than the Godward King. There was nothing particularly interesting about their fights to watch. When the match started, people saw the jade-white flying fish enter the space battleground. It flapped its white wings and sailed slowly through space. It looked like a lazy, small fish that was afloat in a sky of water. It did not look as if it was harmful at all. Now, people of the Seven Kingdoms knew how scary that flying fish was. It even turned God-class gene races into dust. Everyone waited for God-Word King to show himself. They wanted to watch this fight, which could shock the world. They even imagined the master of the small flying fish would show themselves to fight God-World King. It was a shame the small flying fish's master did not show up. It looked like it was going to use the small flying fish to fight. Using a gene race to fight an annihilation god spirit blood pulse was more ignorant than words could describe. People were earnestly hoping to watch a good fight. Time went by, but God-Word King had yet to reveal himself. Is God-World King forfeiting? Impossible. People like God-Word King would not give up, no matter what. It doesn't matter how strong that gene race is. God-World King is the strongest. Why has God-World King not shown himself yet? Everyone was talking about it. When the space battleground's time limit ended, God-World King had yet to show up. People were able to confirm that one of the Qin Kingdom's two kings with a different surname, God-World King, had thrown in the towel. He did not dare fight the small flying fish. Chapter 3173 Zhuo Donglai. All the people throughout the kingdoms were in complete shock. An inheritor of a blood pulse from one of the 12 annihilation god spirits, God-Word King, had chosen not to do battle. It made Ingot, who was the least threatening of the 3 God of Wealth members, suddenly very popular. Everyone started to gossip about why God-Word King had decided to avoid fighting. They wondered if it was because he didn't think he could win or if it had to do with something else. Sky King felt a bit depressed. He had not expected God-Word King to give up the fight. He wondered, where did God-Word King get this news from? A middle-aged man, who looked like a scholar, was in God-Word King's manor. He was watering the flowers. He kept watering the flowers while he spoke to himself. On September 18th, which is today, I should not go out, make use of any type of weaponry, or try getting into a fight. I should not do anything of the sort. Meanwhile, Bauer thought this turn of events was very boring. She wanted to play, but her opponent had given up. It upset her. Was her feelings of dismay only increased when God-Word King completely gave up the fight? The fun she had been looking forward to was delayed. Since God-Word King had given up, no one dared to fight the small flying fish. All future opponents gave up the idea of fighting her, so Bauer was able to climb the ranks without anything impeding her progress. She did not have to do any more fighting. Compared to the others, the Gold-Wing Peacock King had faced quite a few challengers. The fights were all very close, but the Gold-Wing Peacock King was able to gobble up a few more Geno races. Han Sen noticed that the Gold-Wing Peacock King was not able to eat just any gene race it wanted. It had to eat bird gene races. It also was able to absorb God-class gene races. As for taking a gene race's power, that did not seem to be something that was guaranteed. Sometimes it worked, and sometimes it didn't work. The gene skill it adopted also seemed to be rather random. Han Sen had yet to figure out a pattern for why it did what it did. Regarding Han Sen, he had been leveling up fine. The Blood God Dragon with the Blood Dragon God Pulse crushed practically every enemy he went up against. Soon enough, Han Sen found himself ranked among the top 16 fighters. After reaching that rank, he imagined he would get into the top 8 before too long. To enter that highest echelon, he had to go up against Zhuo Donglai. Han Sen had heard that person's name before, but he did not bother trying to find out who he was. He had heard about him simply because the man was too prestigious of a character. Zhuo Donglai was a student of Sky Group from Wu Wei Dao Palace. The legend surrounding him claimed that his parents were once being chased, so they sought refuge inside a god pulse. His mother was pregnant at the time, and she gave birth to Zhuodong inside that god pulse. According to the legends, when Zhuodong was born, a purple air was released and landed on him. A lot of purple mist seemed to have targeted him. Mysterious text had also appeared. After examination, it was revealed he had been born with a god spirit blood pulse. Because of that, people called him the man who was blessed by the gods. It led to him receiving the name, Donglai. Zhuodong was taken in as a student of Wu Wei Dao Palace's Sky Party leader, who was the leader of the biggest of the 9 sects of Wu Wei Dao Palace. Within a dozen years, he was able to reveal his horns. He was extremely popular and famous in Wu Wei Dao Palace. People claimed he was the greatest student Wu Wei Dao Palace had claimed in more than 1,000 years. Some legends also stated that Zhuodong singly fought off students from each sect while they all came at him together during Wu Wei Dao Palace's 9-sect competition. At the time, he was laughing and chatting as he managed to beat down each of the 9 students coming at him. He was then drawn into the skill pool and given the Alpha's inheritor gene race. There were too many fantastical legends about Zhuodong. If someone gathered and wrote down all of the legends, a storybook could have been created. Han Sen remembering things about Zhuodong was not a testament to Zhuodong's legacy and strength. It was because the name held a special memory in Han Sen's heart. Back in the Alliance, a demigod association featured a man named Zhuodong. He practiced the Purple Manner Sutra. It was one of the hardest Xian Men Jino arts to learn. Back in the day, Zhuodong wanted Han Sen to be a student so he could give him the Purple Manner Sutra. For some reason, there was still this lingering sense that he had always missed a great opportunity. When Han Sen learned that Zhuodong had died, he felt sad. He was sad that the Purple Manner Sutra had no heir to learn it. When Han Sen heard the name Zhuodong, it triggered a tidal wave of memories. It was something he could not forget. In Sky Party, Zhuodong was sitting in a stone pavilion. He stared at the fish in the pond. An old man, who looked rather dull, came to sit down in the same stone pavilion. He looked at Zhuodong, who was perched in a frozen position upon the banister, and said, "Brother Zhuo, you will be fighting Dollar tomorrow. What do you think? Are you sufficiently prepared?" "No," Zhuodong casually said. His eyes were still fixed on the fish in the water. He did not move much. "The leader is hoping you will be able to win this next fight," the elder said with a frown. He was feeling a bit angry, but he managed to keep it down. Zhuodong finally turned around and asked, "What if I am unable to claim victory?" "You have one of the Alpha's 4 rare gene races, and you have the purple mist holy clothes," the old man said. "If you want to win, then I do not see a reason why you cannot win." Zhuodong coldly asked, "What? Do you mean using a god spirit gene race in the god fights? Do you want me to make a god spirit mad?" The god fights were opened because the god spirits wanted to test their followers. A god spirit gene race was like an extension of the god spirits. Using a god spirit's power to fight would likely embarrass the god spirits. In a worst-case scenario, they could take back the god spirit blood pulse. That was why no human used a god spirit gene race in the middle of a god fight. The Purple Mist Holy Clothes were one of the 4 rarest gene races in Wu Wei Dao Palace. They had already combined with an annihilation blood pulse. They had become god-class gene races. The old man wanted Zhuodong to use the Purple Mist Holy Clothes. There was an 80% to 90% chance that doing so would provoke the god spirit and incite its wrath. "But Brother Zhuo, you do not care about that," the old man said with a smile. "So, what? Who cares if you make it mad? Is that really what the teacher wants?" Zhuodong calmly asked. "The leader has not said anything, but I suspect he wants you to win, brother," the old man said. "After all, you are very talented. You will be the next to assert leadership in the Sky Party. The teacher will want you to do something that can cement your fame and legacy. In that way, when he gives you the throne, people from the other parties will not be able to whisper a single negative word about his decision. If things are truly that way, please go and tell the teacher I will try my best. Zhuo Donglai suddenly looked depressed. He stopped looking at the old man and went back to the stone railing. He cradled his jaw in his hands as he watched the fish swim. I hope you succeed, Brother Zhuo, and I hope you become famous, the old man said as he left. After he turned around, he looked disdainful. Famous, huh? Zhuo Donglai lifted his lips. He looked disdainful too. That is fine. Maybe this dollar will be an interesting guy. After a while, Zhuo Donglai stood up. His eyes looked focused. He was emitting some light. In the dark night, there was some weird purple light. On the day of the fight that determined the top 16, many people had a hard time deciding which fight to watch. Everyone who had come this far was famous across the entire universe. They had all shocked the world in some capacity, and it sucked having to miss out watching any of them. After hesitating for a while, many people settled on watching the matches that featured members of the God of Wealth. They were particularly keen on watching Dollar's bout. Chapter 3174 Purple Mist that comes from the east. Everyone chose to watch this fight because God of Wealth's name had become rather outstanding in the fights. 3 people from the same god spirit had already reached the top 16. It was a magnificently rare achievement. Plus, his opponent was to be the supremely talented young man from Wuwei Dao Palace, Zhuo Donglai, whose name was already known throughout the world. Aside from the Qin Kingdom, the power of the Wuwei Dao Palace was something that lurked in the dark fringes. To the other 6 kingdoms, the power of the Wuwei Dao Palace was considered the greatest in the universe. Zhuo Donglai's name instantly attracted people's attention. It was unknown how many young men must have treated him like an idol, but it had to be a lot. Brother 2, who do you think will reign as victor? Yan Dan was going to watch the battle with Yan Beifei. Yan Beifei's wounds had yet to recover, so he was still looking a little bit pale. He sat in front of the God temple and looked at the God screen. He looked at the screen. Without a shadow of a doubt, he immediately said, "Dollar." Yan Dan nodded and said nothing in return. Yan Beifei saw his face. He knew for a fact he was thinking differently. Mr. Crown Prince, Zhuo Donglai is very powerful, Yan Beifei said. Even if I do not try my hardest and still fail to beat him, I guarantee I will be able to make him bleed. As for this person, Dollar, he makes me feel rather hopeless. Something tells me we are not on the same level. He was afraid that if Yan Dan ended up squaring off against Dollar, he would be careless. Carelessness often proved fatal. Yan Dan replied, Dollar might be very strong, but one power can level down 10 times. Zhuo Donglai was blessed by a god, and he has the gene race given to him by the Wu Wei Dao Alpha, the purple mist holy clothes. I am afraid Dollar will not be able to gain an advantage over him with that. The purple mist holy clothes are powerful, but would Zhuo Donglai dare to whip it out in the middle of a god fight? Yan Beifei looked surprised as he spoke. Yan Dan laughed. Even if he did not use it, someone will let him use it. Do you happen to know something you aren't letting me know about, Mr. Crown Prince? Yan Beifei sensed that something was veiled within Yan Dan's words. Yan Dan had a sip of tea. He laughed and said, back in the day, when Sky Group leader took Zhuo Donglai, he treated him like a son. He tried his best to teach him. He treated him like the future leader of Sky Group as he raised him. Besides his talent and personal effort, Zhuo Donglai has been able to achieve as much as he has mainly because of the way Sky Group leader treated him. He was half of it. What does that have to do with Zhuo Donglai using the purple mist holy clothes? Yan Beifei asked. Yan Dan sighed. The saddest thing in the world is a hero getting old. When a person becomes old, they think about a lot of things. That presence of a hero will be ground away by the furious, unceasing advancements of time. By the time they are done, all they have left are favors and calculations. Sky Group leader is very old, but he still managed to have a son in his old age. Before he died, he was able to have a son. Yan Beifei suddenly understood. He did have a son. Of course, he hopes his son can succeed on the throne and lead Sky Group. With Zhuo Donglai in Sky Group, not even his son will be able to overcome Zhuo Donglai. So, Yan Dan laughed. Because of that, the relationship between Sky Group leader and Zhuo Donglai has not been too good the past 2 years. Even us outsiders can clearly see that. Zhuo Donglai and Sky Group leader, one of those two, is going to end up hurt. Does that mean if Sky Group leader has some notion of that, Zhuo Donglai might use the purple mist holy clothes? Yan Beifei now seemed to understand everything. While the two were talking, a shadow was rushing into the space battleground. It was the famous teenager genius, Zhuo Donglai. Zhuo Donglai was wearing snow-white clothing. He had very long hair. It flowed like a waterfall. He had not combined with a gene race. He just sat atop a white crane. He slowly flew to the space battleground. He is certainly scarier than he was 1 year ago, Yan Beifei seriously said. When I saw him last year, I was able to gauge his strength at 30%. Now, I am no longer able to calculate him. He only just turned 20, right? The genius of the sky, those 4 words, I believe are only suitable for this man, Zhuo Donglai. So, brother 2, who do you think will win today's battle? Yan Dan asked with a smile. Yan Beifei hesitated a little but still said, $. Yan Dan looked at Yan Beifei with shock. Do you really think $. Can win against the purple mist holy clothes? Yan Beifei shook his head and looked bitter. Maybe it is because I have been traumatized, but while Zhuo Donglai and his purple mist holy clothes are supremely strong, they will still not be enough to overcome $. He will not lose. Yan Dan receded into deep thought. Yan Beifei's heart had always been strong. He knew if Yan Beifei was that scared of $. And even had trauma, then $. Had to be someone quite different. He was a foe who needed to be treated with great caution. A shadow suddenly flashed into the space battleground. A blood-like flame surrounded the shadow that had entered the space. It stared at Zhuo Donglai, who was sitting upon the white crane from afar. You are finally here. Sky King had guessed that Han Sen was $. A long time ago, so he was very interested in seeing what would happen during this fight. He wanted an example of Han Sen's true power to see how strong he really was. Rocky D was tuning into this fight too. He wanted to know how strong God of Wealth was, as it was supposedly backing Han Senator. Everyone who was focused on this fight sat at the edge of their seats in giddy anticipation. They stared at the God light screen waiting for the 2 scary elites to start fighting. Han Sen was looking at Zhuo Donglai. He started to look weird. He had been thinking for a while about whether or not this Zhuo Donglai was the same Zhuo Donglai from the Alliance. As he looked at him, he almost wanted to forget about his guessing. The Zhuo Donglai from the Alliance was old. He had a beard like a goat. He was not ugly, but he was far from what could be defined as handsome. This Zhuo Donglai had a jade face and black hair. His eyes were like ink, and his body was very long and strong. Although he was sitting, he exuded a presence that placed him far away from being a commoner. As for his appearance, he was at least a lot more beautiful than the old man Han Sen used to know. Zhuo Donglai checked out Han Sen too. He did not even look as if he had come there to fight. He seemed rather relaxed as he asked, aside from knife skills, what else are you good at? I know a bit about everything, Han Sen replied. I am a jack of all trades and master of none. A bit is enough, Zhuo Donglai said with a laugh. I have recently made strides with my swordsmanship. Are you interested? I know a few sword skills. I can play with you. Han Sen looked at Zhuo Donglai with interest. He thought this person was intriguing. That is great. I have spent a year training with the sword, so I only know one sword skill. Will you try to combat my purple mist that comes from the east? Zhuo Donglai stood up and balanced atop the white crane. He put his left and middle finger together to perform the beginning of a sword skill. Zhuo Donglai did not combine with a gene race, but he had purple air manifest around him. It was like a mist from the east. The purple mist gathered around his fingertips. At this moment, the whole audience was unable to control themselves. They had to stare at the mist gathering around his fingertips. It felt like the ground, sky, and space around them had been wholly swallowed by that purple mist. Nothing else could be looked at. In Wu Wei Dao Palace, an old man screamed, $1 sword mind. Chapter 3175. One sword destroys a kingdom. How is that possible? Hasn't he only been practicing sword skills for a year? The old man looked at Sky Group Leader high above with shock. Sky Group Leader saw the god light screen was displaying a bit of purple mist. After a while, he sighed and said, Zhuo Donglai really is some strange sort of genius, which is very rare to find. The old man looked rather perplexed, but he did not know how to respond. $1 sword mind was not just any sword mind. It was a top-class Geno art of the Wu Wei Dao Palace. It was created by the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. Everything in this world started with 1. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 3. 3 makes 10,000 things. $1 sword mind started a path to the infinite. The whole Wu Wei Dao Palace legacy started with 1. A gene race of any element was able to practice with the $1 sword mind. The sword mind would become a $1 sword mind, and a knife mind would become a $1 knife mind. Any Wu Wei Dao Palace student could try their hand at learning the $1 sword mind, but the one who could truly be exceptional with the mind was considered a rare and prestigious student in Wu Wei Dao Palace. It took Sky Group Leader 30 years to start basic proficiency with the $1 sword mind. He finally had entered the door to the big path. Zhuo Donglai had only practiced his skills with a sword for a year, yet he already had $1 sword mind. It was very hard to believe. Han Sen saw the purple mist swirl around Zhuo Donglai's fingertips. His eyes turned bright at the sight. In the universe of kingdoms, people rarely saw people practice the power of their minds. Zhuo Donglai's sword mind was far greater than that of Yan Beifei. It made Han Sen's heart feel a twitch. Han Sen used his finger as a sword too. He pointed it at Zhuo Donglai's fingertips from afar. Before the sword could move, the sword mind was already breaking through the sky. Suddenly, the entire audience felt as if 2 sword minds were rising. They did not see any knife lights or sword shadows, but it was enough to make people feel a chill. It was like some scary swords were piercing their bodies. It made them want to fall back. After people reacted to this, they noticed the sword mind was only inside the space battleground. It was unable to hurt them as they watched. That's a very powerful sword mind. Yan Beifei's face changed. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. The nobles of all the kingdoms were frozen as they watched. Han Sen and Zhuo Donglai casually moved at the same time. They suddenly reached a spot where the 2 men could wave their arms for sword heirs to cross each other. They did not have the powers of destroying the sky or destroying the ground. Nothing was brought any harm, but it gave people the feeling that an entire army was being slaughtered. Just watching them fight was enough to make people's blood boil. They wanted to go and kill as well. They wanted to see their blood spill across the yellow sand. Today, I have noticed what can be accomplished if one takes up the sword, a noble who practiced with a sword said with a sigh. The humans of the universe of kingdoms were obsessed with power, but they lacked power themselves. Thus, the fight between Zhuo Donglai and Han Sen was a unique one to witness. It opened people's eyes to what was possible. The skills of both men seemed fairly normal. They did not use any powers that could break mountains and rivers. There were no bright lights. Still, every thrust of a knife went into one's heart. Even the audience felt a chill in their hearts. In a sword palace to the east, a white-bearded old man sighed and said, "Practicing with the sword costs 50 springs and autumns. Only by watching this sword fight can I truly realize what it means to take up a sword." Han Sen was getting excited. He had been in the universe of kingdoms for a long time. On this day, he had finally encountered an elite. No matter how strong someone's power was, their power still came from the outside. Only self-knowledge and one's willpower defined and made someone truly strong. Han Sen thought elites like Zhuo Donglai had a powerful sense of willpower and faith. He did not just have extreme power. Han Sen used all of the sword skills he had learned to do battle with Zhuo Donglai. Zhuo Donglai only knew one skill, which was purple mist that comes from the east. He kept on using it, but it had many different facets. There were many layers and moves to use within the same skill set. $1 sword mind provided 2 machines. 4 machines resulted in 4 elephants. 4 elephants turned into gossip. To be able to bring a sword skill to this level, it was obvious that Zhuo Donglai understood a lot. He was a swordsman who was as good as Lone Bamboo. He was also different from Lone Bamboo. Zhuo Donglai's sword skills were bright and obvious. They gave people a sense of righteousness. As a person, along with his sword, he gave people a sense of hope and not destruction. Suddenly, Han Sen fell back. He ran away from the battleground. Han Sen frowned and looked at Zhuo Donglai as he asked, "Why do you want to die?" Zhuo Donglai's sword skills kept pushing forward, making the fight very intense. In the most intense moment, there was no sense of victory. Han Sen felt he was driving toward death. Zhuo Donglai happily laughed. "I owe someone a life. Now, he wants to take it back. Therefore, I must pay. To be able to die against a swordsman of your talent, I can only say it has been worth it. Can the life you owe only be paid back with your own life?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "Yes," Zhuo Donglai said with a nod. "Without him, I wouldn't be here today." Han Sen replied, "Fine. Use all the power you have to fight me. I want to kill a strong swordsman, not a man with a death wish." The blood dragon god pulse exploded. His blood-red dragon air almost looked solid. It was like a blood dragon was surrounding Han Sen's body. "Okay." Zhuo Donglai looked at Han Sen and nodded. The purple air was like a mist that appeared on Zhuo Donglai. It turned into a purple and misty pair of clothes that draped over Zhuo Donglai's body. They created 10,000 purple lights, which made him look like a purple sun god king. His black hair turned purple. The light was like a sun that gave people warmth. His eyes were like a sun in the sky staring at everything. A scary presence suddenly covered all of space. It was like the whole battleground only had light left in it. Zhuo Donglai used purple mist holy clothes. Yan Bei Fei sighed. The purple mist holy clothes moved. It did not matter if Zhuo Donglai died or not, but no god spirit would allow their members to fight a god spirit's power to win in a god fight. His god spirit blood pulse would be taken away. This just proved his god spirit was no good. "This strong power matches your sword skills," Han Sen said with a nod. "In that case, come," Zhuo Donglai said. "Let me die when it is the brightest time in my life." His fingers were swords again. This time, it was not just a purple light that appeared on his fingertips. The entire sky looked like it was overwhelmed with a purple light. It seemed as if it all stemmed from his fingertips. The purple mist holy clothes were surrounded by a holy light. It was like 10,000 misty lights were there. Zhuo Donglai waved his sword. Countless misty lights moved. They unceasingly came roaring at Han Senator. Suddenly, the sky, ground, and space only had a purple sword light in it. It was like a flood or a disaster drowning space. The power of a sword could kill a god or a Buddha. Even a sky full of god spirits would change their expressions at this sight. The Annihilation God Spirit Gene Race's Purple Mist Holy Clothes Gene Skill and Purple Mist Holy Light buff released a misty light that was like Zhuo Donglai unleashing a full power attack. It was too scary to imagine. Back in the day, Wu Wei Dao Palace's Alpha used one sword to destroy a kingdom, Yan Dan said with a sigh. Today, Zhuo Donglai is doing something similar. It is a shame he was born in the wrong place and grew up with the wrong person. Chapter 3176 Losing a Blood Pulse. Although Zhuo Donglai did not combine with an Annihilation God Spirit, every sword light power is like an Annihilation God Spirit's attack. This scary power is so shocking. No wonder the Wu Wei Dao Palace Alpha once used the Purple Mist Holy Clothes to strike down a kingdom with a single sword hit. It was so overbearing. So how does Han Sen hope to compete against it? Sky King squinted his eyes as if he was watching a movie. Rocky D sighed and said, back then, the Wu Wei Dao Palace Alpha really was a genius who shocked the world. Even our leader made sure to avoid him. It is a shame that he chose not to join my God Chaos Party. If he had, I could have guaranteed him the chance to become someone really big. Everyone had their will stolen by that beautiful sword. They felt as if they could not beat it. Han Sen saw the scary sword mind coming for him, but he was not afraid. He used his finger like a sword and pointed it at Zhuo Donglai's attacks, all of which were headed for this direction. No sword air shook the sky. He did not muster a powerful sword light. It was like he was gently threading a needle. He did not even try to compare his might with Zhuo Donglai's sword skills, which were shaking the sky. When Han Sen thrust forward, the entire audience's heart brimmed with shock. They all felt as if the knives were striking their hearts and perforating them. Some people felt terrible about it, so they fell back. Many people coughed out blood in awe of the sight. Even though the powerful elites had calm hearts, they looked shocked. This was the spirit sword skill Han Sen had learned from Six Paths Emperor. The spirit sword skill was not a spirit body sword skill. It was a sword skill that went straight to one's heart. This was a sword skill that depended on one's heart and will. The sword pointed straight to the heart. If one's heart was lacking in some way, it would be harmed by the sword. This skill had a name, but it meant nothing. It had a spirit, but it was not solid. The spirit sword did not have the power to harm anyone, but people who were struck by the spirit sword skill would make themselves their enemy. Zhuo Donglai looked at Han Sen's sword, which was coming for him. It was like he had suddenly fallen into the grasp of a terrible nightmare. His mind was flooded with all sorts of weird scenes. The guard he had on his will was lost. The strongest purple air coming from the mist was broken. It simply vanished. What kind of evil sword skill was that? The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were as much scared as they were shocked. They did not understand what kind of power Han Sen had just used to enable such a weird effect on his opponent. They always thought the actual power was the base. They forgot about the power they had inside them. Not many people saw how truly amazing Han Sen's skill was. Only some top-class elites had been able to witness the granular details of Han Sen's sword skill. They could not help but compliment him profusely, comparing him to a god when it came to his prowess with a blade. Han Sen frowned and looked at Zhuo Donglai. Because the spirit sword skill was powerful, he did not think Zhuo Donglai would be defeated by the spirit sword skill so easily. He felt as if there was another reason for Zhuo Donglai being broken. Suddenly, Some god light appeared in space, and a light came down after. It landed on Zhuo Donglai and made his body possess some strange blue light. It was like some power was being pulled away from his body. Blood pulses taken, Yan Bei Fei let out a long sigh. By now, everyone was able to understand what had happened. The god spirit blood pulse that a god spirit had given to Zhuo Donglai was being taken away. The god spirit blood pulse was leaving him. The blue lights, which kept shining on him, gradually wore away the gracious image of power that was once Zhuo Donglai. It was like the man's life force was slowly escaping him. He was sort of like a dead person. Boom! As Zhuo Donglai's god spirit blood pulse faded, his purple mist holy clothes were snatched from his body. To the humans of the universe of kingdoms, the god spirit blood pulse was the base in which to control gene races. Now, Zhuo Donglai's god spirit blood pulse had been taken back. The purple mist holy clothes, which was a rare gene race, were no longer bound to him. They had been set free. Sky Group leader looked happy about it. The elder on his side looked happy too. He said, "The purple mist holy clothes are now free. They will return to the pool. When little brother goes into the pool, you and I can help him. Little brother will be protected by the gene race. Then, he can carry on the legacy of the Sky Group." Sky Group leader wanted to force Zhuo Donglai out. It was not just because he wanted him to quit fighting for the Sky Group leader position. The most important reason was for him to obtain the purple mist holy clothes for himself. Without actual power, even if the Sky Group leader forced his son to take on the mantle of being the next Sky Group leader, he would not be there for long. If he could get aid from the purple mist holy clothes, the Sky Group leader's seat was solidified. Sky Group leader had been planning this for a long time. If the purple mist holy clothes returned to the pool, he had a secret skill and treasure to bolster his son's power. Even though he had wasted his life and all his efforts, he wanted a future for his son. Although Sky Group leader felt guilty about Zhuo Donglai, the nature of a real bloodline and an old body and heart still ensured he would do all that he could for his son. What made Sky Group leader and the old man feel weird was the fact that the purple mist holy clothes left Zhuo Donglai's body but did not return to the pool. It floated in front of Zhuo Donglai as if it was looking at Zhuo Donglai. The purple mist flickered like a robe of cloth made of sky mist. A man and some clothes were floating. The man was old like dry grass. The clothes were shining with a misty light. The scene was very weird. Zhuo Donglai's god spirit blood pulse had been taken away, and the mysterious light disappeared into space. Zhuo Donglai had lost all the power he once had. He no longer looked like a god. His long purple hair had no more purple mist. His black hair was gone too. His long hair had become white. It was like he had grown old overnight. Seeing a powerful and pretty man reduced to that drove many women and ladies to feel sorry for him. It made the waterworks come on. They sobbed for their loss. Many powerful elites felt it was a great shame. They could no longer watch a rare, talented person like that come to such an end. Sky Group leader, this guy is too much. In Wu Wei Dao Palace, some people felt extremely sorry for Zhuo Donglai, but that was Sky Group's business. Even if they wanted to exact vengeance, they were not able to. At this time, the purple mist holy clothes continued to float with a purple mist. It was like a god spirit was descending. It was releasing an endless holy presence of purple mist. Are the purple mist holy clothes going to return to the pool? Sky Group leader felt terrible about this too. When he saw the purple mist holy clothes rise, he felt excited again. In the next second, Sky Group leader's eyes opened wide. He looked on in utter disbelief. The purple mist holy clothes descended onto Zhuo Donglai, whose hair was now totally white. They draped and clothed him again like a godly robe. Purple air endlessly covered the sky, making Zhuo Donglai's body brim with purple air. His presence recovered quickly. He was like some god who had just woken up from a long slumber. How is that possible? Impossible. Zhuo Donglai no longer has a god spirit blood pulse. How can the purple mist holy clothes still select him? That is unbelievable. Sky Group leader stood up. He stared at the purple mist holy clothes and Zhuo Donglai in utter disbelief. Chapter 3177 Breaking the World. Han Sen complicatedly looked at Zhuo Donglai, who was exuding a strange sort of power that was different from the power elicited by the purple mist holy clothes. Zhuo Donglai's body emitted a purple mist and glass-like words. The words looked as if they had been branded onto Zhuo Donglai's flesh. It was like when he was born, it had already been carved into his flesh. The rumors are true. Zhuo Donglai really is a man who was blessed by a god. Those mysterious words. Are they the words that he was born with? Special people really are special people, even though he might not have a god spirit blood pulse. The face of the Sky Group leader must be looking rather funny right now. Many of the elites in the world were looking rather strange. Many of them felt happy about what was happening, whereas others felt extremely jealous. Only Han Sen's feelings could not be described. The mysterious text on Zhuo Donglai read, Purple Manor Sutra. Although Han Sen had never bothered to learn the Purple Manor Sutra, seeing Zhuo Donglai use it, he still knew some of it. Upon seeing the text, it was obviously Purple Manor Sutra's content. Now, I see. He is Zhuo Donglai reborn. When he was reborn, he could not erase his thoughts and memories of the past. They were deep inside his soul and bones. It was always there inside his blood. How stubborn of a man must he be? He forgot who he was, but even the reincarnation process could not scrub him clean and prevent him from carrying on the legacy of the Purple Manor Sutra. Did he encounter something lucky before his death? Did the Purple Manor Sutra residing inside his spirit go with him through his death? Han Sen was shocked. After seeing the Purple Manor Sutra, Han Sen finally knew why there was no support of a god spirit blood pulse. He also now understood why the purple mist holy clothes still decided to cling onto Zhuo Donglai. In that world, everything had a cause. The purple mist holy clothes and the power of the Purple Manor Sutra had their main and opposite sides. They were two different existences. If Zhuo Donglai was one day able to use the purple mist holy clothes and Purple Manor Sutra's power, it meant that he had reached a level that would enable him to break the world. It was a shame that Han Sen's power was too weak as it was, and the power of the Purple Manor Sutra was restricted by the forces of that universe. The only reason it was showing itself now was that the power of the Purple Manor Sutra was triggered by the purple mist holy clothes. Zhuo Donglai still had a way to go before breaking the world. To ordinary people, his chance of breaking the world was much higher. To say he was a talented genius was exactly right. When ordinary people were reborn, they were not permitted to cling to the memories of their past life. Yet, he had kept a geno art from his past life. If someone like that was not called a genius, then geniuses could not exist in that world. When the Purple Manor Sutra's text started to fade, Zhuo Donglai woke up. Although he had lost his god spirit blood pulse, the feelings he gave off were much more powerful. Before, the purple mist holy clothes were just clothes that existed around him. Now, the purple mist holy clothes were part of his body. They gave people the feeling that he was the holy clothes, and the holy clothes were him. Now is the time we can decide the victor, Zhuo Donglai said to Han Sen with a smile. His smile was like a spring sun that could melt the sun. It made people smile along with him. The young girls and women were watching with eyes that glowed. Okay. Han Sen nodded. He saw Zhuo Donglai start with purple mist that comes from the east. He did not use a sword skill again. Zhuo Donglai's sword mind and spirit were already perfect. Using a spirit sword path was not going to work on him. Zhuo Donglai turned his two fingers into a sword and pointed them at Han Senator this time. There was no power like 10,000 swords coming together. There was just a little bit of purple light that came flying over to Han Senator. When the purple light was flying, even the sky and ground shook like there was some purple air coming. They were going to the purple light. It was like all the power of the sky and ground were focused on that purple light. The purple light got close to Han Sen, which made the purple air heavier. It started from a small dot and formed a line. From a line, it turned into a sword. The purple air gathered to form a sword. It was like a life force that had just been born. It made the chaotic sky and ground have infinite changes. One sword split up the sky and the ground. Han Sen felt as if there was no going back. One sword power could split the sky and the ground, but he was just a person. In Wu Wei Dao Palace's main sect, a man locked down in a tower opened his eyes. He said to himself, the sky and the ground are reincarnating. They are ending so they can begin anew. Purple mist comes from the east. One sword that can break the world. Wu Wei Dao Palace finally has someone that has awoken. Which group is he from to become like this? Wu Wei Dao Palace has another very strong elite. It will be very difficult for the Qin kingdom to improve with this. A king stood before a god. He looked at the power of the sword and looked sad. Han Sen was confused. He thought Zhuo Donglai had the conditions to break the world, but breaking the world would still take a while. He never thought his sword had reached the max. It went from yang to yin. It went from positive straight to negative. He had used another way to combine and reverse the break world power. Han Sen had made a mistake with this assumption. The break world power on display did not come from Zhuo Donglai. It came from the purple mist holy clothes. The purple mist holy clothes followed Wu Wei Dao Palace. Wu Wei Dao Alpha had unlocked a shortcut to breaking the world. Now, it was accepting Zhuo Donglai so he could use its power. Although Zhuo Donglai understood, his power still had not reached that level. Seeing the sword come, it was like the sky and the ground was crushing him. It made Han Sen feel incredible amounts of restriction. Ever since the fight with Rocky D, Han Sen had yet to encounter another incredible type of power that could be put on par with what was used against him. He felt as if his heart was going to get ripped apart. Han Sen was standing in the air. His long hair waved with the wind. He felt as if there was an emotion within him that he could not accurately discern. He had an urge to improve. After coming to the universe of kingdoms, Han Sen had been fighting all types of power. Throughout it all, no one had been able to touch his heart. Even Rocky D had made Han Sen feel as if he was a character that would be hard to get rid of. It never invoked real emotion in Han Sen's heart. Now, Zhuo Donglai understood how to break the world. He achieved his super sword, which struck fear into Han Sen's heart. It gave him the feeling that he wanted to practice. Xian Yellow Sutra and Blood Pulse Sutra ran through Han Sen's body at the same time. These two opposite powers ran at the same time, but they did not create conflict with each other. Han Sen had tried to do this many times, but it had never worked. Now, it was triggered by Zhuo Donglai's sword mind. It was like he had just received the aid of a god. The two powers ran through his body with friction. It was not like before. It was working. The sword light did not go back. It went forward. Han Sen stepped forward and slashed with his hand. It was like a ship breaking against rough waters. His hand felt as if great waves were crashing against him. It felt as if there were 10,000 mountains and hellish creations trying to stop his bob and roll. Open. Han Sen's eyes were on fire. His entire body was burning with a life force that one could not see. His hands were like axes as he slashed toward the sword light. One purple and one red halo flashed in space, but only for 1 second. No one could see what was going on. The two bolts of lightning disappeared. The two cracks in space did not heal. A small crack appeared in the fabric of space. It was defined by the shape of an X. It burned in space. It seemed as if it would never fade. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. They were still trying to remember how good this was. Han Sen and Zhuo Donglai had somehow ended up standing in front of each other, and Han Sen's hand was up against Zhuo Donglai's neck. Chapter 3178 Life Belongs to You, Zhuo Donglai lost. Yen Dan looked on in disbelief. It was not just Yen Dan feeling that way. All the elites from every kingdom were now reeling in shock. Zhuo Donglai, who had almost broken the world, still lost. The incredible sword he had used was still incapable of defeating Han Sr., he lost. In an old tower, the person inside looked surprised. Wu Wei Dao Palace had not had someone in its ranks who could break the world in many years. Now, someone had managed to achieve the $1 sword mind. He was able to use one sword to break the world, but he still lost the fight. In the years I have isolated myself, what happened here in the universe? A person was deep in thought. I lost, Zhuo Donglai said after lowering his hands. Han Sen looked at Zhuo Donglai and asked, now your life belongs to me, right? Yes, my life is folded to you now, Zhuo Donglai said with a serious nod. I will have you do one thing for me, and you will not reject me, Han Sen said with a smile. My life is yours, Zhuo Donglai said. You can do whatever you want with it, but this life is cheap. If you want to use me to take the life of another, I do not think I will be able to do that. Han Sen shook his head. I do not want you to kill people for me. I want you to leave Wu Wei Dao Palace and obey the God of Wealth. You must become a member of God of Wealth. Okay. I will pay back whatever I owe to Wu Wei Dao Palace. You are the one calling the shots now. Zhuo Donglai did not ask any questions about the deal. He just simply agreed. Han Sen put his hand on Zhuo Donglai's neck. He touched Zhuo Donglai on his shoulder. He got closer and whispered something into his ear. He then smiled and started to depart. Zhuo Donglai nodded and departed the space battleground. Han Sen did the same and left the space battleground. What? That person who just broke the world is going to betray my Wu Wei Dao Palace. The person inside the tower had a very strong will. He almost did sky and man combined together, but now he was very angry. The elites and students of Wu Wei Dao Palace felt the same way about things. Zhuo Donglai was such a powerful character, and now he was going to abandon Wu Wei Dao Palace. The people who knew what was going on inside Wu Wei Dao Palace could not really hate Zhuo Donglai for what he did. Zhuo Donglai returned everything he was able to. Sky Group leader wanted his life and God Spirit blood pulse. He also wanted his purple mist holy clothes. Zhuo Donglai could have left, but he didn't. He returned everything that was given to him. Zhuo Donglai no longer had the God Spirit blood pulse of Wu Wei Dao Palace. The purple mist holy clothes left him. His life belonged to $. Whatever Wu Wei Dao Palace had given him was returned. He betrayed Wu Wei Dao Palace, but the people of Wu Wei Dao Palace could not find a reason to hate him. Sky Group. Sky Group. What have you guys done? A party leader in the Wu Wei Dao Palace was blisteringly angry. He waved his sleeves and turned a mountain into flat ground. He is an elite who can break the world, yet he just betrayed Wu Wei Dao Palace. King Jingzhen slapped the table and laughed. He almost had tears come out because he was laughing so hard. Wu Wei Dao Palace. Sky Group. This is interesting, Yen Dan looked on strangely. He looked as if he wanted to laugh, but he held it in. Who is this God of Wealth God Spirit? How can there be some powerful existence like that? Now, Zhuo Donglai is in its ranks. This rhythm goes against the sky. Of the 12 annihilation god spirits, are there that many scary elites in their ranks? Everyone was suddenly wide awake. Out of the 16 rank fights that determined the top 8, there were another 2 God of Wealth member fights going on. Everyone watched the fights with Ingot and Lucky. Ingot's fight had already come to an end. Just as they thought, Ingot achieved victory and gained a place among the top 8. Lucky's fight was still happening. There had yet to be a winner determined. Many people watched the fight. Compared to this, the fights won by Han Sen and Ingot weren't half as bad. Unlike Zhuo Donglai, who had used a god spirit gene race, the others were just 2 scary gene races in a heated battle. Lucky's Goldwing Peacock King had been seen many times. The Goldwing Peacock King's opponent was a gene race too. The masters had not shown themselves on the battleground. It was like no one recognized the Goldwing Peacock King, and no one knew what the other gene race was called. They could only tell it was a white tiger. The white tiger was about 2 feet long. It looked like a juvenile. Still, a small tiger like that was having no issue fighting against the Goldwing Peacock King. In fact, it was doing rather well against it. Hassan sensed that the small tiger was a rare gene race, but it had not evolved enough. Otherwise, the Goldwing Peacock King would have been unable to fight it. He looked at Feng Yin's opponent. That person's name was Little White. The god spirit it belonged to was Moment God. One who pledges allegiance to Moment God, huh? Han Sen developed an evil grin. If his god of wealth temple could have Moment God, he wondered what sort of god could actually reside in Moment God's temple. The small tiger was weird, but it was just a baby. It had not yet grown up. It was unable to defeat the Goldwing Peacock King. After a while of battle, the Goldwing Peacock King damaged it quite a bit. The small tiger's master summoned the tiger back. It did not want the little tiger to die. Feng Yin smoothly proceeded to the top 8. Everybody from God of Wealth, the 3 of them, all reached the top 8. Among the top 8, 3 of them hailed from the same god spirit, which was extremely rare. It made the God of Wealth's name blow up in the universe. What kind of level is God of Wealth's god spirit? How come we have never heard of it? It must be a high-class god spirit. Otherwise, why would so many scary elites become a member of it? I want to go and see the God of We Temple. If that God of Wealth looked at me and made me become its member, I would most assuredly be blessed. Do you guys not remember the gold pillar when the God fight started? Do you think that might have been a beam of light belonging to God of Wealth? I think it very well could be. I say, why else would there be a pillar that was brighter than the current 12 annihilation god spirits? I think the gold pillar came from the gold crystal system. Does the God of Wealth hail from the gold crystal system? Everyone in the universe was guessing where the God of Wealth temple came from. They also really wanted to uncover the identities of Dollar, Ingot, and Lucky. Some nobles actually sent out people to the gold crystal system to seek out the God of Wealth temple. It was a shame the God of Wealth was guarded by Sky King's big dragon riders. No one was able to get close, so no one was able to find the God temple they sought. Only one person was able to get past the big dragon riders. This person went to God of Wealth River and headed into the God of Wealth temple. This person went in front of the God statue, put down a droplet of blood, and became a member of the temple. The dragon maid went back to Rocky D and said with a bow, "Mr. Minister, I have done what you wanted me to do." "Good job," Rocky D said with a laugh. "The real good stuff is going to start. I hope Han Sen will not disappoint me."